Name, date of birth.
132.
You calling 1932?
I'm sorry, I am. I just left home for today. Sorry. So, yes, 1932.
All right. Hello, everybody. This is live coverage here. I had a bunch of views up, and right as I go live, 2 of them ended. So I'm working on replacing those. But this is live. The aircraft tracker, the scanner feed, everything you're seeing here is live to the best of my ability. And I'm getting things going here. It looks like... It looks like the civil unrest right now is centered in downtown Chicago near the ICE building there. There was an incident earlier where federal agents shot an armed woman in Brighton Park after being rammed by multiple vehicles. The ICE facility in Broadview sees scuffles and several arrests also. We've got 2 different locations that we're watching within Chicago, and we're also going to be watching Portland. Unlike our sights and sounds that we do in the evening, I am going to be in and out. I'm going to be here the whole time, but I'm going to be muting so that you can hear the scanner and so that I can keep the streams going. That's kind of how we have to do it on here. So I'm going to be doing that. I will be talking from time to time. I'll be giving you news updates here on the civil unrest. And everything else. But during some of the times, I'm going to be looking for new video like I'm doing right now. All right, so hang in there with us. This is live continuing coverage.
4718.
Can I get a number for a Homeland check at the Jefferson Park, or I'm sorry, Harlem Blue Line?
And from that person who wanted, he's calling back saying that the guy left. 1620.
19 days of both of them. That person wanted the info PO.
And both.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
5824.
Good afternoon. That one's coming your way in the 4th District for the shooting.
Agent 11 to Maine.
Good afternoon. Throw in the box.
You can hold up the chief. This is a false call. We're going to go check out. They have a bad sensor. We got the engineer here. We'll reset the box and then we'll give you a heads up.
Manager 11, your message received. Battalion 11, you're being held. Return. Battalion 11, I'll put you back on the road.
Battalion 11, message received.
901 South Austin. Box alarm 901 South Austin.
1934?
34. 113, 113, you guys available?
So if you can show us going 219 East to complete the paper.
Now it's coming in. First started coming in as a kidnapping, then a missing, then a kidnapping, then a domestic, then a battery, and now it's a person with a gun. Daughter's name is Lise Niela. We finally got the daughter, or niece's name, the 14-year-old. Caller is in front of the house of 555A Mango. Doesn't say nothing about it. Hold on. More info. Daughter that was kidnapped, and they found her, and one of the people have guns. The offender with the gun is wearing all black, and he's wearing Jordan sneakers. Incident 16 City White person with the gun, 5558 Mango. Jesus says the daughter was kidnapped, and the guy that kidnapped her has guns. He's wearing black and Jordan sneakers at 5558 Mango. Nothing further, is unclear.
Hey, Scott. There's an enemy case. Detectives and enemies will come out. You have the CFD engine and truck that was on scene?
10-4 ambulance 20 was there. Let me see who. Engine 108, ambulance 20, and engine 108.
Copy, things from the front.
Guys, I believe we're back to all live. That should be everything live right now, and I'm going to continue to watch it. Also, we are providing the live stream of just the scanner over on StarShip After Dark on a dedicated channel over there. You can see the green letters there in the middle that say Zone 1 Central. That's what you're listening to on the scanner. That's actually the scanner feed you're seeing there.
We're returning to previous.
Your message received.
Star 21, thanks.
Visitors release, one occupant, no EMS required. We're returning.
Your message received, Tower 21.
We got a burglar alarm going off at Oriole Park School, 5424 Oquito, main lobby. It might be because of those wires power down.
39.
PMA 39, go ahead, sir.
We also got a person down Harlem, Peterson and Harlem. Between Peterson and Hood, fires are rolling for a gray-haired man, black shirt, passed out over there on the lawn.
Engine 30 is in service, returning.
I'm over TMA 600 boy.
PMA 600, boy, for mobile. Engine 38.
600, boy.
Hello, everybody. Welcome in. This is live hosted coverage here on Starship Adventures of the civil unrest, mostly in Chicago, although we are starting to get some views out of Portland. We do have civil unrest in both cities, both tied to ICE arrests and also the bringing in of federal forces in order to restore peace and order to the cities. I am going to be doing news roundups on here every 15 or so minutes. The aircraft tracker you're looking at is live. The area we're going to be listening to primarily is Zone 1 Central and Chicago citywide. I've eliminated all the channels that are way outside of the area that we're monitoring so that we don't miss anything important. All right, I'm going to be going back and forth between hosted coverage and scanner. Like I said, thanks for being here. My name's Ian. This is Starship Adventures. This is what we do here, live coverage of breaking news out there, and we are covering civil unrest in Chicago and in Portland, all attached to ICE raids and law enforcement movements across the country. We will continue our live coverage. Thank you for being here. My name's Ian.
Truck 29 Friday.
All right, 08231. 08231.
99, thank you.
Truck 9, main.
Truck 9.
614.
113 main.
1614.
113.
Any chance you can find out how far the power outage is, if there is one?
All right, simulcast unavailable still. Coming in now in the backlog. We have a battery in progress at Damon and Claiborne at the Costco. Chili's report, it's a mentally disturbed male, has on an orange neon shirt, attacked the caller, but no injuries. Appears to be at the Costco.
Accidental fall. We're going to do.
No one really called one in, but we could find out. Oriole Park School had an alarm go off, maybe as far north as that. But we'll try to figure out the perimeters.
113, we're striking it out on your information and holding companies.
Thank you. I just had a citizen tell me there is one out in the cluster. So make sure me and my colleagues have all of the family members in the area.
Man, you have a message?
Yeah, Truck 9, can you put us back on previous block party of the 4000 block of Springfield?
Truck 9 of the block party. 113, 113, were you striking it out on your information and holding out companies?
113, striking it out.
Message received, Box Alarm 901 South Austin, struck out on information received by 113. Box Alarm 901 South Austin, struck out on information received by engine 113. Remaining companies responding, return. 38, main engine 38.
624, got an hour on it. There was a guy in front of a Dunkin' Donuts that yelled at the boss yesterday. Caller says that's a disturbance, 5,000 Irving.
Engine 38, Claiborne.
Engine 38, assist the civilian, 4014 West 21st Place.
I think this is the cover. I don't know.
Units, watch your case, please.
Truck 42, return.
1732.
1732.
We landed 342.
23 on the clock.
You crossed the red fucking line! The red line! I can see it in your fucking face. You don't want to be on board. I can see it in your face. Oh, hey, hey. Families, man, what the fuck?
Excuse me, guys. I'm sorry. There's something going on. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Something's going on over there.
Little bitches! Oh, look at this little motherfucker!
Second one's a Black 04 Lexus to Andrea from Kenneth. Good through the end of the year, January.
99, thank you. There's nobody out here on the street. We're trying her back again. Stand by.
32. 1722.
1722.
Make that park a 6 Paul.
All right, for the mass trans units, getting a person calling for help over at the red line at Wilson Red Line. Says there's a male who fell on the tracks. He appears to be deceased now.
Thank you, guys. I had the mic turned off. I was responding to someone saying that there is. I was responding to someone saying that this is not civil unrest, that Rodney King was civil unrest. I completely disagree. Civil unrest is the level between protest and riot. And I was very careful in today's meta tagging and today's graphics to not use the word riot, because I'm not convinced this is a riot. This is civil unrest. We've got police moving people around. We've got a few tear gas deployments. We've got some arrests being made. That's civil unrest. Now, when they start damaging businesses and cars and setting fires, then it goes to the next level, which is a riot. So that's all I was saying. I was just qualifying that. I'm being very careful on wording when it comes to hurricanes, when it comes to news. I work in the business, and I'm very careful not to overhype things, and that's why I chose today to go with the designator civil unrest, because there is unrest, but so far there's not been any businesses burned down or anything like that. Yeah. Right. So, okay. Then I guess I'm right in the middle with civil unrest. It seems that that works just fine. If the moment that I see this turn into more than this, like I said, once they start lighting fires, once vehicles start running through crowds, once we start having real damage to people's property, it becomes a riot. That's what it's called. So I'm just letting you guys know. I'm okay. Yes, Rodney King started as a protest. It moved into civil unrest, and it very quickly moved into a riot, and then it even moved beyond that into a regional riot, which involved police from multiple states. So yeah, I mean it's a matter of magnitude where we're at with this, and like I said, with this particular one right here, I haven't seen any personal property destroyed yet. I haven't seen any fires being set, and the scanner sounds like it's mostly normal stuff coming in. They're working some big kidnapping thing on there, but I just don't see enough to call it a riot yet. Yeah, well, all I can do as far as being honest with the coverage is just do the best I can not to overhype, but yet hype enough that it explains the situation in detail. Um, yeah, here's the thing. Um, you know, we have not had any real violent protests. We've had 6 cars burned down in the last 3 months in protests. 5 of them were automated cars. The reason I think that we're just not seeing it is because it's a very dynamic situation going on. The people who are illegal don't want to protest because if they get in trouble, they're going to be deported. The people who are legal don't want to protest because they're going to screw up what they've got. And so basically that leaves your left winger, university living female types that just go out and throw rocks. I will say this, so far I have not seen any sign of anarchists, but I'm watching for them. Um, there was opportunities at some of those ones in LA. They found boxes of rocks and boxes of fireworks left behind benches and things like that. So I mean, there was plans, but they never quite got enough people there to feel comfortable enough to do it, and the police ended up confiscating all that stuff. So what we look for in a riot like this or in a civil unrest like this is we start to watch for the crowd getting out of control, the police being suddenly overwhelmed, and then darkness falls and the anarchists will come out of the woodwork, and that's what generally starts the big evening riots. We have not seen those in a long time. As a matter of fact, we haven't really seen them since George Floyd. That's the last time we saw Target stores burning down, for instance, and things like that. So we're hoping this stays peaceful. People do have a right to protest. Although I've already seen things on you. You have the right to protest as long as everything you do is legal. Having the right to protest doesn't mean you can break the windows in a store. It doesn't mean you can block a highway. It doesn't mean you can burn a police car. And that's where people get screwed up. You're allowed to legally demonstrate and protest anywhere where you are legally doing it. Yes, I don't see where the government is shutting down anything. They've set up scrimmage lines, but they won't start making people go home until dark. I have not seen any squelching of free speech today either, and I'm very sensitive about that. I'm a constitutionalist. Maggie, I don't know. I can't answer that, and I'm not one of these people that'll just make it up because I'm on TV. Yeah, it sounded like there was an armed woman that was shot, but she was armed. So I don't know. We have to wait and figure out exactly what happened there. Yeah, no, I agree. That is certainly when it turns into a riot. All right, welcome everybody. This is continuing coverage here. If you want to hear the scanner feed or if you want to have both up, I have the scanner feed broadcasting live over on Starship After Dark. And on that channel, you can actually listen directly to the scanner feed and not me if you prefer that. Either way, or both. A lot of people have multi screens or multiple devices. You can now take that link I just put in and pull up the scanner feed separately. And if you decide you'd rather hear that than me, or if you want to hear both. Well, there's always bad apples, sure. I start to wonder sometimes, though. Seems to be a little lopsided lately. That's all I'm going to say. All right, let's see here. Yeah, it's insane. You know, I got to tell you guys, the biggest problem these protesters have is they don't have a unity of voice. If you go down, there's 500 people there. If you walk and ask them, what are you protesting? One will tell you, oh, I'm protesting LGBTQIA2S plus rights. And the next one will tell you, no, I'm pro-choice. And the next one will say, we got to get ICE to quit raiding restaurants and farms. And the next person will say, we got to not bring the federal troops into Chicago. And the next one will say, Donald Trump's an a-hole. You guys have to go out and you got to protest for one thing at a time. That's the number one rule on failed protests. If you want a protest to work, the protest has to be everybody protesting for the same thing. And that's a problem the left has been having. The only way they can get enough people to show up and protest is if they all show up and protest their own things, which actually doesn't achieve anything. Don't give them tips. You know what? They wouldn't take them, so I don't care. All right. Yeah. Sludgeon, I'm the same way. I don't consider myself a Democrat or a Republican. I'm a libertarian constitutionalist. I believe in the smallest amount of government necessary to achieve the goal, and that's it. Ice. I prefer ice in my tea. I really like iced tea. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by the right encrypted the old public police band radio around Y2K. There has been a lot of law enforcement agents. That's not a right or left thing. As a matter of fact, the left has been very much more aggressive on squelching free speech lately than the right, and they're both guilty of it. But I will tell you that a lot of these police agencies that encrypted, most of them were in blue cities, which is interesting because I don't know why they don't want us to hear what they're doing anymore. But I will tell you that enough heat gets applied and they go back off. LAPD was completely encrypted. And they went and unencrypted their channels because the people revolted and said, no, we're not going to put up with this. For transparency reasons, we need these scanners to be open so we can hear them. Yeah, that's how I am, Sludgeon. I like my Constitution pure. And that's why if you ever utter the term, I believe in free speech, but you're not a constitutionalist. I believe in burning the flag. I would never do it. Out of respect, I would never do it. But I'll fight for your right to burn the flag, because that's what it means to be a constitutionalist. You have to fight for the things you like and the things you dislike to be truly free. And yeah, there you go. I don't want to get this too political in here today. I want to cover the events as they're happening. So I don't want to get too much down in the weeds. As far as why they're protesting, we all kind of understand why they're protesting. I think the largest reason today is this woman that was shot. I think is the catalyst for what's brought this second batch of people down today. And what we'll have to watch for, and the reason I've gone live now is nightfall is about 3 or 4 hours away here in Chicago, and we're going to need to watch that because this one could actually be big enough to do it, and Chicago is a little closer to the brink, if you know what I mean, than LA is. Chicago is almost like driving a car that barely stays on the road. Whoa, whoa. LA's got their shit together out there a little bit better. And so if we get unrest in Chicago, it's more likely to spin out of control than if we get unrest in downtown LA. That's all I'm saying. Yes, Teria, I hope I pronounced that right. You're correct. And that's what makes this the most special country in the world. The fact that we can burn our own flag and we can burn an effigy of our own president. And the fact that we can say anything we want as long as we're not making threats. That's what makes our country special. It's the fact that we can burn the flag that makes it special. Okay, yeah, normally libertarians are on the far right, but I also have known libertarians that are on the far left. The truth is, if you look at politics, it's not a line left and right, it's a circle. Okay? It's a circle. You've got big government at the top and you've got libertarians at the bottom. You've got the left and the right. And if the right comes close enough to the middle and the left comes close enough to the middle, you got big government. Down here, okay, when you get down here, this is no government. Libertarianism, no government. And so your people on the right and your people on the left can meet in the middle down on the bottom because they both believe the same thing, and that is that government is the root of all problems. And although we must have government, we must identify that that's the root of the problem and we have to work to fix it. Yeah, I mean, people look at politics as left and right or nonpartisan, and it's just not like that at all. It's you've got left and right, but you've also got your big government and no government, and depending on where you fall on that circle, okay, there's a lot of Republicans that are big government beltway Republicans, and they suck. There's a lot of big beltway government Democrats, and they suck. Okay, but see, when you get down below over here, you get into your socialism and your Bernie Sanders and your AOCs, and then you keep going, you get into, hey, all this government ain't working. Same thing over here. When you go farther to the right, you get away from the government and you get into constitutionalism down here. And then eventually libertarianism. Remember, the Constitution is not rules for you, it's rules for them. The Constitution is 100% written to protect you from your government. All right. I'm not losing people when the numbers are going up. So, I mean, just as a, a piece of advice, when you say you're losing people, that would mean the numbers are going down, and they're not. They're going up. So I'm just, letting you know. I host a show on here every night. I also produce the #1 talk radio show in Southwest Florida, and this is what I do. If you don't want to hear the commentary, then I would suggest another channel. Perhaps over on Starship After Dark, where you can just hear the scanner feed if that's what you would like. I never said that. See, you're one of these people that don't listen. You're one of these people that don't listen, okay? Open your fucking ears and listen to what I'm saying, okay? Because I get really sick of people that misquote me. I never said burning the flag was illegal. In fact, I said I disagree with burning the flag. I don't want to burn the flag. I would never burn the flag, but I'll fight for your right to burn the flag if you choose to. That does not mean that I'm pro burning the flag. Are you that stupid? That's not what it means. What it means is I would fight for someone else's rights to do that if they feel that's what they have to do for their protest. That's a true constitutionalist. You can't say, I'm for freedom, but I'm for free speech, but I'm for open carry, but I'm for protection of personal rights, but you can't put the but in there. If you put the but in there, I believe in free speech, but I don't want nobody burning my flag. That's not free speech. That's not free speech. No, I know he's a troll, but I like responding to trolls sometimes because what they say is stupid. And it's a good way, for people to see what we're dealing with. This is what you're dealing with. Stupid people that don't read the response, they don't understand the question, they don't understand the answer. They're just simple, stupid trolls. And unfortunately, there's enough people out there that listen to idiots like this. Pick a side. It's simple. I'm a constitutionalist. That's my side. Simple. Yeah, it's sad that some people don't understand government in a deep enough way to get the concepts. But that's kind of what you're dealing with. Yeah, that's the problem. Idiots that don't even read the fine print vote. People that they hear me say one thing and they turn around and repeat it totally different. You talk about being shitty at the telephone game. It has to go all the way around the room. You screwed the whole message up on the very first one. I'm not a fence sitter. I work at Fox News. I don't know what fence sitting you're talking about. Once again, you're an idiot. Did you look me up? Did you look me up and see who I am or what I do for a living? Did you look me up and see how long I've been going or how I earned these 17,000 subs? It's the tools of fools. You're correct. Well, that's the problem. You know, a lot of people won't admit when they're wrong. A lot of people will not admit when they don't know what they're talking about. If you guys know, the ones that watch me know, if I don't know something, I will tell you I don't know. Or I'm not sure. That's very important. Yes, I did say that. Burning our flag is a constitutionally protected right. I said that. That's not what you said. I'm pro the ability to do whatever you need to do, as long as it's legal. It's got to be your flag. It's got to be burned in a way that's not illegal. And it has to be done as part of a legal protest. But when it comes right down to it, it's your right. I believe in freedom, but I don't believe in burning the flag. If you put a but in there, it doesn't work. Well, thank you, Marilyn. I appreciate it. I'm very opinionated. I'm strongly opinionated, but I try very hard to... I'm not a shill for one side or the other. All right? I vote one way because that's what I have to do down here because of where I live. If you're a non-party affiliate, you really don't get to vote on anything. So you have to be a part of the Republican Party down here and vote Republican because all of our races in Florida are decided in the primary because everybody down here is a Republican. So if you are a non-party affiliate, which by the way, by next year we'll have more non-party affiliates than Democrats in Florida. That's how low our Democrats are, down to 36% or something. But if you're a non-party affiliate in Florida, you don't actually get to vote on anything important because all the big decisions are made during the primary and all the people that are going to win the general are Republicans, so you have to be a Republican. I know Democrats that vote Republican down here. You have to, because if you don't, you won't get to choose. Um, yes, he did. He did, and I disagree with him on it. I completely disagree with Donald Trump on that. Um, I just do. I disagree with it. What makes our country special is that we can burn our flag. If people can't see that, then you need to, step back and see the forest and not the trees. Um, you got a little Republican town in California. Do you put like a wall around it? I'm just kidding. Look at, yeah. No, I'm not worried. Look, I could have blocked him a long time ago. The point is, this is good reaction. This is good reaction. I like this. Um, you are not the law. It has nothing to do with law. It has to do with constitutional rights. Um, he's just trolling us, guys. He's an idiot. I don't even think he's that stupid. I think he's just trolling us. All right. Anyway, let's take a look here. It looks like all of our live screens are still up, which is good. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick search for more live streams, and I'm going to turn the scanners up. I'm going to take about a 5-minute break, and I'll be back. Oh man, your Wi-Fi's messed up. All right, there you go. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to keep this up. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I just need to, do a couple of personal items here, and I'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. Spin the dial and smile. We say that in ham radio because trolls are always coming in saying, I don't like the people on this channel and what they talk about. And it's like, spin the dial and smile, asshole. There's a lot more channels out there. I don't, to go into people's rooms all the time. There's one guy, he's got like 25 screen names. And he comes in every night with new screen names, trolling me. And he doesn't realize it. He's helping my numbers. Yeah, Chucky, it's been a little stressed lately, but I've always respected our relationship with Canada. I've always considered Canada like a sister country. I think it's them in the UK. Of all the people in the world, I always felt like Canada and the UK were our closest friends. Really, Mr. Dead, how's your channel doing? How many subs do you have? Let me know. I'd like to see how your channel is doing. Since you have so much, so much to say about my channel, I figured we could, check. Oh, you got 130 subscribers. Good going. At this rate, you'll be able to monetize in 2031. Good going. Wow. 16 videos. I just crossed 1,000, by the way. Why do you do this, dude? Why do you do this? Wow. To come in and criticize somebody and say, I do it better than you, I just don't do it anywhere where you can see it. Oh, it's all right. Dude, I'm not going to burn a flag, you idiot. You're just an idiot. I'm not going to burn a flag. I've never burned a flag, except out of respect. We actually would dispose of them every 3 years with the Boy Scouts at the fire department, where I retired. But yeah, I would never burn the flag. Okay? unless it's being done properly. And I don't believe in burning the flag, but I believe in your right to express yourself, and that includes burning the flag. Go ahead and try. You know how many people have tried to take me down with a strike? The truth is I do good work here, and I don't violate anything. So good luck. You know, when you guys start copyright and strike people, what you don't realize is you strike, and if no one else is struck but you, then it looks bad for you. Okay. Number two, when you come and you start hate striking people, once you've struck 3 or 4 channels, they don't count your strikes anymore because you're one of these negative people that's always negative striking people. And number 3, YouTube doesn't want to lose channels like mine that actually are successful and actually do good work on here on YouTube. And so they don't allow little trolls like you to have enough horsepower to damage a channel. So thank God for that. Let it ride. Yeah, you would have to have some reason to strike. That's the thing. I'm going to copyright strike. Okay, I have to have violated something in order for the strike to do anything. Yeah, I don't have that kind of problem. All right, so let's see here. I don't know what all that smoke is. It looks like they've got more gas or something. What is that? It's like green smoke. I'm looking right in the top center. Lots of green smoke. I don't know what that is all about. What it is I get this all the time. He's a big lefty, and this is how they try to attack. You guys can tell him whatever you want. I could have banned him 10 minutes ago, but he's helping my algorithm. He's an idiot. He's trying to hurt me by helping me. Thanks, I guess. All right. Yeah, I don't care about that. You know, when they come in constantly like this, it just helps my numbers. And then you guys all respond to it. That helps my numbers. Thank you, everybody. All right, I'm going to go back and check for videos. I never did take that break I was going to take. Let me look real quick and see if any new videos have popped up. You know it's bad when I've got the number 1 and 2 videos. I'm looking for something else. Such idiots. This YouTuber puts on here, I can't believe our government indiscriminately goes into the streets and arrests people that are totally innocent. Is that what he thinks is going on? Is that what the idiot thinks is going on? Read something. I've got video out of Portland of arrests going on, but no, it's not. It's old because it's nighttime. See, you got to be very careful, guys. When I say everything on here I believe is live, when I make a statement like that, you don't realize how much work that takes to make a statement like that. It's very difficult to continuously have live feeds because they're always going up and down, and you know, people's batteries go dead, whatever, and then they all start duplicating up. The first 5 here are all the same video duplicated over and over and over again. All right, I've already got that one. There's my 2. There's the one with the traffic cones. I think we've got that one already. Yep, we've got that one already. Let's see, I don't see this one. I think this is a new one that's come on. Let me stick it in here and see if it'll work. All right, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to put over my picture here. This guy's struggling to get a stream out, but I'm going to put it up. This is live at the protest, another live view. From what I can gather, everything on here you're looking at is live. This is live continuing coverage.
We're live to the world. She just asked not to be filmed, but this is the tear gassing scene.
Out of Portland, Oregon, and what we're basically seeing is civil unrest. I have not seen any damage to personal property or fire set yet, so we're calling it civil unrest. But it's reaching the point here where we're going to have to see what happens when it gets dark. Most of the smoke I've seen, I believe, has been smoke bombs, not because I don't see people rubbing their eyes and stuff. I think they're just using smoke.
People who live in some of the nearby homes are also helping out with some of the protesters.
That Mr. Ted is probably our St. Troll that comes in every night.
My name's Eric Cox. I'm with Reuters International News.
What's up, brother?
Wanted to just have you, if you could be like a minute of your time just to talk about what's going on out here?
Yeah, absolutely. We came out here. ISIS basically invaded Chicago. There were reports that they shot a woman earlier in this neighborhood, and that people.
For the red line, who's going to be our paper car?
1915 West, it's over there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
5. Engine 5. Can you put us in service on the air for fuel at Goose Island, please? 5, you're going to Goose. 18 to Maine, they have a power outage here. Their building engineers are on scene and UIC police are here to handle it. We are returning in service. Passenger safe.
X-ray 1112 on Citywide.
X-ray 1112 on Citywide.
Good afternoon, squad. Can I order ECs to the homicide we had in the 11th district?
Oh yeah, I've been waiting on you guys. Okay, but yeah, I see it did turn into a homicide. What's the RD number?
John 439-436.
Truck 26, return, truck 26.
X-ray 1112, I need your last name and start number, please.
Truck 26 returning.
Last name is Trace, that's Tom Robert, Adam, Charlie, Zebra, star number 843.
Detective last name, star number, and D.
Detective Charlie, Nora, Ida, Nora, George, Henry, Adam, Mary, that's star number 21638, G5425, Adam.
And both of your victims are adults. Anybody's a juvenile?
Both adults.
What's the correct address you need to effect the response? Or southbound lane?
12, are you southbound or northbound?
3212, I'm actually on Chicago, just west of Lakeshore Drive.
Alright, on Chicago, west of Lakeshore Drive.
Okay, 106 for a hold ambulance 3.
But there is a stalled vehicle on Lakeshore Drive. That's something separate from what I have.
Okay, 10-4.
1925.
Where exactly is that vehicle? Because I'm over here and I don't see it. They're just south of the light at Chicago and Lakeshore Drive. I could see a south vehicle. I'll see if I get a description in a minute.
25.
That was great.
Yeah, Illinois plate in the box, 9045595.
That Adam.
55 on the scene, 2653 Clark Van Mos assist.
Gonna be an Audi.
45595. Okay, in an alley.
Okay, 10-4. Thanks.
55.
83 Henry.
83 Henry.
Just 90 plus on the rail line, VIN number for upper and lower. I think they left.
Alright, upper is going to be 08735, lower is 08736. And then 1412 says that he thinks they left.
Okay, 99, yeah, 'cause I'm right here, just south of Chicago, under something here.
Okay, 10-4. Now 30 shell casings, both rifle and like handgun.
So we go with 30 to 40 shell casings, both rifle and handgun, 9mm.
And then 75 is returning in service.
99 plus.
I'll receive it 75.
Okay, so let's go with victim, the one that was pronounced. I'll make him victim 1. With the name, date of birth.
1613.
1613.
14 Paul, show me head over to the
10-4.
115.
Last name Wilson, common spelling. First name Antoine, Adam Nora, Tom William, Adam Nora. Middle initial T is Tom. His date of birth is 15 December 2003. He's on male black.
What was his gunshot wound?
15.
Yes, ma'am. Where at? That's in Sheffield. You got it.
Yeah, possible. Can I get another car too? I might have to preserve the scene over here. The individual still on the third rail, not the access.
3212.
3212.
119 on the scene, 7262 West Peterson for injured from a fall.
All right, can I get another unit over there to assist 15 on the guy who's still on the rail? Wilson, red line, please.
119.
Yeah, these two drivers are going to exchange information. Make this an 18 Paul for now.
18 Paul, 10-4.
71, we'll head over.
Thank you.
Truck 27.
1438 hours. He's in bed 25.
Ambulance assisted 119th in Michigan for personnel. 119th in Michigan.
Alright, next victim.
119th in Michigan.
MA6 on it, clear.
You got it. The next victim is last name is Thomas. That's Tom Henry Ocean Mary Adam Sam. First name Christopher. Common spelling. Middle initial as in Lincoln. His date of birth is 19 October 1995.
And what was Christopher's gunshot wound?
1711.
711.
Can I get an RD for 0486?
Self-transported also to Mount Sinai. He had 2 gunshot wounds to the right arm, 1 to the left arm, and 1 to the stomach. He's in ER Bed 3, seeing Dr. Reyes in fair condition.
RD is going to be Johnny 439508. That's 439508. Your event number is 08303 08303.
That's everything.
1 to the right arm, 1 to the left arm, and 1 to the stomach.
The arm squad, 2 to the right arm.
Okay, 2 to the right arm, 1 to the left arm, and 1 to the stomach, correct?
99.
107, man.
107. Go ahead.
Hey everybody, I'm back and checking on the headlines here. I'm going to have a rundown here for you in just a second. I am in the process of switching out that one camera because it did run out, as happens with these cameras. Just so you guys know, when the people go off, their battery goes dead, they get tired of holding the phone, whatever, it just defaults to the next video and starts playing. Okay, let's see here. Anybody, if you guys have anything you want me to react to, just throw it in the chat room. I have moved a few things around. I'm seeing a lot of smoke now. That I do believe that's a live video. That was the one I found not long ago. That is in Chicago. I recognize the police uniforms. So, I mean, it looks like we're getting more and more of the gas deployment down there. Okay, let me see what I can find here. All right, give me just 1 second. I'm setting something up. Okay, guys, stand by here. We're going to do a quick news report. This is NBC5 out of Chicago. We're just going to take a small portion of this. This is what's happening just a few moments ago. Thought there was audio. Hold on, let me see if I can find out where the I guess maybe there is no audio with this. All right, here's some video coming, a chopper video coming in. That's where I think a bunch of vehicles rammed ICE vehicles. And the ICE people returned defensive fire, and then there was other fire, and then this woman had a gun, and she ends up getting shot. Yeah, the shootings are bad in Chicago, and what really bites me the most is the fact that they really don't care. It's like, if the crime was this bad in my county, I would want the alphabet agencies and some National Guard to come here and help us out, and we would accept the help. See, again, we're not talking about tens of thousands of people. When you look at protests in Palestine, and let's say you look at protests over in even in Israel, in France, Italy, some of these places, they have protests, especially in the Middle East, or even positive things like at the Vatican. There'll be 100,000, 1 million people show up. We're just not seeing those numbers. Even in our big riots here, we don't quite see those numbers. But in these we are not seeing it in any of these recent ones at all. All right, so I'm going to continue to look for stuff. Thank you, everybody, for being here. This is Starship Adventures. My name's Ian, and this is what we do on this channel, amongst other things. Ham radio, science, we do a lot of things on here, but one of the biggest things we do on here is coverage of live breaking events, and we do it in what we call Brady Bunch mode, or you can also call it ADD TV. It's where we actually provide you, instead of us deciding what you need to watch, I provide you with all of the different feeds coming out. I got this idea from the control room at the TV station. And I'm thinking, you know, I used to, like, when was breaking news going on, I would just go pull up a chair and sit in the back of the control room. Nobody else ever thought of this. I could sit in the back of that control room and I could watch 25 feeds on the TV. I could see live feeds out of Chicago and New York and everywhere else, and I could see all of our local feeds and all of our people that are out in the field and all their live cams and everything. I could see everything. And I got an idea, man, that would be cool to provide news in such a way like I would see it if I was sitting in the TV station control room. And so that's where this comes from. This is what it's like. You get to see everything all at once, and that, by the way, that is a live aircraft tracker that you're seeing there in the big screen, along with the Chicago police scanner and fire scanner. Right now we've got a bunch of different views, and I'm looking for more. If I find more views, I will eventually overtake my image, because I'd rather put up video, and I will eventually put up 4 more videos if I can. Sometimes I'll run all 9 of them if I can find 9 live shots at one time. So that's what we do here. This is Starship Adventures. My name's Ian, and this is StarShip Studios. We broadcast out of the studios here at my house. Behind my house, we built the building. There you go. And we have a studio here. Here's what it looks like. This is the inside of StarShip Studios, where tonight we are streaming 5 or 6 different streams out live right now, and we have the ability to stream up to 9 streams simultaneously on YouTube. And we set up for coverage. We do coverage. I've got the scanners up for Baltimore, of course, Chicago, LA, with the call tracker screen. I've got all the amateur radio stuff up in Florida. I got the train tracker up, the rail fan, and I've also got up over here the 7.2, which is the undignified channel, kind of like the CB radio for ham radio. And so all that's going on Starship After Dark, our other channel. And then on this channel, we do stuff like this, where we do hosted coverage. And there you go. I hope everybody comes back, gives us a sub. Don't turn the bell on Starship After Dark, because that one's constantly, new videos constantly starting. You don't want to do that. Please set the bell for this channel. The only thing that will set that notification off is when I'm live with breaking news, like today, live with the Sights and Sound show at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 nights a week, when I'm doing live drives, and when I'm storm chasing. So it's a really cool way to know just when I'm doing something live and interactive with the camera. So make sure you turn on the notification bell for Starship Adventures and turn it off for Starship After Dark. That's my advice to you. Yeah, I probably should. I paint the door up like a next generation turbo lift door. It'd be cool if I could actually get the, get the whole door the way it interlinks. I always thought that door was cool. It gives a better picture of the bigger picture. There you go. Yeah, it's I started setting this up 5 years ago. I started my YouTube channel 5 years ago, and it's come along. It's taken 5 years to get where I'm at right now, but we've got 17,000 subs, and we have a successful show in the evenings here that lots of people show up for, hundreds of people every evening, and so it's worth it. And eventually, in a few years, 3, 4, 5 years, I plan to retire from my job at the radio TV station, and I plan to move to the mountains and do this full time. So that's my goal. I don't make any secrets about it. Do I change the lights in the studio? Yes, every single light in my studio is RGB LED plus expanded white. It'll do everything. So if I want, I have one of my old phones. I repurpose all my old phones. For instance, the curtain light behind me, I can change that to whatever color I want. There's blue, and I can also set it to do all kinds of different stuff here. Where's it all at? They got different scenes in here that you can put on, and you know, and it'll do different things behind me and flicker and things. Share space. I like this one. This one's kind of like this one's like an Aurora Borealis. It's kind of cool. Let me see here. Apply. There we go. And then like this little square here, it also runs off an app. The lamp here, I can make it whatever color I want. The umbrella light and also the 2 accent lights can be whatever color I want. They do RGB plus the expanded white. They'll do the white all the way from antique to institutional, if you will. And so I can basically have whatever I want. When I'm doing breaking news coverage, I tend to focus on the red. Everything's red. We're in like alert mode. And then when I do my shows at night, I tend to do the half red, half blue, because that's kind of, my channel is all branded half red, half blue. I'm sure you guys have seen that. And yes, Kat, I miss the mountains too. I do. I'm going up there on December 31st, and I'm staying for 10 days. And I'm going to be doing POTA. I'm going to be meeting with one of our viewers, Heath, up there, and it should be really good. I'm looking forward to it. All right, so let's get back over here and take a look at what we got going on. Let me see if I can get a little bit more information for you guys. Federal officers shot an armed person who was among the drivers that rammed an agent's vehicle on Saturday morning in Chicago. This is according to the Department of Homeland Security. The shooting was reported at around 10:30 a.m. Hold on, I have this on the wrong screen. It works better when it's over here. There we go. All right. The shooting was reported around 10:30 a.m. near the intersection of South California Avenue and West 35th Street in the city's Brighton Park neighborhood. DHS Assistant Secretary for the Public Affairs, Teresa McLaughlin, said agents were conducting routine patrols on Saturday morning when they were rammed by 10 cars and boxed in. That's got to be scary. Even for cops that are armed, that's scary. Agents were unable to move their vehicles, so they had to exit. You don't want to be pinned down in a vehicle. You want to stay mobile. If your vehicle becomes immobilized, you need to find a way to find cover outside the vehicle. And that's so they were unable to move, so they exited the vehicles. McLaughlin said one of the drivers who rammed the law enforcement vehicles was armed with a semi-automatic weapon, and law enforcement was forced to deploy their weapons and fire defensive shots. They're being a little overly dramatic there on the protective speak, but yeah, I mean, the woman, according to the DHS Assistant Secretary, drove herself to the hospital for treatment. No law enforcement officers were injured in the affair, and that is kind of what kicked this whole thing off today, I think, and why today we're seeing a bit of a bigger deal than we've seen in days past. Let's see if I can get this to. All right. Jesus. Okay, let's just do it like this again. All right, I'm going to play this for you guys. It's another story here. Here we go. Let's see if, I think this one has audio. Oh, it's an ad. Let's just let the ad play. All right, so Oh, this one doesn't even have a full screen mode. That's just awesome. All right, here we go, guys. This is a report from NBC5 out of Chicago. This will give us the latest on what's going on. This was just released.
As Operation Midway Blitz continues in Chicago, we are getting more videos of federal agents around the city, including in neighborhoods. NBC5's Jen Shantz is live outside the ICE Processing Center in Broadview, which has been the focal point of protests for weeks now. Jen, what's happening there now?
You may have heard some of that yelling behind me here, Kate. About 10 protesters are here so far in one of 2 designated protest zones. Concrete barriers were put up recently. You can see this group has been here for about an hour. We've seen peaceful demonstrating this morning. They're holding signs, sometimes yelling as federal agents drive into that driveway. Moments ago, these protesters told me on the other side of the building, agents deployed pepper balls against protesters. But overall, so far this morning, it is much calmer than it was this time yesterday, and certainly much calmer than it was yesterday afternoon. Federal agents deployed tear gas or pepper balls to disperse protesters here yesterday at least once. In a statement to NBC5, DHS says, quote, "The Broadview Processing Center continues to face violence and unlawful activity by rioters." That statement goes on to say the relentless actions of these individuals and their attempts to obstruct the enforcement of federal law are unacceptable. This group of protesters that we saw this morning, they're from Evanston, and they tell me they showed up today because they thought Secretary Kristi Noem of the Department of Homeland Security, who was here yesterday, might be here again today, and they wanted to make sure that they were visible in their support for Chicago's immigrant community here. Protester Andy Schlickman, who's in his 70s, joining the protest line for the first time here today, and he had this to say about ICE and federal agents in Chicago.
I think they're making it more dangerous, the way they're treating people here. You know, the statistics speak for themselves. You know, crime's been going down in Chicago. It's a local issue. It's something that, you know, we can control, we can take care of. It's just an excuse they're using to go into cities.
Again, back here live outside of that processing center here in Broadview, where about 10 protesters are so far this morning. Kate, I've just seen peaceful demonstrating. Yesterday, 5 people were arrested for resisting arrest, aggravated battery, and obstruction. These protesters tell me they are concerned that they might face those chemical agents, but they say at this point they are not planning to leave. We're live in Broadview this morning. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right. We appreciate that look at what's happening.
It's important to note there that that man said that Chicago, the crime was down in Chicago. That's true. If you cherry pick the numbers, you can prove anything. You know what I mean? He'll say, well, year over year, it was down 2%. Yeah, but last month, year over year, it was up 4%. So, I mean, you can cherry pick the numbers if you want. The point is DC, Chicago, and many of these cities, crime is just out of control. That's the bottom line. Crime is out of control. I don't know. That group there, that was a group of 10 or 15 protesters that all came together from another city, and they showed up today hoping there would be a protest, but wherever they showed up, there wasn't that much going on. Same thing with the other groups that are downtown. They're the same thing. They're not that many people out, and that's why early, yesterday it got pretty violent about this time, late afternoon, early evening. And that's why we're here today watching this, because Saturday night is usually the biggest night for protesting, because even the protesters that didn't work today, won't work tomorrow in a lot of cases. And so Saturday night becomes the easy night. Yeah, Buffalo, New York. I mean, there's a lot of places seeing an uptick in crime. We're not seeing it in Florida. We don't see it in Florida at all. Our cities are safe here. relatively speaking. They're, it's not a problem. But why is that? It's because of the way we do things. It's these big cities up there, like Chicago specifically, has been allowed to run amok, to literally run amok. And they did away with bail for a while. How does that go? No one shows up for court. There becomes no consequence for anything. That's another thing. The cat, you are correct. You are 100% correct. If you want there to be less crime, just don't prosecute as many people and the crime stats go down. Does that mean there was less crime? No, not at all. It just means we responded to less calls. We took less reports. I'll give you an example. In this county, in where I live in Southwest Florida here, about 20 years ago when I was a cop there, what ended up happening was the sheriff went to the county commission and said, we need more money. I need more money. Please give me a bigger budget next year. And the county commission said, well, the crime has stayed steady. And we're giving you for 4 or 5% so you can give your people a raise, but the crime is staying steady. And so he goes back to his office and he's scratching his head and he goes, what are we going to do? And they come up with the bright idea that from now on, when you pull a car over, if you write a ticket, you have to pull a CR number. Before, you didn't pull a CR number unless you made a physical arrest or it turned into some kind of other call. Like you pulled a car over and she tells you that she just got beat up by her boyfriend and it turns into another call. We started pulling a CR number and writing it on the margin of the ticket anytime we would write a UTC or a uniform traffic ticket. And what did that do? Well, crime didn't go up at all. But according to the stats, crime went up 17% and he got his big raise the next year. Statistics don't lie, but liars make statistics. And you just have to remember that. I don't ever believe statistics anymore. I want to see it cross-referenced. I want to see both sides. If I want to know about something, I want to go see what the left says about it, and I want to go see what the right says about it, and then I form my own opinion. Isn't it funny that anywhere where the Democrats are very prevalent, the crime is much higher? Anywhere where Republicans are prevalent, like down here, crime's not a problem down here. And it's a lot of reasons for that. Number one, they're easy on crime. They're easy on time. They're easy on punishment. And they're a little more liberal in the way the laws are applied. And conservative, not as much. Down here, you got to be careful down here. They're pricks down here. I'm not going to beat around the bush. Most of them are good guys, but they can be real pricks down here. It's just the way it is. This is where old people live down here. People that moved here from other places after they became conservatives or Republicans themselves. And so we don't have that problem here. But if you look at it, what is your deepest red or your deepest blue cities? Your top 5 deepest blue cities are all within your top 7 most violent cities. There's a direct correlation between Democrats and crime. I'm sorry. This is not partisan, it's facts. The whole men want war, women want... I don't know about that. Most men I know don't want war. I don't want war. Unfortunately, when people get in those positions of power, they tend to want war. I think it's funny how the Republicans used to be the warmongers. They used to be the warmongers. They were the ones, oh my God, we got to go into war. We got to go into Afghanistan. We got to go into Iraq. We got to go into here. We got to go into Beirut. We got to go into we got to go and go and go and go. And we're going to go in and go in and go in and go in. And now in the last 25 years, and especially with Donald Trump, the Democrats have become the war party. If you look at it, almost all the aggressive things or idiotic things we've done overseas with our military have been done under Democrats. The Republicans are trying to get away from all of it. And the Democrats have become your warmonger parties. Dick Cheney became a Democrat. There's nothing else I need to say. He's the biggest neocon warmonger there ever was. And he left the Republicans to be a Democrat. My God, that's like a beacon in the sky. They've become the war party. And we're just, I just don't see the Republicans as the war party. Well, that's the thing with both sides, and especially the left, is it doesn't matter what it is as long as it's working the agenda in the right direction. Yeah. So there you go. I I don't know. The whole thing is just shit to me. I don't like it. Let's see what the other news stations are saying up there. Oh, looks like these lives are all holding on. I'm happy about that. Um, 2 hours ago, Trump announced he's going to federalize 300 Illinois National Guard members, and they're going to move them into Chicago. That's the same story we just did. It's just a different. All right. Well, there we go. Nothing new there. So basically, all we're looking at here is the thing that kind of exacerbated. Yesterday was a fairly big day. Today it was exacerbated by this blockade, and they blocked in they blocked in an ICE vehicle, and the agents had to flee the vehicle and return fire. Yeah, I don't know. This was not a good situation. And so this has kind of exacerbated things. So we're kind of in a holding pattern now. It's 4:08 p.m. in Chicago. They're in Central Time Zone. And, yeah, they're in Central Time Zone. And we're going to have to see. It's going to be about 3 hours till we know for sure. But we are going to hang in there with the coverage. This is live continuing coverage here on Starship Adventures. Please hit that subscribe button here on this channel, and then check out Starship After Dark, and don't hit the subscribe button over there, because that is just a number of streams that go and go and go, and it'll just drive you nuts. But please hit it here, because everything that the bell goes off for on Starship Adventures is me hosting something live. I do live drives, I do storm chasing, I do live studio shows 6 nights a week at 9 p.m. Eastern right here, and I also do breaking news coverage, which is what we're in right now. Yep, it looks like they got one there, upper left. They'll probably write him a ticket and give him a ride back to the scene. Oh boy, the cat, let me tell you, okay? Solar is great to mess around with, but we're not there yet. If you want to get a small solar generator battery and 3 or 4 panels and all that for like when the power goes out, I think those are cool systems and they work. As far as buying an electric car or putting panels on my roof or buying land and putting up a panel farm, I would just suggest holding off for a few more years on anything like that. There's a ham guy down here that got the ones on his roof, and it was just a big mess, and they never made money. He ended up having them taken off because the roof kept leaking, and the panels were going bad after just a few years. It was only on his roof 2 years. He had 3 or 4 panels already gone bad, and at that rate, he was not even going to break even because the panels are $1,200 a piece, and every time a panel breaks, you know. So all I say when it comes to that is be careful. A lot of the government subsidies are gone away or going away. The reason that solar was so heavily subsidized was because we're just not there yet. You know, we're not making much more voltage per square foot than we were 20 years ago, 40 years ago. I had a little solar panel when I was a kid that would run a little fan motor. I was like 7. That was like in the mid-70s. The technology really hasn't come that far. And the fact is, it takes a lot of precious metals to make solar panels. And the recycling of them gets expensive. They're having the same problem with wind energy. The windmills are very expensive to put up. They're very expensive to operate. And they're very expensive to take down and properly dispose of 15 years later when they reach end of life. And people are finding out they're not even breaking even on those either. The only money they probably made at all was from the government subsidies. Yeah, if it's one you want to use in an emergency, some of these are pretty good. I would read reviews wherever you buy it. Make sure you read the reviews, see what people are saying about it. Make a smart purchase because you definitely want something that's going to cover. You really, you want something you can add panels to and start out with a couple of panels and eventually be able to add more panels. But that's a little more expensive than the little smaller systems. And always remember, you're not going to get as much out of that little box as you thought you were, okay? If it says it's 100 watts, well, that's it. It's 100 watts. If it says it's 1,000 watts, continuous, that's 1,000 watts. You just have to be careful what you're burning. A cell phone charger may burn 10 watts or 20 watts. And you just have to add it up and make sure that you're not going beyond your wattage or your kilowattage, depending on what you're doing. If you're trying to run an air conditioner, that is a dead load. Most of these solar units will not run an air conditioner for more than about an hour or two, unless there's direct sunlight and you've bought a few extra panels. If all you're wanting to do is a TV and a fan and a cell phone charger, then one of the small little systems with 2 panels would probably be enough. Kelly, we talk about both here. It's an open chat room. Yeah. I don't know what side you're on. It doesn't really matter in here because we're covering the protest from a news point of view, and then we're also having some commentary about it. Come on, man. That's not. Oh, jeez. Don't write people off. You can be anti-ICE and still come in the chat room and see what's going on. I guess the difference is I'm not a hater. I don't, yeah, well, there you go. Hey, Heath, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I have found that solar is at the point where it's fun to play with and it can be quite useful. But I warn people when it comes to buying a complete system for your house or a car to just please do your research and make sure you make a good decision. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying make sure you make a good decision because I've seen several people really screw themselves. Oh boy. Oh, okay. I know who Agenda Free is. Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. I do serious news. I cover things serious, do serious news, but I also do commentary. And I also shear a little bit off. If someone wants to talk about cats for 5 minutes or Star Trek for 5 minutes, I indulge. But I get back on topic. Um, yeah, I know. I'm not getting as much live out of Portland. One or two of these may be out of Portland. I'm not sure. I'm getting these from sources, and they keep flipping to different sources. So I'm not sure exactly what we're looking at. But these are all either in Chicago or Portland. And see that sign that lady was just holding, that blue and white sign? That's an example of a printed sign. And what you'll do now is start watching for those blue and white signs. If you see more than about 40 or 50 of them, they were handed out to people, or they were the group that was brought in by bus that's being paid $100 a day. They will be handed those signs when they get off the bus. Top center is Portland. Yeah, where I'm getting that from is supposed to be from both. So I'm not, like I said, I don't know which individual window is what. Well, and the cat, here's another thing. When you talk about a whole home system, are you going to talk about a standalone whole home system? Because believe it or not, the lower price systems are not standalone systems. When the power goes out, your power still goes out, even if your panels are working. It's stupid. You have to buy a huge battery bank in order to levelize that power and to keep going when the power goes out. And that way the power coming in, because when the sun goes behind a cloud, it changes the voltage completely. So you have to have a fairly good sized battery bank to dump that power into so that you can keep nominal levels across your voltage. Now, where this gets complicated is if you're going to do it for like prepper stuff, you have to have enough battery capacity to last through the night until the sun comes up the next day. And remember, it's normally 10 o'clock before you get usable voltage. Depending on your layout, some people's panels may face a little more to the east or the west, but that just changes the time of day. You get the same amount of sun. Anyway, the point is you got to have a switch. Those switches are expensive. You want to be able to operate completely off grid. You're talking tens of thousands of dollars between batteries, switchers, panels, installation. And what if I told you it's going to cost $45,000, $50,000? The government's going to pick up $15,000 of it. So now we're down to let's say $30,000 that you have to finance. So now you finance that based on the promise that they gave you that you're going to make that money back in your electric bill. And what everybody that's put one of these systems in has found out, you don't quite make back what they say you're going to make back. Because our power company here buys back your power at 40 cents on the dollar. So in other words, when you're buying power from them at night, they're charging you 100%. When you're selling your power back to them during the day because you have an excess, they're giving you 40 cents on the dollar. Because they have to pay for the infrastructure. They have to pay for the power lines, and they have to pay for everything. So they only give you 40 cents on the dollar for the electricity. So you still end up with some kind of an electric bill every month. Unless you buy the really, really big batteries and you put up a whole lot of solar panels. And the thing is what if I told you a $30,000 system, you're going to finance it for 20 years? System's only designed to last 15 to 20 years. So in other words, by the time you make the last payment, there's not going to be anything left of this thing. It's literally end of life. So what you've basically done is you're hoping all this time that you broke even. Why would you put yourself through all that? You can't trust any of the numbers these people give you. This guy said that, yo, you're going to be selling power back and you'll be making money. They'll pay you money every month. It never happened. He was paying a $150 a month electric bill with a full solar array on the roof. I'm just telling you, please research it. Trust the people you're dealing with, and don't just jump because not really that good. It's not really I don't think we're there yet. I really don't. And if they're going to come tear up your roof or whatever else to put it on, and oh my God. Now, like I said, a little system to run your shit during a hurricane or a snowstorm, I would get that. I'm going to eventually get me some solar panels and start playing around with it, but. All right, guys, thank you for being here. This is Starship Adventures. My name's Ian. We are live in Southwest Florida here at StarShip Studios, providing live continuing coverage here of Chicago, Illinois, and also Portland, Oregon, with multi-screen coverage, as well as live news updates, and also a live aircraft tracker, and from time to time I'm putting up the scanner feed. If you'd like to listen to the scanner feed on its own without me, you can do that. It actually has its own link on the other channel. Please like and subscribe over there. There's the link. You click that and it will bring up my other broadcast, which is going out from the screens you see up there. And what it is, this is just the Chicago scanner feed and the aircraft tracker. And it's not me and all these other little screens around the outside. It's what you see right over there, right there. I have the hardest time remembering where to point. You know, the whole Brady Bunch thing where they would look at each other and smile. It was so corny. Hey guys, let's just not attack people because they don't agree with us, all right? I really, I don't know, whatever. We can disagree without hating each other. Bad cops, no donuts. I know people that put that on the back of their car. What kind of moron puts that on the back of their car? I mean, I think it's hilarious. And it kind of makes a statement. I get it. But on the back of your car, you're going to get pulled over for every tag light there is. I mean, come on. Oh my goodness. Well, anyway. Well, and that's your right. That's certainly your right to go out there and protest. I'm a constitutionalist, and I do agree 100% in your ability and your right to protest, and I'll fight for your right to protest for something that maybe I don't even agree with. I keep going back to that. That's one thing you can't say I'm not, as a constitutionalist. I have been that my whole life, and I can remember in high school reading parts of the Constitution and getting a chill and realizing how important that document is and how sacred that document is, and there's nothing like it in the world. And so I may not agree with you, but I agree with your right to protest. And if you could get out there, get out there. That's what I say. I don't agree with the anarchists that burn down all the bullshit and all that. I mean, obviously it goes too far. I'm not sure. I'm starting to think that video in the upper right is actually yesterday, maybe, but I think the one in the middle is definitely today, and this was going on there. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure everything's live. I've become a little suspicious of that upper right one. And you guys let me know if you see something. but I'm trying to keep it all live for you guys the whole time. I want to keep it live. As a matter of fact, just bear with me. There will be moments of silence. I'm going to go ahead and turn the scanner up for a couple of minutes while I look for a few videos.
On the way to be in a few minutes.
And then you get that roll 49.
I'll be on scene with her the whole time.
Calling engine 49. Your help return.
Victim name, date of birth.
Oh, messenger received. We're on the scene, but we'll return. Thank you. Truck 17 will cancel the police. Truck 36, man, do you have anything further on this?
Charlie. In return, the offender ran eastbound on Montrose. He's going to be about 6 foot, 6'2", 6'4" possibly. Pale white, shirtless, tan.
Taller gentleman between 6'2", 6'4", male white, no shirt, ran eastbound from Montrose and Cicero, stabbing the guy in the alley. 1602 Sam, we got anything at Cicero, Montrose?
1602 Sam, down.
Not a problem. I got your ticket on the board. As soon as they get there, let us know and I'll send them.
TMA 31, go ahead.
Truck 36, man, we find no rollover here, no accident. You can hold the ambulance. We're going to be in service returning.
Alright, let's receive. Alright, 136 for all the ambulance.
1772 this morning, so I locked them off, we cleared them up, we could lock back in.
I'm ready for you and good morning yourself. 10-4. And for the United Center, I need all TMAs out on post, full uniform. We're going to have a good day today. If you need to build your barricades, go ahead and do so at this time. Anything additional needed, say so over the air. Once again, United Center, good morning, everyone. All TMAs out on post.
Marine 5.
Marine 5.
Do you have any event number, South Branch, Chicago River, please?
All right, that's going to be 09328. 09328.
Perfect.
Truck 36 to Maine, we did find our accident. It is at Albany and Fifth Avenue.
You're doing what you are. Why? What did they do? Can you tell me, what did these people do? What'd they do?
1630.
Why are you so compelled
going over
to rip their families apart? To leave the kids stranded without their mom? I don't get it. What did the kids do?
You got paid time off.
Yes, right.
Talk to your union rep. Stay home.
For that statement, reviewing the camera on Knoxville 1 east of Cicero.
You're ripping families
Thunder never
apart.
made it to there, so he must have went north or south.
Think you go home and your kids are fucking
We're
gone.
after the offender, when he's running, possibly went north to south.
There's will be, but half of them don't get a chance to go
Get
home.
the fuck off my
You're not going on a
land!
fucking airplane and ship them to South America,
Get the fuck
where they don't know any more than they do here.
Going on outside the ice.
Get the fuck off my land!
This is everything.
Get the fuck off my land!
1632, 10-4.
Yes, they
Get the
are.
fuck off my land!
It's me, sir. I'm back. You're the one that got...
1824 Canada 18 and citywide, a Marine in distress, 14 to 1500 north on the drive. There's a person on a jet ski coming inside of the home, short swimmers. They're being taken north in Oak Street Beach.
Calling us chaos of rock.
Male white, 25th or 85th Street, Northport.
Back up on the bullhorn. The media seems like they're more focused on showing who the ICE agents are, opposed to the people out in the streets. This is a media feed. This is KP TV Fox 12. It's interesting.
Wow, I can't believe it's doing all this, guys. I've got about 9 videos running at the same time on here, and it's smooth. So there you go. I'm going to keep that going.
This is crazy.
All right, great job today. Per usual, this is for Wrigley Field, that's Authority 39. We need you to start heading over for your checkoff, Addison and Clark. And just a friendly reminder, park legally. You're going to Addison and Clark for this evening's checkoff.
Truck 36, Reverse service returning. CPD's going to handle it.
1606. I need a car here. She'll be here for a crime scene and see if 1606 boys need here.
Yeah, I got 32 and 24 headed that way. 32, can you do the crime scene? 1606 boy for info.
1606 boy, we're processing the warrant at the station.
1606, you copy, boys in the station.
Right now.
95 Charlie.
Hey, Heath, no problem, man. It's been my pleasure to do it. And, yeah, we've had some great discussions in here. Yeah, we do. On our evening show, we cover it at 9 p.m. Eastern, Sunday through Friday. I don't do Saturday nights, unless tonight. We'll probably be on tonight. But basically, we do tornado chasing, space weather, science, all kinds of severe weather, hurricanes, tropics, police pursuits, manhunts, anything that comes up. We do that on our weeknight show. It's every night except Saturday, and it's 9 p.m. right here on Starship Adventures. And I usually do between 1 and 2 hours, but I've been known to go as long as 4. Like I said, it's the same kind of coverage that you're seeing here. I'm starting to see that my computer might have just been a little challenged there. It just kind of recovered from a little challenge there. So I got to watch this. I might have to discontinue something. I'm running a Ryzen 9 12 core on a gaming platform, and it's an amazing system. But it, like everything in the world, it has its limits. And so, I don't know, I might be there. It's smoothing out right now. Let's see if it continues to stay like that. All right, so anyway, this is continuing live coverage of both the protests in Chicago and the protests in Portland. These protests are about 40% anti-ICE. They're about 40% don't send the federal government here. We like our crime-ridden cities. And it's about 20% other special interests. And you guys know how it is with these protests. They all have their reason for being out there. I haven't seen any vagina hats yet, but the night is still young. Yeah. Well, the biggest thing to remember is they'll bring in the alphabet agencies to assist with all the open investigations. They'll bring in U.S. Marshals to team up with the guys out on the street to give them two-man cars. They'll spread the guys out. All the cars that are two-man cars, they'll spread them out into one-man cars and put in U.S. Marshals or put in even in some respects the National Guard, armed with nothing but a pistol, and they'll put them in the car as backup with another officer. But Chicago police are still on every scene making any arrests, and that needs to be understood, that all the help that these agencies get is mostly help doing everything but putting bad guys in jail. They'll work the transport vans, they'll fill in at the prison so some of those guys are at the jail so some of those guys can go out on the street, the ones that are fully certified. They'll fill in places where you've got fully sworn officers doing jobs that we could train someone else to do in a couple of days. Things like that. These agencies tend to get a lot of jobs filled with sworn armed police officers, and you don't need to be a sworn armed police officer to do the job. And all those jobs are easily replaced by the National Guard and things like that. And they can also be used for traffic control. They can be used for a lot of things. I don't know if you noticed, but even like in LA, when they had the small ones there in LA, you didn't see that. You didn't see any dressed army people out in the streets. They were all guarding buildings. They were serving secondary and tertiary roles, and they were doing those kind of things. The whole argument of we don't want our military policing the street, that's not really what's happening. We're supplementing manpower so that all the people that are sworn to protect the street can go out and protect the street. And by the way, when you start teaming up your agents and your detectives with FBI guys and CIA guys, all of a sudden a lot of these crimes can get solved because the resources become available. More minds, fresh minds working on things. And all it does, it comes in like it did in DC. It comes in and it really boosts an area's ability to provide law enforcement because it catches everything up to current. We're not way behind on things. Yeah, I think the upper right one is from yesterday. I'm gonna turn the scanner up for a minute and I'm gonna look for something to replace that with.
Hey, 400 Eddie, requesting a personal.
400 Eddie, where at?
United Center.
You got it.
Just 93. One word for the traffic crash, 107th and one word.
1910.
1630.
1630.
That person's death on my bar.
3 Eddie.
83 Eddie.
30-10-4.
Just so you know, you're probably going to get some calls. There's a truck that's stuck under the viaduct at 4000 on Marine. They're calling for service to get them out.
That's squad, you can clear some over there on 79th Street. Let me get an upper and lower back here on 69th Street, please.
180 Eddie, units in 1 and Citywide.
Feed that lineup.
Did you change my RD to a 5087? And I just sent you a message. Let me know if you need anything more.
Okay.
10-4, thank you. Is it possible I can have a supervisor meet me in the front of the house for a copy of the lineup?
All right. Meet 31 in front of the house for a copy of your lineup, supervisor. Supervisors, meet 31 in front of the house for your lineup.
With truck 17, truck 17.
Thank you very much.
Truck 17. What's your ambulance turn time separate? 3251 East 92nd, 3251 East 92nd.
3251 East 92nd Street for truck 17.
Order removal service for the dealer. John 439528.
UCR 5084.
1702.
Yep. 1611, what is your last name and star number?
It is Lincoln Ida Paul Adam, star 17321.
Detective info, last name, star number, and D.
1702.
1733 for the duck, please.
1733.
All right, guys, I'm still here with you. I put a different one in. I believe this one is live today. And now I'm back to believing. I believe all of these are live. Probably never seen a bigger collection of shots. Like I said, I got the inspiration for this channel and the way this news is provided from sitting in the control room at my TV station and watching 5 or 6 big, huge screens that are all split up with black bars in between, and I can see everything that's going on in the world all in one glance. And I really like that. You know, I don't complain about other people's wealth. I work for wealthy people and they treat me well. I don't complain about other people's wealth. I try to make my own wealth. That's what's great about this country. And there's two kinds of people out there. There's people that bitch about the wealthy, and there's people that are out there like me trying to become one. And so stop being a victim and find a plan, stick to it. And of course, the stick to it's the hard part for most people. Stick to it and go. I started this channel 5 years ago. It's taken me 5 years to get 17,000 subs. And the point is you can never give up. You got to just keep going. Don't ever complain about rich people. Become one. That's the best way to handle it. That's America, baby. That's America. Oh, you guys don't start the whole threat thing in there. I'll have to start banning people. Yeah, the trolls are out. This happens because you get your radicals on the left that are generally too lazy to get off their ass and protest. So this is their little contribution. They go to all the different live feeds and just kind of become a pain in the ass. And that's fine. Helps my algorithms. Thanks, guys. The reason I'm not banning these people is I want you to see A, how ludicrous it is, and B, I want you to also understand that it helps the algorithms here on the channel. Most people that like me and like my channel want my channel to do good, right? So I let them talk. And don't let these trolls get you guys all pissed off. It ain't worth it. No, Heath, there's always that risk. There's always that risk that whatever you do, just like breaking the filibuster, whatever you do, if you change it in 4 years when the other party's in charge, you're screwed. And so, yeah, you always have to take into consideration what's going to happen if I do this, if I change this rule, because in 4 or 6 or 8 years, my opponent is now going to have that power that I just gave myself. And yeah, absolutely. Top left is a replay from yesterday. Okay. The sun does look a little high in the sky. Well, no, it's kind of low. I'll start looking for another. That is mint. I just saw the little thing in the corner. That's mint, and that usually is. They do live, but a lot of times they'll just continue to play it over and over. Yeah, I'll check on that, Lee. I think you're right. I'll find something else to stick in there. Okay, I don't see this as a duplicate. Let me stick this in that hole, and we'll see what happens. I'll put this in the browser one hole here. There we go. That's a different one, and I don't believe it's a duplicate, and I do believe is live. That's about what the shadows should look like. I actually, when I do this coverage, guys, I go so far as I'm looking at the shadows on the ground, and I'm seeing if all the different scenes have the same length shadows, the ones that have direct sunlight. A lot of them don't, but all right, I'm checking that now. It's hard for me to take sources off YouTube, but I might be able to. I wonder why that one's not coming up on any of my searches. All right. All right, I'm going to move this. All right, let me reshuffle things a little bit. Sorry, guys. It takes me a minute to grab control of the audio once it's loaded. All right, I literally have a menu bar down here with like 12 audio sources on it. It's pretty cool. I don't know if this is going to work or not. All right, let's see.
It's like MAGA. That's MAGA. And now you do what they. Now you do what they told you.
Stay out of the area of the driveway. Allow for vehicular traffic.
This is a program where you get to see everything you've learned and worked for pan out and make a difference.
It's one of the best PT schools just because of how hands-on we are.
Right now, when you download the Hardee's app and join My Rewards, say good morning to 20% off any breakfast order of $10 or more. Wake up to the fluffy omelet biscuit or a home-style loaded burrito and save. That's goodness in Hardee's country.
Serious 10-4.
They're coming right here, though, so I need you on this way.
That's how we treat our own! That's how we treat our own! He's trying. What did that person do?
You're all going to jail for this kind of shit. All the way. Get the fuck out of the road, weirdo! This is not your jurisdiction. This is not your jurisdiction, Dory. Get the fuck out of the road, you weirdo!
What the fuck are they doing?
My process is showing about 90%.
That's a goddamn human being!
You know you only need one of two. Justice is coming!
Coward! Coward!
A lot of people finding out about our channel today. This is StarShip. I am live tonight in StarShip Studios. Here we go. Live tonight, StarShip Studios. This is in Southwest Florida, and we provide live coverage of anything going on out there that's worth covering. We also do live drives.
How do you sleep? How do you sleep?
What are you gonna do?
How do you sleep?
Wow, you guys are really good at this.
How do you sleep?
What are you doing? Get out of the road! Dude, get out of the road, you awkward turd! What the fuck are you doing?
You're trying to Nazi thing in your traffic. Children out of their homes. You're a big brave fucking traffic controller, you fucking Nazi clown. You're a big fucking
Get on your camera that I was punched in the eye.
Your fucking children are gonna think you're fucking idiots. Your children are gonna be ashamed of you.
How can that happen? Which one of you guys shot the canister in a 90-year-old woman's head?
Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out!
Put that shit away, you need that. How wild is this? Put that shit away.
Back in it again. Photos are going crazy though. These photos are already nuts.
To my folks watching, if you had seen the prior live stream, there had been a shooting out. What ICE says with DHS Secretary says is that there were 10 vehicles that blocked passage. Some ICE agents that one person produced described as a semi-automatic firearm shot by ICE agents. Of course, we don't have video evidence at this point, so right now we're kind of only going on the government of that. But
we came out and made some more targeted arrests and also cleared the way for vehicles to come in.
I wonder why you're very obvious megaphone right here. There's not even really insecure if somebody heard your voice.
Hey, hi. You came back.
This is real life, not AI.
And I was not using in the background. I literally shut it down. Getting browser sources up
This is the video from earlier.
They should all be on monitor and output.
Not exactly sure. It was posted about an hour.
There we go. Sorry about that, guys. I just realized I had all kinds of weird audio sources on. Lower right corner, he said that was posted about an hour ago. So he's showing some footage from about an hour ago, upright format there. All right, there. That audio should be good now. We're back here to the scanner.
439-587.
And what's the detective's last name, sir?
Detective O'Connell, 21410, beat 5532 Mary.
And for 4813 West on Montrose, we do have your request to switch back.
Thank you. Over.
At 31st and Canal, please.
That's entry event 09716. 09716.
4, thank you.
Supergate, going to be southbound 1640 South Springfield, ambulance. 38.
May 400 clear from call.
You got it.
Parlay Command, what have you been, Lutheran? Well, it's one no back in our seat.
Louis DeVore, assist a citizen 6108 on Montrose. Louis says he wants an escort to enter his tenant's apartment because he wants to change the locks.
1606, what was that?
A landlord wants an assistance with one of his tenants.
All right, guys. I'm going to do something now that's a little different. I like to show you guys the back end of things.
6108 on Montrose.
This is what my studio looks like now with all the different audio sources coming in. I'm going to transition it now. This is what I see here. And when I've got it transitioned over to where everything is in the other window, this sound sources goes all the way across here. It's pretty amazing. But that's OBS Studios. That's what I use here
at
the studio here.
The team is a long day, man. Everyone out on their post at this time, actually running their box.
All right, Damon, we need you out on post. That's TMA's a long day, man. We need to see you out on post, please.
She keeps yelling at these guys, get your ass out on post. They told them all, put your uniform on and get your ass out on post.
He's watching his camera at his mom's house. There's some female.
All systems are reset. Our smells and truck will be retired.
I have to admit, guys, this is probably the most comprehensive coverage I've been able to put up at one time. It's amazing. I'm going to keep going back and forth. I'm aggregating some news now. I'll have a roundup for you in about 5 minutes.
Long Watson is there, wearing all white, has a gun. This is her boyfriend, and he took her mate. Unknown who the subject is. No further information. 5th District Zone 9.
I guess Joey's watching his camera and he noticed that his mom came over. He says that's a domestic disturbance.
Engine 42 and the truck, 10 East Grand. We have a 20-story hotel. Nothing showing westbound. 42 in the truck.
1631. Joey's watching his camera and noticed his mommy came over. Call taker made that a domestic. 4566 speed.
1632.
1632.
Okay, now 1 boy.
91 boy.
Moving on to squad 517.
29 on the clock.
Approve by numbers, state and lake, red and green, please.
634. It's got 30 minutes on it, but let's see if you can find bus number 7981 and then turn around at Higgins in Milwaukee. There's a person refusing to leave. They didn't call back, came in as a disturbance.
That's cool.
5107 John, they need some prints from a victim.
And 238's in service returning.
Send
over.
400.
400.
I'm clear, and you did 6 follow Parker.
Tell you what's that grand office, so I can take it in a minute.
83 Adam.
83 Adam.
Send for top and bottom of Howard, please.
5 216 South Michigan, backflyer 216 South Michigan.
All right, upper is going to be 09776. Lower is 09777.
16 time.
8300.
8300.
1610.
What was this Jeff Park turnaround call?
Yeah, squad launch 35th in Wanaka.
Sorry, 35th where?
Someone was refusing to get off the bus about a half hour ago.
Delta Monica.
All right, that's going to be 09784. 09784.
That bus isn't here, so just 5 Voyage.
10434, you copy?
It's a 3-story fire-resistant occupied hotel approximately 100 by 200. An alarm is the restaurant on the first floor of the corner. Their company's going over and checking out house.
What citywide is Ally or Removal?
It's going to be Boyd 2, Citywide 2, Boyd 2.
George.
George. 83 George, go ahead.
02 East.
Can you have 1923 come to East when they're free?
Yes, but is there a unit out there driving a vehicle number 2474 from CTA?
Do you have any of my mass transit units with car number 2474? Anybody driving out 2474? Anybody from mass transit driving outside number 2474?
Let me 350. Give me a minute. I'm going to check.
Okay, 10-4. All right, 83 George, 7350, check in.
Thank you.
Do we have the police responding to this also? That invite.
7383, Frank.
83 Frank.
Yes, ma'am. Were you looking for an outside number on a car?
Yes, 2474, outside 2474.
I'm telling you what, I mean, company's found nothing in the restaurant. System has been reset, and it's holding. We're all going to be in service returning.
Squad.
All right, give me a second. 7383 George?
I want your message, Steve.
383 George. Where are they at? I got a CTA card that may have fell off of that 79th and red line incident.
All right, George, where you at? He might have something for you.
334. And 16 Fox Farm, 216 South Michigan.
634.
To repeat that for the 1st Battalion.
Traffic, Central and Sunnyside.
Central and Sunnyside, 10-4.
Are they in streets or do you need us to meet them somewhere?
All right, they're en route to 683. George.
Going to be 216 South Michigan for the Cold Box, 216 South Michigan.
But I couldn't get it. Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah. You want to meet him in 6 or somewhere else?
216 South Michigan for the 1st. In route.
Alright, 4 return.
I'll meet him in 6. Give me about like 30, 45 minutes and I'll meet him over there.
83 Frank, you copy?
Okay, guys, let's do a little rundown here. We're going to talk first about the Chicago protests and civil unrest. Again, I want to just say for everybody out there, I'm being very careful about the wording here. I haven't seen cars getting burned, businesses being damaged. I haven't seen big highways being blocked. So we're calling this civil unrest, not a protest. I think everybody across the media is being pretty consistent there. We've gone beyond protest. It's now civil unrest, but we aren't seeing violence. We are seeing some arrests. We're seeing some tear gas deployment, some smoke deployment. We've seen a few scrimmage lines setting up. So it meets all the criteria of civil unrest, and that's where we've placed it. Apparently, earlier today, a woman reportedly armed drove herself to the hospital after being shot by Border Patrol agents. She was in one of the vehicles that boxed in a Border Patrol vehicle. And the Border Patrol agents had to get out of the vehicle and find cover, and there was shots. I don't know if they were exchanged, but there was shots. This woman was brandishing a weapon, and she got shot. ICE agents used pepper spray and rubber bullets during the confrontation, so they didn't have to shoot any of the other ones. They did do a military-style raid on an apartment complex. They rappelled down from helicopters and used flashbangs to enter residences at 1 a.m. in the morning. Reports say 37 arrests were made from that operation alone. The raid is tied to Operation Midway Blitz. The current federal immigration enforcement in Chicago is involved with. There was apparently there's a viral video we saw earlier where they were throwing tear gas and stuff out of the vehicle because they were being surrounded. And ICE agents reportedly used chemical munitions to disperse the crowd in several other places. Some journalists were allegedly targeted while merely doing their jobs. This always happens. The cops love to take a pot shot at the media. This happened a lot during the bigger riots, where they would just rain hell down on top of a bunch of reporters. Because remember, the government, they might hate you, but they hate the media even more, because the media is who's up their ass and watching them all the time. Okay, so other than that, let's see. Chicago alderman reportedly shoved an ICE agent and was handcuffed. I'm not sure what's going to end up happening with him. The state's saying they do not want National Guard deployment. However, Washington is deploying the National Guard. I don't know why somebody in the middle of a crime-ridden city that is literally a city that is just brutalized daily by crime would not want free help to come in and get things under control unless the crime helped you with whatever your other goals are. That's the only thing I can figure. Chemical irritants were deployed near schools causing problems. I don't know what that's all about. Chicago mayor has instructed her officers to work with the First Amendment protesters and to allow them to protest as much as they want as long as they remain lawful. And I completely agree with that as well. The protest arrest, there was some arrests today when clashes happened outside Broadview ICE facility, which escalated enforcement tensions. Protesters repeatedly blocked ICE vehicles trying to enter and leave the facility. Smoke bombs, tear gas, and fugitive arrests were all part of multiple rounds of confrontation. The clashes have gone on for 12 plus hours in some instances, making Broadview a focal flashpoint right now. And I do believe we had a few shots of that. I believe center bottom, maybe. I think that's that facility there, and I think they're blocking anything that comes and goes out of that facility. And Operation Midway Blitz will continue its crackdown in Chicago. ICE enforcement campaign is focused on immigrants with criminal records under the DHS-led push. Hundreds of agents have been deployed. Many residents express alarm and fear. State and local leaders say they were not consulted beforehand and are exploring legal challenges. The federal government is allowed to perform law enforcement functions in any of the 50 states. That's all part of the deal, okay? Yes, we're sovereign states, sovereign country. I get all that. Each state has states' rights. I get that. My God, we fought a civil war over states' rights. But we're not taking rights from the state. They're going in and enforcing federal laws. Local government can only assist with ICE arrests. So ICE is going in and taking care of it themselves. I don't see where all this, it's unlawful, it's terrible, it's ridiculous, it's inhumane. No, it's not. They're arresting people that came into this country illegally and they're taking them out of the country. It seems so simple to me. So I don't know. It just seems simple to me. All we want is law and order, really. I mean, without going crazy, within the constitutional guidelines, of course. All right, I'm going to see if, let's see what's going on in Portland. Okay. All right, and thank you everybody for coming in. Please hit that notification bell so you'll know when we go live here with live news coverage. That's what we do here. This is Starship Adventures. My name's Ian. We've got a lot of new folks in tonight that we've never been in front of before. So I want to show you what we do here is a little bit different. We provide what I call ADD TV. What it basically is, it's kind of like your local news and Brady Bunch all smashed together. And what we do is we provide you with the sights and sounds of the whatever it is that's going on. And we do it in such a way that you don't miss a thing. And that is how we do it here. And we really do appreciate all the folks that are coming in. Typically unique, they would need to follow all of the normal standard laws that they would follow under the First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendments. They would need to make sure, now if they go in and they find a bunch of people there that are illegals, they're going to try to ID everybody else that's there, and in most cases they can. And so they will go ahead and finish off with anybody else that's there. Remember, every illegal is an illegal, and you can't forget that. There's a due process. I keep hearing about the due process on the way out. Well, there's a due process on the way in too, and they skipped it. And so I do still believe they get due process on the way out, and they're still getting it on the way out. But it needs to be abbreviated because they skipped it coming in. And that's the way I look at it. I have nothing against these people. As a matter of fact, I'm 100% for legal immigration. It's one of the things that's made this country great over the years. It's one of the reasons we have some of the smartest, most able-bodied people here in this country, people that are thinkers, people that are scientists, people that are doctors, people that are, I mean, the cures come from this country. The scientific breakthroughs come from this country. Why is that? Because we have a great visa program, and a program that allows us to naturalize and eventually citizenship people who deserve it, who work hard, who study hard, who do great things for our country. I'm 100% for legal immigration. However, I can't be for illegal immigration. I just can't. First of all, it's illegal immigration. It's not like they're here now and they want to negotiate. They're here now and they want to change the rules. It's like you come home and there's some guy sitting on your couch watching TV. And you say, "Get the F out of my house." And he's like, "No, I'm just going to hang out here. It's cool. Let's negotiate on what we're going to watch tonight. Oh, and by the way, I took some stuff out of the fridge. I hope you don't mind." That's what it is. You broke into our country illegally. You jumped the fence that we put there. And so I'm sorry. Come in. I want you. Come in the legal way. Sorry. That's just the way it is. Yeah, thanks to everybody, including the trolls, because they keep the chat numbers higher and higher and higher, and that's why the numbers keep going up. That's right. Oh boy, yeah. Well, okay, I agree with you. There's problems with the process. But I also understand that the slow process is part of the process. You don't want to just say, okay, you want to come in our country, fill out these papers, we'll rubber stamp this, we'll take some fingerprints, and you're in. There has to be some process. You have to have some process. You have to vet people. You have to take your time and make sure you do it right. Yeah, I believe they have to apply in Mexico now if they want asylum. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, the whole walking up and saying asylum, they're actually teaching them how to say that. I want asylum. They're not hurting anyone here? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? There's millions of undocumented workers that we don't collect taxes from, many of them. We don't know any of them. If they commit crimes, we can't track them down because we don't have any records on any of them. They're all living in an illegal house, in an illegal neighborhood, working an illegal job. How is this good for any society? Have humanity? I didn't invite them here. And now you can't say I'm inhumane because I want them to leave a place where they were never invited. It has nothing to do with that. What it has to do with is simple facts. This is why I always say Democrats lead with their heart, and liberals lead with their heart, conservatives lead with their brain, and that's what you have to do here. You have to think about this logically. These people came here with the exact intent to break our rules. The very first contact our country had with these people was them breaking our laws and creating a crime. Right there, when they stepped on our soil, when they jumped that fence. They created the problem, not me. Okay? I didn't do, my party and the conservatives and the libertarians that I associate with did not do anything to entice them to come here. That was the left. So I say the left is inhumane because the left enticed them to come here. The left took down the wall that Trump had put up. The left was the one that made them feel welcome here, made sanctuary cities, put them up in hotels all over New York. That was the left. Was that humane? Hell no. It's not humane to convince 16 million people to trek across multiple countries, to come here to this country, to get some kind of asylum or some kind of life. That's the inhumane part, was the people that enticed all of these poor people to come here. Why would you do that? Why would you put it out there that we're giving free health care and free benefits and free food stamps to all the people that come in? We're giving all this away. Come on down, come on in. By the way, we took down the fence so you can just walk in. It's great. We got water stations out here. Buses stop by and pick you up. Everything's great. They entice these people to come here, and then they call me inhuman, because I don't want them here. We have rules here. They broke them. I don't understand why this is so difficult. I don't know. No, and no disrespect. I like a good argument. Look, you can come in every night and be a hardcore Democrat and we'll get along. All right? I'm not even really technically like a Republican. I'm a conservative constitutionalist, libertarian. All right? I'm at the bottom of the spectrum. It's a little weird. Yeah, I think one of the coolest things that happened during this whole debate was my governor loaded up 42 willing individuals and brought them to Martha's Vineyard. And he pulled right up in front of the richest house in Martha's Vineyard, and they set the air brake and they let these people out. And then the bus drove away. All these rich liberals in Martha's Vineyard they're all pro, and then all of a sudden when they're in front of their house, and then Fox News shows up and puts a mic in their face and says, hey, You guys have been all about helping the illegal immigrants. Well, every one of you here's got a spare bedroom. I'm sure we can put all these people up right here on Martha's Vineyard, right? How many are you taking? How many are you taking? How? Well, we can't. We can't, cause we can't. I just love that. It's like it was fine until it was NIMBY. Not in my backyard. I'm sorry. It is what it is. If you don't have borders, you don't have a sovereign country. Period. Look what's happened to Western Europe. It's ruined. Ruined because of open borders. Absolutely ruined. Yep. Yeah, and that's another thing. We got clips at work that I play, and I don't normally get all that political in here. We prefer to do more science and weather and stuff like that. But while we're here, I've got clips of Bill Clinton and Al Gore and Barack Obama and Nancy Stretch Pelosi and all these different people from 20 years ago talking about how we got to close the border. We've got to stop illegal immigration. I got Bill Clinton saying, we've got to stop the illegals coming across. It's too many. We've got to stop. And so I decided to have more interns into the White House. Oh, wait, wrong paper. Anyway, the point is all these leaders from the Democrat Party that used to preach about closed borders, they're now the open border Democrat Party. I don't understand it. I'm not sure. There's so many people in here. I'm not sure who's responding to who. But if you're apologizing to me, please don't. I love the Discord. Now, if you're going to start calling me names, that's different. But if we can have a civil Discord, I would love to respond to your comments, and I'll be nice. If it sounds like I'm yelling, I've got this air conditioner right here. I've got to go through mic processing, and I have a very loud, boisterous voice. So I'm sorry about that. But no, don't ever take me as being gruff or upset. Even when I get passionate, I start yelling and I stand up and start beating on the desk. That's just me having a good time. Look at wackadoodles in London. Yes. Yes. Don't fear truth. That's correct. Yeah. Yep, it's true. All right, guys, we're doing great on numbers tonight. Welcome, everybody. If you've never been in here, this is Starship Adventures with special live coverage tonight of the civil unrest in both Chicago and Portland. Everything on your screen is supposed to be live. We've got one spinner there I'm going to work on in just a minute. But these are all live scenes in both Portland and please don't ask me which is which because I'm a little mixed up right now myself. But these are live shots of everything that's going on. On this channel, I do something very different. I work at a TV radio station. We're a big, huge thing. We've got multiple TV and radio stations. And I love to go sit in the control room and look up at the big wall with all the screens and all the things that are going on all over the world. And so I got the idea of producing a news product that's basically that. It's like the producer's wall at the station. And so here, instead of take 1, take 3, take 5, take 7, I'm taking them all, baby. I'm putting them all on the screen. I call it ADD TV. And there you go. It's a whole new way of watching the news. And I talk. We go through the news. I'll turn up the scanner. I'm getting ready to take another 5-minute break here. And I'll turn up the scanner when I do. If you want to hear the scanner as well as us, you can also pick up the scanner over on our Starship After Dark channel. Let me find it here. I had it up somewhere. Oh, I think it's up here. There we go. Yep, I'm going to put this up here. This is Starship After Dark. This is our backup channel. Please go over and give us a sub over there. but do not turn on the notification bell. You're never going to hear this again. A content creator telling you not to turn on the bell. No bell on Starship After Dark. Please turn on the bell for this channel because everything we do here is live and hosted. Live drives, storm chases, our show at 9 p.m. 6 nights a week called The Sights and Sounds of Earth, and live coverage like this will all set off that alert bell. So turn it on for Starship Adventures. Please subscribe, but don't turn on the alarm bell on Starship After Dark. That is a channel where we have up to 8 or 9 feeds at one time. We do all kinds of stuff, scanners, amateur radio, everything. Well, tonight, I actually have the Chicago scanner, and I honed in tonight specifically on the 4 zones where this activity is going on, plus citywide, plus city fire. So you're getting just mostly right around that area, as well as the major services. So I think it works good, and we'll see. I'm not getting quite the numbers over there, but that's all right. Yep, and Tara came over there. I appreciate if you guys go over there, just leave a little note. That'd be great. Like I said, we're trying to get that going over there. All right, let's do a quick rundown. What's going on in Portland right now? Portland now bracing for federal troops as protection escalates. Protest escalate and conservative influencer was arrested. A protester was sprayed by a DHS officer outside the ICE facility. Nick Sorter, a conservative influencer, was arrested in a disorderly conduct charge. That'll get dropped. DHS, 90% of these get dropped on both sides. There's been arrests occurring after crowds became encroached into the streets and forced traffic deviations. Police said one person had chemical spray and another one had a collapsible baton. Both were seized by police. The arrested individuals were charged with second-degree disorderly conduct. The White House is considering cutting federal funding to Portland City's anarchy, as Trump calls it. Local leaders are condemning the move and pledging legal resilience. The city argues that funds in question support infrastructure, education, and healthcare, not policing. While House officials leaked plans to send the 82nd Airborne to Portland. The elite 82nd Airborne is what they're going to end up deploying. The plan drew international concerns given the controversial nature of using active duty troops. Like I always explain, they're not going to be out there shooting people with M16s, driving around like assholes in Humvees. It's not going to be like that. They're going to supplement, they're going to back up, they're going to fill in, and the arrests and the initial contacts with the public will still be done by police officers in most cases. And then there's also going to be the deployment of alphabet agencies in there to help out as well. And when I say alphabet agencies, FBI, CIA, Secret Service, notice they don't call themselves the SS. I've always thought that was funny. We'll say the FBI, the CIA, and the Secret Service. You're not allowed to use their abbreviation. Already been used, not good. It's kind of like the Hitler mustache, never came back. Anyway, both sides are corrupt, you're correct. But they're both corrupt on different sides of the coin. And here's the problem. Everybody thinks that if it goes the way of the other side of the coin, we're all going to die and the world's going to end. Okay? And here's the problem. Nobody's willing at this point to meet in the middle anymore. We've gone past the point of meeting in the middle. We've reached what they call absolute polarization, and we're there. It was earlier in the chat room. People come in the chat room, hey, are you pro-ICE or anti-ICE? Because they only want to hang out with their own chat room. They only want to hang out with their own echo chamber. I welcome everybody in here. I want dissent in my chat room. I don't want a bunch of name calling, but I do want dissent in my chat room. Thank you, everybody, for being here. My name's Ian. This is Starship Adventures. I am live from StarShip Studios in Southwest Florida, and we've got a bunch of different things going on. Look at all the streams. We've got Pink. We now have Pink being deployed. We've got 3 different shots of pink smoke now being deployed along the bottom of the screen. And I'm checking for more lives now because I think that upper right one has rotated around again, and the upper left one may also. I'm not sure. And I also have that smaller one I need to fill. So let me see what I can find here, guys. I see why we're getting so many people right now, because my feed's coming up way at the top. That's nice. You know, we always complain about those old YouTube algorithms, but look at all the pink up there. We're definitely in the right spot. We're definitely live, because I'm seeing this pink on almost every screen now. I don't know if that was set off by a protester or if the cops are doing a breast awareness month or something with the smoke. I'm not sure. I've never needed breast awareness. I've always been quite aware. All right, here we go. This is a good one here. Let me stick it in this hole. Don't even start. Don't make me bust a move. Okay, let me stick this in here and get rid of that spinning wheel. Oh, Christ, and then it's going to pull up some freaking ad. I may have to center it. No, that's good. Okay. All right, and that's Mercado Media. That's live still. We've got that up on the screen. I think I got this one. Yep, I got that one. I'm gonna turn the scanner up, guys.
Oh, boy. 31.
531.
Got a DOA, calling the order body removal.
1934.
And this is 1932 asking for that, right? Alright, 10-4. And just to be sure, they don't need the detectives aren't requesting an evidence technician as well, just the removal, right?
99.
Okay, 10-4, I got you. 1934, go ahead.
Yeah, can I get an RG
All right, I'm switching that top right one out.
And can you notify my sergeant I have a bona fide
with another multi-screen. Look at that. There we go.
We on hold with the dick right now.
10-4. John, 439-658, 439-658, on event 0959209592. Sergeant for 1934.
1910, I copy.
1910, you can mark him as notified.
4, thank you.
All right, there we go. That's that one set. All right, there we go. We're back to full coverage here all around. The pink has finally disappeared.
Truck 4, that's overhead on it. Got one call.
Okay, we're gonna do a turn. Hold that ammo.
That's received.
Heath, I will still, you guys will all be my friends. I will remember you. I've got 3 or 4 people jotted down. I will be promoting some more mods. I've got 2 or 3 more people in mind coming up in the next week. But yeah, we're doing good in here, man. You know, 17,000 subs. That's not so bad. And we're getting there. It's taken 5 years, and I had to build a studio and lots and lots of live streaming. I'm over 1,000 videos now, guys. There you go. Hey, I love multi-screens, man. Look at this in here. When there's something going on, I've got news channels up everywhere. And I love being able to see it up.
Fly over, confirm. I don't have any pods over there.
thank you, Typically Unique. And you may not always agree with me politically or whatever, but that's fine. You're always welcome here. And I hope that you find that I'm not a shill for any particular party or group. I actually have quite strong opinions that swing all over the place. I don't know what that means. Thank you, Portland Andy. These are all great people. I don't know what that means. I've seen it about 5 times now.
Okay, I'll put that in ticket.
I know who Portland Andy is. As a matter of fact, I use his video from time to time, and he's used mine before. But I don't know. I don't know what that means exactly.
17, check well being 3527.
Well, I can typically. Some of my people in my chat room may be a little less tolerant, but no, I want you to come in and maybe find some logic with some of what I say, because like I said, I'm not dyed-in-the-wool for any particular party. Donald Trump recently did a bunch of things I liked, and then he did a bunch of things I didn't like. So it's like, you know. But I still do believe that we're on a much better track than we were a year ago. Let me just put it that way. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, hey, I love Portland Andy. He's great. He does just what I do. I don't typically advertise for other stations that do exactly what I do, but I like Portland Andy. He's a great guy. And I like his coverage. There's 4 or 5 of these guys that do this, other than me. And a lot of them are doing a lot better than me. They do a good job. Let's see here.
1702. We get a lot of calls.
Oregon has sued to block Trump's National Guard deployment. Why would you say, I know my city is anarchy burning down mess, but don't send any help? We don't need any help. That's like calling the fire department and saying, listen, my shit's on fire. It's like burning up really bad. But don't send anybody. I think we got this.
You use old tickets to make it look like they're ticketed. So they need to check the dates on the tickets.
Hey Derek, thanks for the sub. I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. We are doing good on the whole sub thing. Let's see here.
32, you copy? Thank you. What do you do by this question?
106 to me.
106. 32, I guess they're calling.
Well, that didn't go out so well.
Check the tickets on there. It says that you're using.
All right, let's see here. 16,980. We're almost back to 17. You know, I have been over 17,000 twice. And we're about to do it again here in a few minutes. I just thought I would bring that to everyone's attention. We are so close. You know, one thing, I have an alert thing that's supposed to go off when people hit subscribe, but I don't think it's working. Yep, I just went up another one, so I don't think that's working. I got to figure out what's wrong with it.
1751, you available?
I switched to OBS. I don't think I've set it up for OBS yet.
Help Michelle out, tell her roommate's man to go.
Belmont and Lakeshore Drive, northbound. There's an elderly man with a beard, a big hat, walking on the drive, headed northbound on the southbound part of Lakeshore Drive. There's another crowd. 16 up. M7.
106, nothing further. Caller left the scene. That's all we have.
Squad, 1 for Navy Pier, 1 for Jardine.
Yep. If you guys are not used to the channel yet, we do a lot of different things on this channel. You might find it to be interesting. We don't just sit around and talk about politics. Matter of fact, I go whole nights without talking about politics. I do political talk radio, and so I get kind of tired of it, to be honest with you.
191.
And I don't want to talk politics because I end up losing people that might be my friends otherwise. All right, there we go. I got the live viewer count up there, 6985. Look at that. I feel like Jerry Lewis now. Thank you, Ed. Can I get a timpani? Is that going back too far for you guys? I talked about the muscular dystrophy telethons the other night. I miss them. I miss the days of the telethons and the days that people would freak out and go out of their way to raise millions of dollars for a cause that their kids didn't even have. Yeah. All right, guys, and there we go. We've got over 200 consecutive people on the channel right now. Thank you very much. And is it just me, or did that thing go down 6987? It went down.
The call is en route to that location. Says the mom doesn't have a working number. We have no descriptions, no further knowledge.
That's weird. It went down like 5. Oh well, it'll happen. Yeah, I don't like. I don't want to get into politics. We do a lot of science stuff. We do radio propagation. We do space weather, the Earth star space environment. We do a lot of stuff with terrestrial weather, tornadoes, hurricanes, the tropics, winter storms. We cover storm chasers. I actually cover storm chasers live, just like this. Just like this. You'll have one night we watched a wedge tornado on 7 screens forming from 7 different views. It was exciting. It was amazing. I've got that video. Matter of fact, I'll give you guys the link so you can check it out because I want you guys to see what we do here. All right, and again, this is live coverage. My name's Ian. This is Starship Adventures, live from StarShip Studios in Southwest Florida. We're broadcasting live over fiber optic on the world's largest broadcast platform, YouTube, and we are happy to be here. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Please hit that subscribe and give me a thumbs up. I'd appreciate it. Just you being here is wonderful, and we thank you all for being here. Yeah, we love doing the storm chasers. We do them. I even chase myself. I'm set up in my little car. I don't do it that much from down here, but it's ready to go. And so, yeah, absolutely. Let's see here if I can find this.
1732. 1732.
All right, if you guys are interested in what our storm chasing coverage looks like, there's a little short video for you. Now, I put music on it because it's what we call in the business a proof of performance piece. But because of that, I don't normally have music behind it. But anyway, other than that, that's just what it looked like that day. And, you know, that way you can see what's on there and see kind of how we cover that because it's amazing when you get to watch the genesis of a wedge tornado from 7 different viewpoints, from 7 moving vehicles. It was amazing. Jeez.
What's the address for the evidence response?
Yeah. Well, I'm not repeating myself, but it does loop every now and then. That probably is what it is. All right, guys, this is live continuing coverage. This is the Portland and the Chicago civil unrest. You are listening to the Chicago police scanner. You're listening to it on the on what we call QCast. QCast is a program that a friend of mine, at the station, Jake, a producer at the station, and I have built this computer program. He did most of the hard work. And we built this computer program that actually listens to 10 or 15 different scanner feeds, and it records everything, and then it plays it back in an orderly fashion, and it brings all the audio levels up to where they're the same, and it does a lot of things to make the listening experience better for the listener. And we've produced this software. We're going to be giving it to you guys. We're going to be releasing it under a donationware thing. But for right now, we're using it here in the studio. It's in all 9 systems, and we use it when we provide scanner feeds.
I'm sorry about that. It's like people here, but yes, the dicks are on the way. They're en route, so yeah, we'll have them follow up.
Okay, yeah, I've got mine on live chat, so it's moving kind of quick. I'm sorry if I miss any questions.
The party in the coach house. Maybe it's the coach house on Roberto, but
You're not talking about football, are you? Let's see. A dry winter? Well, there you go. I'm from Florida. I was born and raised in Florida, so I absolutely love, snow. I love to go up. I own a cabin up in the right on the North Georgia, North Carolina line, and if I see that it's going to get 6 or 8 or 10 inches, I'll jump in my car and drive up there. I'll take a quick leave from work and I'll jump up there. Yeah, when you need a hatch in the roof of your house so that you can get out, that's a little too much. I love those videos of those guys that when it snows like that, and they open their front door and they hollow out a refrigerator and they put beer in there and they make it look like a refrigerator. I always find those funny. It's just I'm a Florida boy, so to me that's really, really cool. I also like the ones where you open the door and there's a tunnel and people go out the tunnel and they crawl up. Oh my God. If you move to South Florida, you will never see snow again. They got a dusting in Tampa a couple times, but not this far south. I saw flurries in my police spotlight one night. I was on a traffic stop on Burnt Store Road, and it was 28, 29 degrees outside. And when I got out of the car, I said, look, it looks like it's snowing in the spotlight. And we sat there and was watching it. And we went up and talked to the people in the car, and I told them to quit speeding, and they came back and looked at the snow, and it was a fun night for everybody. But it was pretty cool. They're like, we're from up north. We thought we'd never see snow down here. And I'm like, I'm from down here, and I thought I'd never see snow down here. Geez. All right, so there you go.
We've got more for these patients.
Yeah, I know. I know that winters can wear on you guys up there, but summers wear on us down here. 97 degrees every single day. Big, huge thunderstorm every day at 5 o'clock. It's almost, it gets a little old, but you pray for the rain, because if you don't get rain, it'll be 85 overnight, and the air conditioner will never shut off for 24 hours. It's crazy. Yep. Yeah, it's going to be a cooler than normal winter, I think, this year. Another one. So thank you, everybody, for being here. And throw a thumbs up on there and hit a subscribe. If you just joined us, don't hit the thumbs up on our backup channel, because it's constantly recycling streams and it'll drive you nuts. So just subscribe to After Dark. But please go ahead and hit the notification bell here, because everything I do here is live and hosted. Okay, here is the link to the backup channel. There's you can hear the scanner there. If you want to hear the scanner instead of me, you can hear it over there.
Take the person unconscious, 424 West Division. They're unconscious.
Yeah, there you go. Yep. We've got a fireplace at our house up in Georgia, and our rule is if it gets below 45, we throw a log in there and light it just because it's fun. We don't need it, but as a matter of fact, fireplaces are extremely inefficient. They do still provide some nominal heating, but between all the air that has to be returned in from the outside, you end up almost getting a stalemate on the heat. Yeah, the humidity's terrible down here. It's finally a little better outside for the first time in a long time. It's a little bit better outside. But man, the humidity can just be really, really bad here. All right, let's see here. I want to go ahead and see if I can find any more live feeds. This time I'm going to go, I'm going to specifically check Portland. That's that Marcado feed. I do believe it's live. That's the kid talking. He's on Fox 13. I believe that's live.
1623.
We've got a press conference going on.
934 Unison 9 is citywide, getting a call of a person with a gun. 51 in Laughland.
I'm the most political position in the city, but I'm the only one that doesn't get elected. And in my job, politics and operations collide every single day. And so I'm going to understand and be in the political spectrum, but I'm going to focus on operational support.
Yeah, we know the vet, dude.
All right, yeah, whatever. All right, that was all. It cut after that, so that was just a little clip that somebody was showing. Do I have this one anywhere? Oh, thanks everybody. We're over 17,000. Thank you very much for that. It'll fall back off again over the next few days unless we have busy days. Subscribers are a flaky thing. They take a few from you every day. So you have to work every day to keep them going. Plus some people unsubscribe too. So you got to work every day to keep it going up, because every day it's actually going down. If you were to just stop today, if I were to just stop with my channel, see, it already went down one right there. If I were to just stop with this channel today, in about 3 years, there would be no subs left. They would all be gone, because YouTube prunes them off. Like if you're a sub for somebody and they have not gone and watched you for 2 or 3 years, they'll prune you off. You won't be a sub anymore. I've heard the civil rights lawyer talk about it just in the last week. I've heard Long Island Audit talk about it just in the last week. These are big channels. They both have said that this happens to them, where people will say, I was subscribed, but you know, all of a sudden I looked and it doesn't say subscribed anymore. Yes, that happens. It's a thing. I don't know why. All right, I don't see this one, so I'm going to put this one there where the president is, because we don't need that, because we can't hear what he's saying anyway. So, I mean, we could, but I don't like playing a lot of audio on here. I get hit for it. Oh, there's 2 subs right there. I'm going to figure out how to put that alert thing back on here. I don't even see it, but I'm sure it's on here. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. All right, I think I got all the screens going here. Let me see if I can find anything else out of Portland. Only sign. Well, they call me Chuck Schumer. We already got that one. Son of a bitch. Alright, this looks like one we don't have. Let me see what's not working. All right, the lower right one has gone to a recording, so I'm switching that one out, and I'm going to scrunch these over. I want you to notice a lot of these cameras now are showing the same people from 5 or 6 different angles. We've reached a point here where I think there's only probably, I don't know, maybe a couple hundred protesters at the most. Yeah, remember, as I always tell you guys, there's a difference between the protesters and the anarchists. They're two different people. Now, I'm not saying there's not a few crossovers. I'm not saying people over here are so pissed that they go run with the anarchists after dark. But what I am saying is, for the most part, your protesters and your anarchists are two different people. Protesters go out and they protest, and most of them have goodness in their heart. They go out there, they may be misguided, who knows? But the point is they're doing something that's constitutionally protected. Then the evening rolls around, and if there's enough protesters to cover the backsides of the anarchists, that's when shit starts getting burned. And that's when it gets really bad. And then once the anarchists see that the other anarchists have started, they will all go start. And next thing you know, they're burning down cop cars and they're burning down businesses and everything else. And it sucks. It really does. Because truthfully, what needs to happen is we need to somehow separate this. It's like if I was doing a protest, I would end my protest an hour before dark, and I would tell everybody to go home. We have to make sure everybody knows all day long that this is going to end at 5 o'clock, and everybody's going to go home. Because if you let it go after dark, then you run the risk of the anarchists showing up, and they will ruin your message. That's the bottom line. They will completely ruin your message, and you don't want that. I'm looking for other views because that one I just put up there is it's duplicated with several others. At least people finally pulled out their phones and started doing stuff. All right, there we go. I think everything's still live there. All right, I'm going to put the scanner up. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Just to give you an idea of where you're at, this is StarShip Studios, and we are live in North Fort Myers, Florida, and we do this all the time. We cover all kinds of live breaking events, manhunts, police actions, all kinds of scientific things that happen, volcanoes, earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes. We cover it all here, and we try to keep it light on the politics. So if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe and hit that notification bell, because everything we do on this channel is manned and hosted and live. Okay, everything. And then the other channel, Starship After Dark, don't hit the notification on that because it's just a bunch of feeds and all that kind of stuff. All right, so there you go. I'll be right back. I'm going to take just a couple of minute break here. I'm going to go back to the coverage here. This is live out of Portland and out of Chicago. This is our live continuing coverage right here on Starship Adventures. Don't go anywhere.
All right, that's 10516. 10516.
Truck 4, return held. Truck 4.
Unison 1 on the 6, red battery in progress, Canal and Jackson. There's a male white hat, white shirt, tan shorts, dragging a female white, pink shirt, last thing headed westbound on Jackson. Now they're on the corner of Union Station. Nothing further. Zone 4 clear.
213.
3215.
3213, going for a DS 37 and iron, please.
Citywide thing, can we get a radio check?
This is Citywide 1. That's a good signal.
Copy that, thank you.
350.
7350, go.
84 Inglewood in service, returning, released by ambulance 36. Okay, 84, you're returning.
Can you send 7383 Edward to Jack and Park Hospital, ER 75th and Stony, to release those 6 district guys for the involvement in those CRs we had. They're still sitting on our guy. One of our guys was supposed to sit on them.
7383, do you copy? Or quick mobile. 7383, do you copy?
What?
I need to go to Jackson Park Hospital to relieve the 6th district unit that's sitting on the prisoner. I need you to go to Jackson Park Hospital and relieve the 6th district unit that's sitting on the prisoner.
How your ramp looking?
What is that?
But I might have hit myself.
He's clear.
4, thank you.
The car that's sitting on the prisoner. Anybody know Fullerton Lakeshore Drive, objective well-being at a man walking northbound, southbound Lakeshore Drive, male, white, about 70, gray beard, white t-shirt. Ma'am, where you at?
Good.
Okay. How far he's made it?
What do you want?
I'm listening, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you hold me in the annex? E-learning?
United Center.
1613, list us says 2 cars are in the alley at Milwaukee and Medina, Parker, 26 is down.
18 East Elm Street.
1614, just a Parker on your B, Plainfield and Irving, 4 vehicles in an alley. Nothing further.
Shots fired, Starfield and Western. Color did someone got confused about 7 to 10 minutes ago at the station of the gas station on Blackwood or Malibu and a silver sedan. No further.
1731, you want to see if the guy's all right in the alley. Ambulance 48 is pulling up.
383 Adam.
733 Adam.
Number 4 Howard, top and bottom.
Take 10571 and 10576.
73 to Inglewood. You can hold up that truck coming in here. You triggered another return truck 42.
Back to post.
Truck 42 is returning.
Squad, can you have 1623 call the station, please?
1623, you copy?
99 copy.
85 Charlie.
85 Charlie.
Drop 42 in 1.
Roger, get numbers for Roseville and the red line, please.
10583, 10583.
By truck 42.
I'm sorry, Scott, can I get this
10583.
Can you keep us on the air until Dodie for fuel, please? We're on the 25.
Truck 42, okay.
Just need two of them, one for station and a platform.
10592, 10592.
Thank you.
73 to Inglewood. We had an accidental activation on the automatic alarm here. We're going to be in service, returning to quarters.
383, boys.
733, boy.
I mentioned 73, much appreciated. Truck 51 Inglewood, we're back in our still.
Two numbers, please, for the Chicago red line.
10596 and 10597. Helicopter base on Citywide 1.
Truck 51.
They got two running. They're on zone 7 from Marquette and Prairie, Berkeley to the boxcar.
Good work, Hickin Schools, Hickin Schools, DUI driver, caller says a car, hit a parked car, female driver, she thinks she's under the influence.
Here's a 30 to make.
Adam Lincoln 97907.
Alright, this is PH3. We're already up in the air. We're coming from the north side.
Alright, this is PH3.
30, go ahead. It's not an auto accident. Car versus parked car. 1733, I'll throw it in your box.
What was that intersection?
Marquette and Prairie. Burglary from the boxcar. They got two running from the train burglary. It's on zone 7.
Yes, office, we're on the scene in Ogden and Milwaukee for the accident. We're going to be returning. There are going to be refusals taken by the current company. You can hold up to the responding companies.
30 minutes received.
1932.
1932.
Someone's upset that the Broken Barrel nightclub is playing loud music at 5:39 on a Saturday. Beautiful Saturday afternoon.
I think I'm at 806 Adam.
1910.
1910.
TMA 806 Adam, go ahead.
Still at the Field Museum.
You got it.
Code that, please.
I will. 1940. Blah.
4755.
Go ahead.
You just let me that money sniff. They don't have the criteria.
They don't have.
All right, guys, we're still here. This is live continuing coverage. I'm trying to see if, let's see here. Had to reset something here. All right, I just wanted to see where we're at here because I think this camera here keeps changing. It's duplicated right now, but I think it keeps changing. I'll leave it for a few minutes, and if it continues to duplicate, then I will switch it out. All right, this is live continuing coverage of another day of protesting here in both Chicago, Illinois, as well as Portland, Oregon. And what we're basically seeing again today is yet another day with, you know, a moderate amount of protesters. I don't know. Certainly not a big thing, but not small either. I think at one point there was probably several thousand people out there in Chicago for sure. Now in Portland, we still have sunset coming up in about 2.5 to 3 hours. So and then in Chicago, it's coming up in about an hour, a little over an hour and a half. So we've got that coming up. If there's anarchists that are going to try to do something, they'll start it right at dark, because that's when a lot of the protesters will still be in the area. And again, it's the cover they're looking for. I see the fascist thing being thrown around again. I really wish people would read about fascism. read about it and compare it objectively to what's going on today, and don't just take what I mean, you go on Facebook, everybody calling everybody names, you know? Everybody called Joe Biden a bunch of names. A lot of it was true, a lot of it wasn't. A lot of people now calling Trump names. A lot of it's true and a lot of it isn't. But to say something that's outlandish, it takes away your point. See, when you're arguing for a side, like, okay, I'm big liberal or I'm a big conservative and I wanna fight for my side. You don't want to start with an argument that's outlandish or something that is like an inner circle talking point. Like, Trump's a Hitler, Trump's a fascist. When you start that, you immediately turn off the middle 20% of voters, which is the people you need to win the next election. I'm sorry, it's true. The reason that the right is doing so much better right now in almost every respect, every poll just came out, by the way. Democrats, 39% approval rating. It's the lowest since Quinnipiac had ever started keeping the polls. And the reason is because the more they yell, he's Hitler, he's literally Hitler, look at him, he's a fascist, he's Stalin, he's okay. All right, we hear you. We've heard you over and over and over. And just because you keep pointing and yelling doesn't make it true. My God. I mean, read what a fascist is and objectively compare it to the current administration. It fundamentally doesn't fit. All right? And everybody called Joe Biden a communist, right? He's a communist, he's a socialist. Well, it didn't really fit there either. And I'm glad my side, which is basically just, you know, anybody that's like objectively thinking, can see that he's not literally Hitler. He's not a fascist. Okay? If he was a fascist, he would not be fighting for free speech. If he was a fascist, he would not be fighting for free business practices and fighting for entrepreneurialism, and all the things that he's doing is all anti-fascist. That's why it blows my mind. My scientific mind has a real hard time wrapping around the fact that he's doesn't do things that a fascist would do. In fact, he does many things that are the exact opposite of what a fascist would do. So I think it helps your argument on the left and on the right. It helps your argument if you keep it to facts and stop like name calling like Hitler, because it might help with the people on your side over there, and the people that are angry, the people who are wanting something to change. It may work with those people, but the people you need to win the next election is the middle 20%. Because you got 40% dyed-in-the-wool Republican, 40% dyed-in-the-wool Democrat. All right? So you got 20% left. You've got to win this with 20% of the electorate. And the reason that the Democrats did so poorly last time was because they didn't consider that middle part. The Republicans picked up huge percentages of black males, huge percentages of Hispanic males. They picked up a decent percentage of gay men because they're sick of it too. I mean, when you look at it, a lot of the pickups were not because necessarily that Trump was better or the Republicans were better. A lot of people voted the way they did because they got sick of hearing the rhetoric. He's Hitler, he's Hitler, he's a fascist. No, he's not. No more than Joe Biden was a communist. All I'm saying is, just let's be reasonable, okay? Let's just be reasonable. I don't understand it. I really don't, but whatever. Let's just look at it reasonably and not call names, okay? Well, everybody hates the other side to a certain degree. I hate what the left has done recently to our place. Just like 20 years ago, I hated what the right was doing. Back when the right was the warmongers. Back when the right was the right used to be the pro-war, the guys that wanted to fight all the wars, and now it's the Democrats. The Democrats are the war party now. Bruce, if you don't like the coverage, sir, there's plenty of coverage other places. I provide coverage for people with large televisions and computer screens. And if you don't like it, that's fine. Please feel free to find another stream that's more to your liking. But I do this, it's called ADD TV, Brady Bunch mode, whatever you want to call it, and it's the way I provide the news. And it's unique. No one else does it quite like this. And so if it's not to your liking, I apologize. There's plenty of other ones out there that play the little windows bigger than I do. There's others out there that full screen, one source only, and provide different audio. I also have the scanner feed and flight tracker up over on Starship After Dark as well. So there's plenty of options out there to get your coverage. Let's see here. You're right, Sweaty. Yeah, you're right. It's the people in the middle that win or lose the elections, and you're right. It's the 20%, up to 40% on either side. You know what they're going to do. You already know. I agree, Chris. I agree. I don't think you should hate people that disagree with you. I also know that I say I hate things all the time, but I don't actually hate them. It's become a figure of speech. So I keep that in mind too. You know, I hate when my back hurts. We say it all the time. I hate this. I hate that male guy. He drives down this road 100 miles an hour. I don't really hate the male guy. So I think it's become too much of a figure of speech. And real hate is certainly not Christian, and it certainly is not godly. And yeah, I try to avoid it at all costs. Chris, both parties are corrupt. You are correct. But if you go to the football game and you don't pick a team, you will walk away a loser. And so I have to pick a team. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, but I vote Republican most of the time because they're the ones that are conservative. They're the ones that are libertarian. They're the ones that feel that less government is better and more government is bad. The left loves big government, big taxes, big government, big everything, big government runs the schools, government runs everything. They want government to run health care, they want government to run. I'm the exact opposite of that. That's why I'm even more on the right than the Republicans. Because I don't want the government involved in anything. They mess up everything they touch, period. Both parties. And although I align mostly with the right because I'm a libertarian constitutionalist conservative, and that puts me to the right of the right, so far to the right that I almost meet the socialists at the bottom, almost. It's like exact opposites. Because I don't believe that government is ever the answer. What's the first thing they say? We need to write a law for that. Really? What law has ever done any good? You're not allowed to speed. There's 100 million people speeding right now. You're not allowed to roll through a stop sign. I can pull up my camera right now and we can start counting. Laws don't fix anything. So what I propose is that the government needs to say the serenity prayer. God, grant me the wisdom to know the difference. I'm just going to skip right to the end because that's the punchline. Okay? They need to know what's worth laws and spending money for and what's not. We have spent $100 trillion trying to get drugs off the street. Everything from marijuana to illegal pills to all the different hard drugs. We've spent nearly $100 trillion in the last 4 decades trying to get these drugs off the street. I can buy them all within a block of here. This is nuts. Marijuana is cheaper today than it's ever been. You can buy it right up at the store now. You don't even need to go to a dispensary or have a card anymore in Florida. You can buy it right at your head shop, right at the convenience store. What good did all that enforcement, all those, do you know how many trillions we spent to get marijuana out of people's pockets? And now today it's just legal and there's been no change in our society at all. Government needs to concentrate on things like people killing people, people raping people, people burglarizing people, people stealing shit from people. If they could just get back to those things, that's where we need you. We don't need you chasing people for having plants in their trunk. We don't need you chasing people down, writing parking tickets. We don't need cops that sit all day long. They were doing an aircraft operation this week up on the interstate. They had the aircraft flying around. He's using a thing called VASCAR, and he's using marks on the pavement to see how fast cars are going. And then there's 10 cop cars down the street, Florida State Troopers, down the street, FHP, as we call them, free or half price. They're down the road, and they're writing everybody tickets. For what? For what? Everybody speeds. They write you a ticket, you get back on the road, you go right back to speeding again. It's stupid. And we've wasted everybody's time and money and energy and resources on speeding. While murders go unsolved, rapes go unsolved, burglaries go unsolved. I've never got my VCR back from 1993. You know, 95% of the things reported stolen never get returned to their owners. Yet they spend all that time up on the goddamn interstate running radar. We got to set some priorities. Defund the police? That's a joke. We need the police. We just need to focus them on what needs to be done. Take the focus off of this and put it on that. That's what needs to happen. I think it's fair to say both sides generally hate the government. I generally hate the government, although I think there's been a lot of progress made recently with Doge, and a lot of progress being made right now. I think we're going to lay off a bunch more people now. We have got to downsize our federal government, and it's being done. That thing has become a bloated effing mess up there. And nothing ever happens that's worth anything inside the Beltway. It's all just a wasted quagmire. And that includes the money that's spent in all the other places outside the Beltway, like Bethesda. All this money is spent in Washington, D.C., and it gets us nothing. It really nets us nothing. They spend it all going over to teach transsexual earthquake investigators in Sri Lanka and things like that. We really got to get back to what we're doing here. We got to keep our money here. We got to do things here that help this country. And you know what? My support for Trump is not because he's a Republican or not because I even like the guy. My support for Trump because of one thing: America first. We got to quit sending money overseas. We got to quit running TV stations in other countries. We have got to stop pissing our money away like we do. We've got to concentrate on us. We got to put up the Golden Dome. We've got to make this work for us. We've got to make America great again. And that's why I like Trump, because of the vision of the future, okay? Do I like all his toilet tweets and all of his smart-ass bullshit? No, I could do without all of it, although it is kind of funny. I love how he trolls, but it's not necessary. What's necessary, though, is the things he's doing for this country, and that's that he's realigning our thoughts and beliefs, putting America first again, and saying, hey, look, we've got to get back to the point where everything we do, we have to think first, is this the best thing for America? Doesn't matter about anybody else in the world. Is this the best thing for America overall? And that's what we have to do. And so that's why I support the guy right now. I don't like his decision on burning flags. Burning flags is protected under the First Amendment. I think he overstepped there a little bit. Gunning down these drug boats coming across. I don't think our military should be involved in drug ops. I don't want the drugs coming in the country. Stop it some other way. I don't want our military bombing drug boats. There's some things he's done recently that I just don't agree with. But for the most part, it's that vision of making America great again by putting America first. That's the bottom line. That's why I really feel it's important. I really, really feel it's important to get me back to what I started with, because I always try to go back to the beginning. It's important that if the Democrats want to defeat in the future, they want to win again in the future, they have to stop the crazy today. Stop the crazy. Stop banking everything on transsexuals, which make up 0.03% of our population. Stop banking everything on the fringes. And look at the base and look at the middle, and you have to find a way to win those two. Okay? They're way over here, dealing with all this over here. Democrats' approval rating, Quinnipiac, 39 point something percent. Lowest it's ever been since they started keeping the records like that. Now, why? Well, it's because they keep yelling fascist, Nazi. They got to stop doing that. You've got to stop doing that. Cops Israel, I don't know. I get out of the chat, and then when I look back, I can't figure out where I'm at. What they're doing, they're not, see, it's the way you guys phrase things. They're not sending cops into left-wing cities. They're sending cops into crime-ridden shitholes. All right? They're sending cops. Why do you think they're not sending cops to Fort Myers, Florida? Why do you think they're not sending cops to Jacksonville, Florida? Why do you think they're not sending cops to other cities that are more purple or red? Because they don't have crime problems. It's not that they're sending them to Democrat cities. It's that Democrats run the shittiest cities. And that's where we have to go, is where the shit is. To me, that's so simple. It's so basic. It's literally like first grade, sun up. You know, I mean, it's 101. And then when you do make your point and you make it well, they call you a propagandist. And then they usually call you a Nazi and get in their car and drive away. Oh, Paul. Oh, God bless you. I don't know how you did it. I drive by and see roofers up there, and I want to drive to the store and get them a drink. I mean, it's bad. I don't know how they do it. I bitch on the way to... I go out and start my car and come back in for 5 minutes so that it will cool down. It's so bad down here. Okay, Chris, I don't know who you're talking to because I just got done saying how effed up both sides are. So it's the selective hearing thing again. Well, that's it. When they live in their circles, and then when they go outside their circles, they use all that speak that they have, you know, Hitler and Nazi. You know, I'm telling you, it's bad. It's bad for them. It really is. What they should be trying to do is learn about politics in a deeper way, and be able to actually hold your own in an argument, like Charlie Kirk used to do, like his organization now does. By the way, Charlie Kirk's organization has grown 100 times in size. You know, there was a chapter formed here in Fort Myers for the homeschoolers. We've got a homeschool chapter down here. We've got chapters now in every high school, in every county. They're talking about middle schools now. They're putting them everywhere. We've got them on all of our small little college campuses, our big college campuses. That's why. They hated him, because he could actually stand up in an argument with somebody and have the facts and win. Do you want to know why people on the left do not debate? Would you debate if you had that? I mean, if you had the shitty hand? I mean, every debate I walk into, I have the moral high ground, I have the intellectual high ground, and I have the political high ground. And so I love it. I love it. I walk in selling for the winning team, baby. And so I'm sorry if I sound a little pompous, but it's righteous. However you want to look at it. You can leave religion out or put religion in. I don't really care. I do think one of the bigger problems that the left has is that they've lost religion completely. They're all a bunch of atheists and agnostics now. I'm a narcissist. See, it's the name calling. It's not an argument. There's no argument like, yes, I get your point, but here's my counterpoint. He could, if you were halfway intelligent, you could use AI to formulate your answers for you. That's what I don't get. It's like, Lord, I'm a delusional narcissist. They're the best. I got to tell you, the delusional narcissists are the best, because you add music and a disco light and you've got a party. Whatever, dude. You know, I don't give a shit. I got to tell you this, all right? I feel better than I've felt since Ronald Reagan. We are cooking with gas right now as a country. Things are moving. The unions have always wanted tariffs. And Trump, the Republican, gave them tariffs. Have you guys wondered why you haven't heard much out of the AFL-CIO or any of the big labor unions? Because the left lost the blue collar. The left lost the unions. The tariffs took the unions right away. The cop and fireman unions had already left you because of the fact that there was no support for the cops in the left. But now, the actual labor unions are leaving the left because Trump's finally doing those tariffs that the left should have been doing all this time. Why do we let India tariff our shit 80% and we tariff theirs nothing? Why? Why do we do that? We've made it fair. All he's done is said, hey, you're going to tariff us 30, we're tariffing you 30. All Trump's done is said, we're going to do fair tariffs, and it's driving everybody nuts. You want to know why the tariff thing has kind of gone down? You don't hear about it much anymore? It's working. It's working. It's working. It's working, and the unions love it. Labor is returning to both right-to-work and non-right-to-work states. Shops are turning the lights on for the first time in 10 years that have been sitting dormant. Things are happening in this country. And it drives them nuts. Because the left was supposed to do that for them all those years, all those trillions of dollars that the AFL-CIO unions and all the labor unions and the police unions and the fire unions and the public sector unions and all the damn unions, all that money that they've given to the Democrats over the years, and Trump gave them the tariffs that they've always wanted. How do you think they're going to vote in the midterms? And by the way, if I hear one more person say, Trump's not going to let there be any more elections, can I just point and laugh? When people say that, you sound stupid. You sound like ignorant. They said that before the last election and the one before that. When Trump got in office, well, that's going to be the last election we're ever going to have. And then Trump had another election and he lost it. My God. And then he had another election and he won it. And there'll be another one. The midterms, I saw somebody put earlier that there's not going to even be midterm elections. Really? Oh, come on. It's the stupid things like that that earn you the problems that you have when it comes to your communicating, your comm ops, as they call it. When you're out there and you're trying to persuade people to be on your side that are in the middle somewhere, don't start with, hey, did you hear Trump's a Nazi? I hear he's going to grow a little mustache. Don't start with that, because you immediately turn people off. The moment everybody in my chat room saw Trump's a Nazi or Trump's a fascist, we all just roll our eyes. It's like, oh God, here we go. Trump's a Nazi, Trump's a fascist. It's the same thing every day. Elon certainly did help. I think he would have won it without, just because of the spread. The spread was tremendous. I mean, he trounced her, dude. There hasn't been a trouncing like that since Reagan. Oh, Mara, that's the funniest thing I've heard in a long time. You are incorrect on that. You are completely incorrect on that. No, New York and New York, actually, it's the exact opposite of what you just said. Please cite your facts. Where do you get them from? I'm calling you on that. Because I'm telling you right now, California is billions of dollars in debt. Florida has no debt. California is always begging for federal funds. Florida's not even accepting all the funds that are offered to us right now. You're completely wrong. You're completely wrong. The facts are wrong. And but see, that's what the left does. They'll just continually say it, because if you say it enough, it makes it right. It's like Elizabeth Warren thought if she could just say that she's a Native American enough times, it would be true. But the blood test still proved otherwise. It's this saying it over and over and over. You can say it over and over. It doesn't make it true. Florida and Texas are supporting large portions of this country. These states are doing so well right now, you have no idea. We run completely in the black. Our fire departments, our mosquito controls, our governments, our Hyacinth Control District. Yeah, I know there is such a thing. Everything, our state governments, everything here runs in the black. We don't have any debt in this state. California is billions of dollars in debt. There's homeless living in the streets, and they get many more federal dollars than Florida or Texas. So I again, state your facts. Go to my Discord channel, go to General, and put your links to your data in there, please. Charlie Kirk got too good. That's all I'm going to say about that. He got too good. He could lay it out there in such a fashion that he was changing, he was convincing people. He was showing them, hey, there's another way. There's a better way. There's a logical way. A way that's based on science and reality. And he did it in such a way that he stinged so many people into a new reality that, yeah, they had to eliminate him, and they did. Vets are homeless too. What's that got to do with anything? The vets weren't treated right under Biden. They weren't treated right under Trump. They weren't treated right under Obama. They weren't treated right under anybody. I don't even know how that adds to the argument. Yes, Oregon, Washington State, all in debt, all behind, all sucking on the federal tit. And at New York, New Jersey, 3 or 4 more up in the Northeast, sucking on the government tit. You know, the Civil War is being fought right now. You guys realize that. It's being fought with U-Haul trucks. You know, when I drive down the street here, they got U-Hauls parked down the side of the damn interstate. Or not the interstate, but down the side of the highway. They got U-Haul trucks parked all in a field. They got people, they're flying people down here every day. They load up one truck inside another truck with a trailer on the back with another truck on that, and then they drive it back to New York. At 5 o'clock in the morning, they get back on a plane in LaGuardia, and they fly down here, and they take an Uber, 4, 5, 6 of them take an Uber from the airport to one of the U-Haul facilities. I'm not lying. This happens every day. And they load them up and load them up and back them up and back them up, and then they get them, and they'll convoy them back up north again. We've got more U-Hauls down here than we know what to do with. People are moving down here. We picked up a congressional seat last time, and so did Texas. Texas took one from California. We took one from New York. At the current rate, without any projections, I'm talking current rate, it's done. We're going to pick up probably 3 more congressional seats. Texas stands to pick up 3, perhaps 4 more congressional seats. And California and New York will both lose each 1 or 2 more. That's happening in 5 years. That's a huge power shift. Plus, we're going to gerrymander these states back to where it's fair again. The left likes to draw lines all around and include this place and not this place. And they get it to where they can get more congressional seats that way. Well, the Republicans started doing that this year, and they're trying to put things back to where it's fair again. Well, when you take that into consideration, plus the seats that they're going to lose in 5 years when the census happens, oh my God. They better do something. The left is in trouble right now. They're in so much trouble that maybe they should just wise up and start looking at what's going on and saying, you know, hey, this new way is not so bad. Because good old AutoPen wasn't doing it. Whatever. If it's boring, go to another channel, dude. Forcing what to be white again? I get so sick of these racial arguments. These racial arguments are just outdated. They're outdated. It's stupid. Most of the racists are dead. Get over it. I think the fact that in 2025, the Democrats still use, you're a racist, you're a racist. They usually use that right before or right after. You're Hitler, literally Hitler. Why? All the name calling. Yeah, I got to tell you, New York's coming apart at the seams. They're getting ready to elect a communist, old Kami Memdami, and you talk about turning off the middle of the country. See, this is what I'm saying again. To win the next election, the liberals, the leftists, they need that middle 20%. Do you think electing a communist in New York in the Big Apple is going to do anything to help you with that middle 20%? Huh? Anything? Do you think? Because I got news for you. That's another nail in that coffin, baby. New York is moving to Tampa. And you know what's funny? 15 years ago, when Trey and I first started doing radio, 14 years ago, we used to say, you know, with all these people moving to Florida from blue states, we're probably not going to be red. We're going to turn purple. We'll eventually probably be blue down here. We were completely wrong. And why we were wrong? We misread it. There is a lot of people moving down. The people moving down are in 2 categories. Republicans or right-wingers that were living up there and didn't like it because it's a lefty state, or leftists turn right because they realize, oh my God, look at this freaking mess that I live in. When you go from a state like Maryland or New York, where you're paying a state income tax, do you know people in Maryland pay 57% of the money they make in tax, up to 57% if you live in a city like Baltimore. Down here, we're paying 35, 40% of what we make. It's a huge difference. Why? Red state, no debt. We keep our social services to a minimum. We spend our money wisely. We don't get screwed twice by the same people. You go to a blue state, what are they doing wrong? I drive around Maryland, the street lights hanging from the red lights, they're 50 years old, they're 40 years old. I can't believe the street lights are old mercury vapor lights from the late 70s, and they're still on. I'm like, my God, wait, the streets all have holes in them. The power lines look like nests of birds living in them. They're all the comm lines are all. I'm like, this is a real dump. I cannot believe this. And they charge, the city charges their people extra taxes. The state charges their people extra taxes. And look at it, it's a dump. You come down here, the roads are nice, street lights, everything works, all brand new LED street lights everywhere. Why? It's because the left doesn't know how to run government, and the right does. Everywhere the right is completely and totally in charge, like in Florida, everything runs great. Everything, nobody's in debt, everybody's happy, the street lights work, the buses run on time, everybody's doing good. Why? Because we're not pissing all our money away on some big train project that'll never get finished. Gavin Newsom, or Douche Newsom as I call him, that'll never get finished. It'll never end. Everywhere the right is in charge, things run great. Look at us down here. We've got marijuana now. We've got open carry. We've got concealed constitutional carry for everybody. You don't even need a license now. There's been no shootings. There's been no big issues down here. Marijuana's legal. 50 million people haven't died in a schoolhouse. Everything that we do down here works out. I want you to think about it. People travel here from all over the world to visit Florida. It's a great place. And you know what? You can't blame it on the sun. You can't say, well, look, you got a great climate. New York has a shit climate. What about California? That's the prettiest state in the union. By far. It's got the most diverse climates. It's got some of the best beaches ever in the world. So don't blame it on that. Don't blame it on that at all. What it is, it's the government here. Gas is $5 and something out in California. I paid $2.89 for gas the other day right up here at Weaver's Corner. That's why you moved to Florida. Because now you won't get charged income tax on all your retirement money that you make. And your gas in your car is half as much. That's why you moved to Florida. Why doesn't New York and these other places figure it out? They know what they're doing. They tax the shit out of everything. In some of these states, they tax you for how many square footage of your land cannot percolate rainwater. It's a rain tax. They tax you for the smoke that comes out of your car. They tax you for everything out there. And because of that, nobody's moving there. Because of that, we have to fly people from California to Texas to get U-Haul trucks and drive them back. Because people are moving out 7-1. People are moving from New York to Florida 7-1. Why? Because the Democrats can't run shit. That's why. The Democrats cannot run it. I want you to look at it. Every red Republican city, okay, is doing fine. Rural, doing fine. Now, what about these blue cities like Chicago that they literally every 4 years they hire a mayor that was worse than the last one? They've had idiot after idiot after idiot mayor in there. And they spend so much money because the unions have pushed them around for so many years. They spend millions and billions of dollars on legacy benefits. They spend all this money on things that are immovable within their budget. And it turns into being a situation where they can't even sustain themselves anymore. Chicago gets mountains of federal money. federal money that Florida doesn't take, need, or even qualify for. It's just name calling in their chat room, isn't it, guys? They never bring an argument. I mean, because look at the facts. I can sit here all night long and prove. I can pull out, to quote H. Ross Perot, I can pull out some charts and some graphs that will show you everything. And that's exactly where I'm at. You can actually see the mass exodus going on from blue states to red states. You can see the failing. Go look up the top 20 cities with their debt. They're all in blue states. They're all blue cities. They're all run by Democrats. You don't, what else do you need? And the reason you'll just keep calling me names is because I'm right. And you have no argument. Yep, the stream's doing good. We're at a chat rate of 19. Thank you, everybody. Lots of folks in right now, about 160 people viewing. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. We don't normally do heavy politics in here, but I've been bombarded with it tonight, so I'm addressing it because it has to do with the protests that we are covering. Are very politically charged in nature, so I've decided to go ahead and cover it tonight. I really don't care. Yeah, fighting conservatives. Your definition of fighting conservatives is pointing and going, it's Hitler. I mean, all you guys do is call names. You never show up for the debate. It's you throw rocks and you drive away. Why? Because you don't have an argument. You spend all your time in your comfortable little echo chambers, but then when you come in here, you have no argument. There's none. I mean, my Lord. Where do you live? How much debt does your state have? And what is your Democrat versus Republican ratio? I can prove everything right from that fact. See, just, it's name calling. It's name calling. And I love it because it helps my algorithms. But it's name calling. Sorry, Patriot, I don't get into football. Although I hear the Browns suck. They suck every year consistently. Trey's talking about them a lot because he's a Bengals fan, and they're both, as you know, Ohio towns. DEI, yep, Donald ended that. DEI was a atrocity. It really was. You talk about a waste of money and time and resources. We've had affirmative action hiring for 30 years. Everybody has a fair shot today. The whole DEI thing was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous. Some college professor told you that, didn't he? You know, honestly, the enemy of the state right now is these fucking university professors, if you want to know the truth. You want to know the truth? They're the worst. They're the absolute worst, filling you guys' head with all this stupid bullshit. And then if you don't go to college, they fill all your friends with this bullshit, and then your friends convince you of it because they're in college and they must know what they're talking about. It's a vicious cycle that the left has started. Do you know why people are college professors? Because they weren't good at business. They weren't good at entrepreneurship, and all they can ever do is something where they're not really ever judged or held accountable for what they say or do. And so they became a college professor or a politician. That would be the other thing they could have done. Yeah, the DEI is going away. It's going away because everywhere that it's still being pushed, they're getting a lot of pushback. And so that's going to help. So even if the federal government doesn't put an end to it wherever you are, I think just society in itself is going to put an end to it, because we see now the damage that it did. And we see now that it didn't make anything more fair for the people it was supposed to make it fair for. But it did cause discrimination problems. It did create the same problem that it looked to prevent. It actually made worse. And it wasted a lot of money. A lot of money that could have been spent on better things. Um, yeah, well, college professors have always been the far leftists. And to this day, they're the far leftists. And that's why it's the Charlie Kirk Turning Point USA is so important. They just got millions and more dollars just the other day. The thing is growing wild right now. This is actually going to probably be one of the biggest political movements ever because of Charlie Kirk's death, and because it has now created a situation where everybody's donating to it, everybody's doing it, every school district's getting involved, and it's actually turning our educational system back towards the center and away from the far right. And that is so good. Yes, homeschooling's always best because then you can show your children what you believe to be the truth and how you believe it works, and you can instill in them the good and the values that you have. When you send your kid to school, especially public school, they're in front of these left-wing loons that at age 5 will start talking about the addictomy surgery or the lopidectomy surgery or whatever other thing it is, telling you at age 12 that you need to get puberty blockers because you're the wrong sex. And I would not send my child to public school. We've got about 12 of our public school teachers here on suspension right now because of nasty bullshit that they did. I just think it's crazy. I'm sorry, Heath. I try not to cuss. My bad. I will try not to do that. I say shit a lot, but I try not to say the effer unless I have to. Well, I don't restrict this to 18 or over, but it's also not recommended for 18 and under. So there it is. Everyone at 8:03 unsubscribe. That's right now, so go ahead and do it right now. None of you guys subscribed to me in the first place. Duh. I just went up one. It's 8:03. It's time. Haven't you guys on the left learned that your boycotts always backfire? Your boycotts always backfire. Whether it's jeans or beer or whatever it is, every time you guys have a boycott, it backfires. Now, when we boycott, like with Bud Light, it works. When we boycott, like with the NFL, it works. Name one boycott that the left did that worked. Because I'm telling you what happens, the left will say, oh, nobody go here anymore. And then everybody on the right goes there just to prove a point. I love that. Keep calling me names. It helps the algorithm. I don't think anybody's called me a douchebag yet. What about douchebag? I like that one. Yes, most of your educators are leftists, and that's why, and a lot of them are hardcore leftists, and that's why it's very important to make sure that you don't have your children in a classroom with some kind of left-leaning liberal whack in there. Yeah. Except the one thing that the Democrats will never say is we were wrong for allowing Joe Biden to stay in office and have the auto pin let thousands of people out of prison. We were wrong to hide that fact, and then we were wrong to put up someone who's totally unqualified to run against Donald Trump. But you guys will never admit to any of that, right? Oh, well, thank you, James. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Yeah, I'm on the right side of history as well. And I think anybody that's not in an echo chamber, anybody that will allow themselves to stick their head up and actually look. The problem is today, they'll research stuff online, but they'll use the same websites to do all the research, and they get fed all the same bullshit again. The problem is to truly do research, you can't use ChatGPT. ChatGPT is an agent of the left. It is. Try Grok. See if you like the responses any better there. Oh, like I need to bring some radio people on from some radio station. Let me tell you something that you probably aren't aware of. I produced the ¡1 talk radio show in Southwest Florida. We get 125,000 listeners a day. All right, and we do conservative talk radio, and we do a great job. And I have a huge voice there, and so I don't need people to bring the fire or whatever. I basically, the way I look at it, all right, I do this show because I want to do it the way I want to do it, and I like to do the multi-screen coverage. I really don't like getting into politics, and when we come back on the air tomorrow night, I will not be doing politics. We're going to be doing science and weather and all those other things that I like to do, because all you guys won't be here. But right now, you're all here, and so I'm going to talk. If you don't like it, you can leave, or you can call me names. Call me horrible, terrible names. Yeah. Well, I'm on terrestrial radio. If you know anything about the numbers on terrestrial radio from the Nielsen ratings, you would understand that I'm in everybody's car on their way home. That 1 in 10 cars is listening to me, to my station. And that's not unusual. And yeah, I get numbers on here. This is about normal for a channel at my growth rate. How are you doing? How's your growth rate going? Have you got to 10,000 yet? Wow. Mr. Wrights, good job on your 1 subscriber. You subscribed to yourself. Great job. I went over to see how you've been doing with your channel, and I can see you've done a lot with it. No videos. Great job. I love when people come in here and give me a hard time about my viewership, my listenership at work. And then when I go check their channel, they've done absolutely nothing. Nothing. I've worked for 5 years to build this. And it's all mine, it's all mine. And it's all the way I wanted to set it up. And it's going. And all you trolls do when you come in is help my algorithms. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Please call me more names. And by the way, your boycott didn't work. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. You wanted to tell everybody to unsubscribe, and I actually picked up 20 or so subscribers. So thanks for the boycott. Once again, it didn't work. My God. Thank you, Primordial Geometry. I appreciate that. And you, from your screen name, you might like my channel. I'm heavy science. I do a lot of science stuff at night. We do earthquakes, volcanoes, tropics, tornadoes, storm chasers. I do it all. I do all kinds of different stuff, live views from all over the world. You might find it interesting. All nights except Saturday night right here, 9 p.m. Eastern. Okay. I don't know what that means. Okay. Yeah, that's fun. Okay, and I'm 17047. That's pretty good. There's that number 47. That was Gene Roddenberry's favorite number, and it appears in almost every episode of Star Trek. You got to find it. Even in the last episode of Discovery, they came and picked her up in Shuttlecraft 47. Oh, anyway, I love that number. That's kind of become one of my little favorite numbers that I use a lot. I'll say it on the air a lot, like when I'm at work. We'll be talking about something, and I'm like, yeah, that happened like 47 times, just making some number up. I always say 47. Anyway, all right, let's see here. What do we got? Yes, I'm live right now. I've been live for 4 hours and 26 minutes. And see, there again, these trolls come in here. What are you doing tonight? I'm working. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Hey, Pam, how's it going? All right. So anyway, yep. Yes. Yes. Glenn Beck moved to Florida already. He's been, and as a matter of fact, I talked to Glenn Beck personally about 2 months ago. I got to spend a little bit of time with him. Great guy. I believe Sean Hannity has moved to Florida. He does his show from down here quite a bit. And you're right about Buck Sexton moved down here. Benny Johnson, yeah, I've heard about him. Yes, I do. I love all those shows. My favorite national show is Mark Levin, no doubt about it. He is so smart. He's a constitutional lawyer, and he's very good on the radio. He gets pumped up. He starts yelling and throwing shit, and I love that guy. Yeah, whatever. Jesus Christ. Glenn Beck, he's a great guy. I met Sean. I produced Sean a couple days about 4 years ago, so I got to meet him and work with him. I used to be Dan Bongino's out-of-town producer. I produced him about 40 different times while he was doing the Mark Levin show live nationally. We were producing him at our local studio down here, so I've done some work with him. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, Glenn Beck was the most recent though, and we have a lot of people come in. We see the governor, we see our congressman all the time. It's kind of cool working at the radio station, lots of free food. Joe Friday. Yes, you are correct, Joe. Illegal immigration has put a strain on our educational system, the likes of which we've never seen before. Because it would be one thing if we just said, look, we're going to add 7 million children to the public school system over the course of 4 years. That would be difficult. That would be very difficult. Now, none of them speak English. It becomes an insurmountable hill. Who suffers? Everybody. They suffer. Our kids suffer. The legal immigrants' kids suffer. Everybody suffers. And why? Because they broke our rules to come in. They broke our rules. Nope, I've never met Michael Savage. Nope, never met him. He's a little extreme, a little out there a little bit sometimes. Sometimes I'm right on with him too, though. Depends on what he's talking about. There you go. Yep. No, I just believe, I truthfully believe that if you look at any set of statistics, you will see what the problem is. It's the left. I can't help it. I mean, I can't look. You can't look at statistics and figure out. I mean, most of these problems we're having is because of all this illegal immigration. It's put a strain on every system. Every system from farming, food supply, to education, transportation, even jobs, taking jobs. And the whole, oh, they're taking jobs, Americans won't work. Oh no, that's not true. Americans will work those jobs too. The price goes up a couple bucks an hour and the Americans work the jobs. Let's stop with that whole delusion. Doesn't work that way. Our economy is improving right now despite all these millions and millions and millions and millions of illegal people that we never said could come here. But yet they're here, going into our emergency rooms, learning in our schools, driving on our roads, eating out of our grocery stores. And in many ways, they don't help the economy because what they're spending is our tax money that's been given back to them. It's a vicious cycle. And so when people say, they're not hurting nothing, and you've never studied nothing. Because anybody that looked at any of this would know how much of a negative impact all this illegal immigration has had on our system. It's incredible. It's inexcusable. It's unforgivable. And now they're out fighting to keep it this way? What was that? I don't understand that. It's like pro-lawlessness. I don't know. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I was in Walmart a couple days ago. I asked 3 different people where the flashlights were, and none of them spoke English. Come to find out, the flashlights were locked up and no one had the key, so I didn't buy one. 20 million, 30 million, it's somewhere between those two numbers, I think. There was 16 to 18 million let in just while Joe Biden was president. We almost tripled the number of illegals here when Joe Biden was president. It was a free-for-all. JM, I understand. I understand. I don't do a lot of public appearances, nor will my voice ever be anything like Charlie's. Yep. Yeah, we had that situation here where California is giving driver's licenses to drive semi-tractor trailers to people who are here illegally, and they're killing our people here in Florida, and it's not sitting well. And that's the point of the tariffs. The money from the tariffs over the course of 3 to 5 years will probably bring that most of the way down. We have to shut off the thing first, and we're still trying to get it shut off as far as the debt. We're still trying to get it shut off. No, we're not getting out of $37 trillion in debt. We're not even getting out of this year's maintenance of that $37 trillion in debt. However, what we will do is, for the first time for the first time since Bill Clinton, we are going to stop the upward trend. That's key. Within a year or so, we will stop adding new debt. And that will be done because as we're deporting people and as we're improving the economy, we're getting pipelines back open, we're getting oil drilling going again, all the dumb things that the last administration had to shut down because of all their Greenpeace promises and everything. All that's being turned back on. Everything's starting to cook with gas. We're refilling the oil reserves. We're fixing all of those things that were messed up during Biden. have to be fixed in order to actually progress. You have to get it to stop falling before you can get it to start going up. And that's kind of where we're at right now. Inflation has been arrested. Inflation is at 0 right now. There is no more inflation. And so now in the quarters to come, we're going to see inflation drop. Biden saw record high inflation and record high increases in inflation. Trump has already seen near record-breaking succession of increase in inflation. So when you start looking at it, there's been dramatic change already made. And a lot of it is the tariff money. Tariff money goes right to debt. A lot of that's going right to debt. Yeah, I can't speak to the Bitcoin thing. I'm still not convinced either way on that, because there's hard evidence on both sides that that's good and that's bad. So when it comes to Bitcoin, I just reserve my opinion right now because I really don't have one. As far as tariffs doing good, I mean, the tariffs are really turning it around. And the tariffs, you get a second bonus because not only do the tariffs bring in instant money, but the tariffs also, and this is important, they reopen factories, they get jobs, they create all of this work and this fervor starting to go in our states again. We're going to start building cars here again. We're going to start doing this stuff, building things here again. That is going to create another burst in the economy. And that's why when I hear people saying, he's been president 9 months now, and that sumbitch hadn't done nothing. Really? He's arrested inflation. That would have been enough. He arrested inflation right off the bat. He's cut billions in spending. He has done all those things that we've always sent people to Washington to do that they never do. Cut the size, shape, and scope of government. They never do it. Finally, we send a guy up there. He's doing it. He's about to make huge cuts in the federal employees. That's what we need to do. We've got to get all these people off the government tit. We don't need them. We don't need all this government. Oh, come on, hillbilly. That's just dumb. Why does everybody hate the Jews? I've yet to have anybody explain that to me. Why do you hate the Jews? Jesus was a Jew. Why do you hate the Jews? I like the Jews. I've worked for Jews. They always pay on time. I don't understand the hate for the Jews. And I guess I never will. Yeah, they're cutting spending. They're cutting federal spending. You know, just because Elon left and is no longer, doing the Doge stuff, it still continues. They're still making cuts. Just because a lot of these people only watch. See, that's what you got to understand. These people that we're in here arguing with tonight, they only watch CNN and MSNBC. And I'm going to tell you guys something that's going on right now that is quite impressive. Hold on, I'm going to pull it up because I want the numbers. I want numbers. I don't want to give you guys bullshit. So hold on. I want you guys to know something. Fox News right now, and I work for our local Fox News channel. I don't work for Fox National, okay? I don't. I work for a Fox affiliate in Fort Myers, an affiliate radio station. We also now own the affiliate TV station and the CBS affiliate TV station. Anyway, so what I'm talking about is Fox National, the cable news network, the main channel, the first channel. That's the one I'm talking about, okay? They just got their book. They averaged 3.3 million weekday primetime viewers. 3.3 million. They beat broadcast TV across the board.
This is never been done. It's crazy. 3.3 million weekday viewers. Now, CBS had 3.1. ABC had 3.1. NBC had 3 million. So in other words, more people were watching Fox than any of the 3 broadcast TV. Broadcast. So in other words, only 60% of TVs have Fox News hooked up to them. Yet they still beat broadcast media, which has 100% of the TVs hooked up to them, either with cable or an antenna or a satellite or a Roku. That being said, that's the first time Fox has swept primetime. Fox had more viewers during primetime last month than any other station anywhere in the country, anywhere. Cable, broadcast, satellite, subscription service. Fox National had the #1 viewership. 3.3 million primetime viewers a night. That's incredible. That goes along with here in this county. We are the #1 radio station, Fox News. Fox News, #1 radio station in Southwest Florida. #1. We beat all the other stations. We beat stations that put out 4 times as much watts. We beat stations that are twice as tall. We beat stations that play wonderful music and have different kinds of shows in politics and sports. We beat them all. And we beat them all by a healthy margin. We get a 9 share, a 10 share, a 11 share. A 10 share means that 10 out of every 100 cars has on your radio station at the intersection. So not only are we dominating here locally, but we are dominating. Fox National is dominating. Now let's talk about CNN. I mean, CNN had to give them a run for their money, right? What about MSLSD or MS Now or whatever they're calling it now? NBC didn't even want nothing to do with it anymore, so they renamed it MS Now. MS Now, during the same period, managed to average only 1.2 million. So in other words, Fox had 3 times the viewership that MSNBC had. CNN only managed 641,000 viewers during the same time. CNN is faltering and in failure right now. The best thing they got going for them is Mad Cow, and she only shows up on Mondays. 641,000. So in other words, Fox got 6 times the viewers that CNN got during the same time period. This is incredible. Fox averaged 1.6 million total daytime viewers. MSNBC only had 492,000. So in other words, we had 3 times the viewers that MSNBC had. CNN only managed 396,000 viewers, meaning that we had 6 or 7 times the viewership that CNN had. These numbers are nuts. I've never seen ratings numbers like this. It's absolutely nuts. Yeah, I cashed in some silver a while back, and I'm thinking about cashing in some more. It's up high right now. It's like $50 an ounce or something, or 60. I don't know what it is. It's high. Yes, the protests have been very small, and I'll tell you, if you'll indulge me, I'll tell you why. I do believe I understand why the protests are fairly small. Number one, these are ICE protests. They're protests for pro-lawlessness. Only about 20% of our population believes that we should do away with or stop ICE. So we're only talking about a small percentage of the population that would even come out. Now, of those 20%, who's going to come out to protest? Well, let's see. Are the illegals going to come out and protest? Hell no. They'll get caught and they'll get deported. Are the legals going to come out and protest? The people that are on green cards, work visas, people who are applying for citizenship, are they going to come out? Hell no, they're not going to screw up what they got going. They've worked hard to become citizens in this country. And thank God, they're doing it the right way. So who's going to come out? You know who comes out mostly? The far left extremists. Mostly women with blue hair. They come out of the woodwork. It's usually white girls that went through college that are born to rich families. That's about 80% of your avid protesters. They live their life protesting because daddy won't pay for their school anymore. So this is what they do. Yes, many of these are paid protesters. I'm convinced. I've seen a bunch of those blue and white printed signs. Yeah, Joe, you can pretty much go anywhere and see, like 10 years ago, if you walked into an airport, you were going to see CNN. Now, most places have Fox News. The last 3 or 4 doctor's appointments I went to, they all had Fox News on in the lobby. It's become mainstream, where the ones that were mainstream are no longer considered mainstream. Yeah. So it's, hey, when it comes to stuff like this, you just got to look at the numbers. Once again, look at the numbers and see who's in trouble right now. It's not the right. Everything's going right for the right, as long as we don't screw it up right now. What would screw, and there's some things that could screw it up, but I think everything's being done well right now. I don't agree with everything. I told you that before, and I'll tell you again, I don't agree with everything that's going on right now. However, I agree with most of it. I mean, we're seeing some really good stuff right now coming out of DC. We're cutting jobs. We are cutting all this fat and this waste. PBS and NPR, my God. And the excuse, they close them down and PBS issues a statement. Now the kids won't have Sesame Street anymore, and they won't know their alphabet or their numbers anymore, Bert and Ernie. And I'm like, huh? There's 57 freaking years of Sesame Street with the thing coming out of the garbage can. A, B, C, D, E, F, 1, 2, freaking 3. It's the same shit it's always been, right? Right? You can play your child at 25. Matter of fact, you're better off playing them the old ones before it got really woke. Back when we just went Bert and Ernie, wink, wink. Nowadays, it's like, hi, I'm a transsexual. But if you go back 25 years, show your kids that. That's better Sesame Street. They made it sound like because we canceled PBS, because that now the children would not have an alphabet anymore. It was stupid. At my work, we pay $100,000 for our radio license, somewhere around there. We pay $20,000, $50,000, $100,000 for a power bill. We pay for employees. We pay for a facility. We pay for site transmitter links and computer programs and software and all this. They get all that for nothing. They get the manpower for free. They get the facility at the college for free. They get the call letters for free. Even in many cases, they get the electricity for free. And then they get paid by the government and viewers like you. Why? All that to keep it on the air. Why? They've already got Antiques Roadshow somewhere else. That's the only show I ever cared about on there. I think our trolls went away finally. Yeah, Joe, I agree on the over-the-air TV. However, I thought that it was like a done deal, over-the-air TV, there's big numbers still over there. I was surprised when you look at antenna sales and you look at the number of people that don't have cable. A lot of people here have canceled cable and they went and got a Roku box, and now they do Air and Roku, and that way they can still get their local news, and when there's a hurricane it stays on, and stuff like that. But yet they've got Roku, they can get YouTube, which is what most people watch nowadays anyway, and there you go. All right, guys, let's see here. I do want to give you, for those of you just joining us, I think we just had some people join us. Throw a subscribe on there and hit that notification bell. Everything I do on here is live. Here is, there's a shot of the studio. Hello, everybody. My name is Ian. This is Starship Adventures. We broadcast live from this studio 6 nights a week. And you can catch us Sunday through Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern right here on Starship Adventures. Please subscribe to our backup channel. The backup channel is where you will find all of our secondary programming, including all of our live feeds and all that kind of stuff. We've moved it all over there. And please do not hit the subscribe button over there, because that's going to go off all the time, and we don't want you to get tired of it. I was going to get you that link, and I can't find it. Oh, whatever. This is ridiculous. All right. Anyway, the point is it's called Starship After Dark. That's our other channel, Starship After Dark. Anyway, let's get back over to the multi-screen. I'm going to be looking for a few more feeds here. I am going to stay on with you guys for a while longer, as it does appear that this is still in progress out there. I think our trolls have all gone home, but that's okay. Oh my God. Northern Hillbilly, seriously? I mean, seriously? In the words of Kyle, seriously? I mean, wow. Yeah, the truth is, Sludgeon, the amount of commercials has slowly gone up over the years. Not as much as you think, but it has. The original series of Star Trek that appeared in the late 60s, they were 54 minutes long in the original runtime. 54 minutes. To cut it down and fit it today on network TV, they would have to cut, I don't know, in the neighborhood of 15 minutes out of it. It's about 38 minutes. In radio, I can tell you, when I started 14 years ago in radio, you were getting 39 minutes an hour. Today, you are getting 39 minutes an hour. We have not changed in the 14 years I've been in radio. We have not changed beyond that 38-minute format, 38, 39 minutes, depending on which show. So there you go. Yeah, it seems like it's getting busy out there, but there's less and less people. There may be a few anarchists working out there. You never know. Yeah, but only a fool cuts military spending. We have to look strong. That's the point. We have to look strong and be strong. Even with the Iron Dome, we will still have to look strong and be strong. That's important. That's why we had to get rid of all that woke bullshit out of the military. The Bernies will be out tonight. This is what you do. I've been working on my Bernie Sanders. Is he going to run for president again? He'll be the first 200-year-old man to ever run for president 3 times or something. Well, that's not the nukes are not what I'm talking about. The good news is I don't think those are just there. They're kind of a side note. The good thing is I think we know now that Russia's arsenal is certainly not compared to ours. We used to think that Russia and us were militarily about equal, and what the Ukraine war has taught us is that we were wrong, and now we're even more wrong because everything has been destroyed in this war. Yeah. After you crush Trump, why would you want to crush Trump? I mean, seriously. He reduced your inflation down to zero. Why would you want to get rid of him? He's cutting waste in Washington. Why would you want to get rid of him? Why? And don't call names. Because he's a douchebag. I mean, seriously. He's doing great. These tariffs are paying down debt. They've pleased the unions. I mean, geez. I mean, I understand if you're a hardcore liberal and you can't see past it, and you've got Trump derangement syndrome, TDS, which, by the way, I think they got pills for that now, then you're never, no matter what I say, all you're going to do is just keep saying the same 7 things over and over again. Arguing with Democrats is boring because they never have an argument, because they're always fighting from the low ground. Look, when you've got the moral high ground, and you've got the physical high ground, and you've got the political high ground, and you've got the logical high ground, and then someone comes to argue with you, and they're not very good at arguing, it's an easy win. It's no problem. Hey, Callie, how's it going? Yeah, we're having a great discussion in here, and we've got a couple of leftist trolls in here that we're having fun with. They're helping my numbers out right now, and I really appreciate them for it. Okay, inflation caps don't work. That's another socialist or fascist policy. Both sides have used that one. You can't put caps on things. Those are just like income caps. Those are just like any kind of cap that you put on anything. Minimum wage is another example of a cap. Anytime you rent caps, another good example. Anytime you rent control or salary, anytime you add government control on top of something, it makes it worse. You lose competition, and you end up losing the edge on the whole thing. It doesn't work. Yep, you knew what was coming. Oh, I don't see that. I don't see a worship situation at all. As a matter of fact, the Charlie Kirk thing, I think, brought everybody closer to Jesus and God again. I think it's been a very healthy thing. I know it won't help the left because they're a bunch of heathenist atheists, but for the people on the right, I think this has been good. You know, I'm not big in the church myself, but I do believe in Jesus Christ, and I also believe in the things that are taught in that respect. And I believe that that the further away a party or a group gets from God, or from believing that there's an afterlife and a need to keep karma straight, once you lose that, you become a heathenist party, which is kind of what's happening now. The party that kills babies in the womb, the parties that sends our boys to war everywhere, the party that just really is like, they love cities with all kinds of crime. They fight law enforcement coming in and stopping 3 grown black men dying every night from gunfire in Chicago. I'll never understand the left. They stand for all the wrong things. They'll fight on the hill of transsexualism when it only represents a very, very, very small percentage of people in the world. And yet they completely let go of things that are important, like the economy. They completely let go of things that are just very important to the future of this country, like the debt, and like the manufacturing all moving overseas. There's so many of these things I can bring up. And Trump's addressing every single one of them right down the row, right down the line. Yes, better policies lead to lower food costs. That's why we've already seen Biden had history breaking high inflation. He reached that at a record level. And now Trump has brought us back to zero inflation. What else needs to be said? But you guys just keep calling names. I mean, that's like arguing on the way out to the parking lot who actually won the football game. We've got the score. Look at the scoreboard. Irony, supply and demand were created by the same people. Yeah, that's the way society works. Welcome to society. Biden got inflation from Trump. See, that's the kind of bullshit that I can't stand, okay? So you're saying for 4 years it continues to rise at record rates because of Trump? No. It's bullshit. You can't say that. It doesn't work that way. Any economist would say that. It doesn't work that way. There is some residual holdover. That's why it's taken Trump 10 months. Well, it took him 8 months to arrest inflation. It took him 8 months to get those pipelines pumping again, to get those wells drilling again, to get those factories moving back across the Atlantic again. It took him 8, 9, 10 months to reverse all of these horribly negative socialist things that Joe Biden was doing. Or the auto pen, whoever was signing it that day. Printing money causes inflation. Yep, both sides do it. Hey, Chucky. I don't care about sports, or I'd ask you who won. Okay. So you can't use the argument for 4 years of sympathetic movement and then turn around and use the argument that whoever's in office caused it, which is what you're doing with that second set of numbers there. The national debt. I mean, if you're going to go by who strictly is in office, then you have to do all of them that way. And then you're saying there's no actual sympathetic movement of the results within the 4 years of a presidency. Okay. Jeez. I think it's funny. I think what's great is that it's across the board. There's no metric out there you can find that shows that the Democrats are doing good. There's no metric out there you can find that shows that things were better under Joe Biden than they are right now. There's just nothing. There's nothing. Okay. Okay. You can go 50 years and look how fast Trump arrested the inflation rate, which was almost at a record or at a record high because of Joe Biden, brought it down to zero. If you protract that over 50 years, I think it's the only time it's ever been done that fast. Whatever. I don't think you guys get it. It's all right. I'll tell you what. Here's the thing. Here's the bottom line to the argument. All the numbers support what I'm saying. All of them. However, I'd be glad to redress this with you guys in another year or two and see how we're doing. Because I think you're going to find the numbers are even better and better. And this midterm, we're going to break the mold here. Normally, after a president wins big, the other side ends up taking the House or the Senate back in the midterms. That's how it normally happens. We're going to break that cycle. All the numbers look great going into the midterms. They're all early yet, but they look great. And I think that our way of life is more secure today than it's ever been. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue with that point. I think that our future is more sound and in better shape today than it's ever been in my lifetime, and I'm 56 years old. Oh my God. See that? So what they'll tell you is, oh yeah, well, Biden actually saved the economy, and now Trump is ruining it again. That's what they want you to believe. Democrats' theory is, if we say something that's total bullshit enough times, people will start believing it. It's like Elizabeth Warren. If she tells you that she's a Native American enough times, you'll believe it. But then she'll do a blood test and we'll realize that she's a lying bitch. So it is what it is, right? I don't know what to tell you. Democrats love to do stuff like this. They love to come out and they'll all use the same talking points, and they'll tell you dot, 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 dot. And the truth is, what the talking point itself is a lie or an exaggeration or a misrepresentation. But that's what's given out to the troops. That would be you guys that go out to other people's chat rooms and try to spew your mess in their chat room and see if you can convince somebody that crazy's the way to go. And it doesn't work, especially when you come in and point and yell Nazi. That never works. Very uneducated. You have no idea my education, sir. None. And I'm the one bringing up the points and the stats, and I'm the one carrying the argument in the conversation, and you guys are the ones calling names. And one of the names you like to call me is uneducated. Okay. Trump spent $9 trillion. Okay. Okay, you have to spend money to make money. Anybody that knows anything about business would know that, but apparently you don't. It takes money to make money. It takes cash to fix problems. It takes cash flow to make things move. But again, I don't think you can wrap your head around those kind of concepts. We are headed in the right direction. Absolutely. Well, yeah, I mean, but here's the thing. Most of his diehard supporters, I know I'm friends with a lot of them, I work with a lot of them, I hear from them every day on my radio station. We get hundreds of texts and calls and everything else, and his constituents are happy with him right now. His approval rating is still north of 52% right now. Even some of the harder polls had him north of 50. It's very rare that a sitting president that's only been president 10 months would be in the 50 percentile. So he still has a high approval rating. Oh God, I don't know. The money so far has come in. It's like $1 trillion. It is buku astronomical money, and that's why they're trying to figure it out now. But there's a real good chance. Now, of course, some of these tariffs are going to be relaxed. We're not keeping these high tariffs forever. Now, some countries we will, others we won't. If a country says, look, we're going to reduce your tariff down to 20%, fine. We're going to reduce yours down to 20%. That's how it works. It's fair. I'll never understand why the left, all they talk about is things to be fair, and it's the most unfair shit that they do. What Trump's trying to do is make it fair. It's not fair that I send something to India and I'm tariffed at 72%. They send something here and they don't get tariffed at all. How's that fair? It's not. Trump's just trying to make it fair. And with the money he gets from the fairness, he's going to pay off the debt. But yet the Democrats have a problem with this plan.
because they got Trump derangement syndrome, TDS. Got to get them pills, man. Yes, the previous administration printed as much or more money than Trump did. That's the thing. The arguments are all anecdotal and or they're irrelevant. And many of them are irrelevant because the same thing happens under every president. They will, irony, absolutely. Yeah, the benefits will definitely outweigh. I have no doubt. And just the benefits of a better running economy. Joe Biden's economy had just about stalled out. We now have an economy now that's cooking with gas. Gas prices here are down $1 in 10 months. He'll have them down another $1 in another year. We're going to be back down to $1.99 gas again. The only time I've ever put gas in my car in this century under $2 was the last time Donald Trump was president. Biden got in there, we shot up to $4.49 a gallon. Does anybody remember that? It got almost to $10 in California. Now Trump's back in. Boom, 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 boom. We're coming down, we're coming down, we're coming down. I paid $2.89. It's coming down. I'm going to get down to $1.99 again before it's over. No, I know my party doesn't believe in housing homeless people. We believe in step-ups. We don't believe in handouts. There's a difference. We don't have a big homeless problem here in Florida. You want to know why? Because number one, we don't invite them with a bunch of social programs. And number two, we have homeless shelters in every town. If you want to follow the rules, you can stay the night in there, or you can stay the night out on the street. We really don't care around here. But we don't have a big homeless problem here because we don't entice them to come here. We don't make this a mecca for homeless people. Doesn't need to be. If you make it easier for homeless people, there'll be more homeless people. This is some more of that simple math that you guys just can't figure out. It's just like immigration. If we don't deal with immigration, we get a lot more immigration. Well, it's the same thing with this. If you make it great, homeless people get fed, homeless people have condos, homeless people have hotels in New York, homeless people get three hot meals a day, homeless people eating better than I am sometimes, and all this kind of stuff. What do you expect? All of a sudden, there's more homeless people in New York than they can shake a stick at. Now they're changing their policies. Oh, everybody's got to leave now. This is ridiculous. Florida understood this from the beginning. We don't have any programs that entice homeless people to come to Florida. Most homeless people, many of them, over half, are homeless because they choose to be. There you go, Dominic. I bought a radio post-tariff and it was $17 for a Baofeng, so I don't know how much that was tariff. Oh. Yes, the rich crude in the Middle East is slightly more efficient to make gas out of, but you're talking small numbers, dude. Come on. That's really, in the grand scheme of things, not that big a deal. We don't want their black crude over there, okay? We've got plenty of it here, and it's good. Oh, you guys are hilarious. Yep. Well, if you're homeless and you want to come here, we have some services. We're not going to give you handouts, all kinds of free shit. You know, look at LA. I mean, it's just overrun with homeless. And it's their fault. Whatever.
they're going to realize that if all that's left in their state is politicians, homeless people, illegal aliens, and people that don't want to work, there's no hope for that state. I'm sure. Biden shut down so much oil. He shut down pipelines, dude, that could have delivered billions of gallons of oil during his presidency. He shut down the construction of a pipeline that's going to cost us 4 or 5 years of production now. It's still going to take another 2 years to finish. See, that you guys just say stuff and it becomes true. Biden created more oil than anybody else. Does anybody in this chat room really believe that? Really? Really? Let me see here. Yeah, maybe if you count all the oil that he gave away out of our reserves that we need for war, maybe. He was an idiot for doing that, an absolute idiot. He made the prices go up and then used the prices going up as an excuse to clear out our national oil reserve. What a dope. Yeah, he did. One of the first things he did was shut down the Keystone Pipeline, which means we're still going to move that oil. You're just going to put it all on the roads and gas trucks. It's so stupid. Yeah, it is true. He decimated our reserves. It's going to take several years at least to get them put back. Yep. Of course, the Russian-Ukraine war has made gas prices go up. If it wasn't for the Middle East war, and it wasn't for the, the Russian and Ukraine war, gas prices would already be a lot lower than they are because the changes that Donald Trump has made would be even more effective. But yeah, those wars have wasted lots of resources, have wasted lots of lives and manpower and equipment. Yeah. Yeah, there's a max exodus of Canadians too. We have a large influx of Canadians buying houses down here. Yeah, they're just planning to live out the rest of their life down here. And that's fine because they're bringing their money. Trying to see what you guys are watching, which one you guys are watching here. Got a bunch of different things going on. Well, if those numbers are true, you could always project out what Trump is going to produce in this term. And that would be a way to compare it. Every year there's more gas produced, even if you cut back on it. So I mean, I don't know what numbers you're looking at, but it's simple numbers either way. The number goes up quite a bit every year anyway. So even if you're cutting back on the actual production amount, you're still producing more over here because there's more demand. So yes, JM, we've got whole neighborhoods of Canadians down here. They love it down here. They don't like that left-leaning mess that they left up there. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that Trudeau guy that you guys had is like the biggest douchebag ever. I know you got somebody different now, but he ain't much better. Canada could be a strong country.
But they don't need to be because they're right next to us and nobody's going to mess with them. Yeah. Oh yeah. I can't believe how many Canadians are moving down here. It's actually crazy. No, I will not be there. That okay. All right, let me see. We still got stuff going on in Portland here. All right, let me see. I'm checking for live feeds, see if there's anything new coming in that we don't already have. Okay, I got a few here. Let me get them put up. That's a new one. All right, give me a second here. I'm replacing them out as I can here. I'm going to stay up for a little while longer. We still got quite a crowd in here. Did you ever think that maybe those small businesses that you say are being destroyed by these taxes, did you ever wonder that maybe the fact that all their other taxes are coming down, and the fact that inflation is coming down, and the fact that the economy is getting better and cooking with gas now, I mean, you have to understand there's a lot of other things going on. You can't just look at one thing as a microcosm. You've got a lot of different things going on right now. You've got a generally improving economy. Okay, according to ChatGPT, Joseph R. Biden produced 12.9 million barrels a day. Donald J. Trump produced 13.0 million barrels a day, which puts Donald Trump as the largest creator of barrels of fuel when averaged over their time in office. So yeah, I don't know where you're getting that from, but I'm sitting here looking right at it. Barack H. Obama went from 5.6 million to 9.8 million in his 8 years, but still not averaging nearly as much as the others. George W. Bush, not near as much. I mean, it goes way down from there. It does say Biden broke several production records that were previously set, but it also says that those records will be broken again by this current Trump administration. Yeah, so I mean, you're really talking semantics here. We're talking 0.9. We're whatever, dude. Type it in the chat GPT, dude. Do it like I did.
Yes, Trump's first term, he averaged 13.0 million barrels a day. During Biden's 4 years, he had 12.9 million barrels a day. So we're talking about almost the exact same amount. Trump had just that much more. So not really a big deal unless you want to make it one. Well, that's what they always do. They'll tell you their facts, and then when you tell them the facts, then they tell you that you're lying. Because remember, if they say it enough times, it becomes the truth. Fracking was being experimented with, but yeah, it became big under Biden. It was already going, though. We're talking about production, not prices. You are talking about two completely different metrics. We're talking about barrels created. We're not talking about the price of barrels. Biden almost doubled the price of fuel while he was president. Are you nuts? I was paying $1.99 for gas when that idiot became president. And 4 years later, I'm paying $4.49 a gallon. It did go down just a little bit before the election, but that always happens. But the point is, he almost doubled gasoline in the time he was in office. So you can cherry pick your figures if you want. Here, I found one that's really close. This one's really close. Biden produced almost as much oil as Trump did. But that doesn't matter. What matters is, what were they charging us for that oil? What were they charging us for gasoline? Biden was getting $4.50 a gallon for gasoline. Trump had it down to $2. That's what's important. I understand that production helps with the pricing, but it didn't matter, did it? This actually proves the opposite of your point. Trump had the same amount of barrels produced as your boy did and managed to make the prices a lot lower. And then your boy got the same amount when he was in, and the prices doubled. And now he's in again, and the prices have already dropped $1 a gallon in 10 months. $1.10 a gallon in 10 months. I don't know what other figures you need here. See, you're cherry picking one number because it was close. The truth is, it's what we're paying for gas that affects the economy, not how many barrels someone can produce. And you just keep saying the same thing again. Printing $9 trillion caused inflation. Is that all you got? Is that all you got, really? I mean, you're down to just repeating the same things over and over again. This is actually getting boring. Bye-bye income tax. I don't think anybody said that exactly. We're looking for a simplified version of taxation, but yeah, I don't know where bye-bye income tax. I don't know what that's all about. We are talking about reducing or eliminating property tax in Florida. We're already one of the lowest tax states in the union, and now they're literally up in Tallahassee, at our capital, discussing how we can do this better to where we don't have to pay property tax on our property. So when you own a piece of property, you own it, and you don't have to pay for it every year like a mortgage, like your tax bill. This will be the first state in the union that does that. Why? Because we're in charge. While other states are adding taxes, we're taking them away down here, and that's why everybody's breaking their neck to get a U-Haul to get down here. Yeah, Biden, I mean, one would argue he wasn't really president because they hid the fact, or at least they tried to hide the fact, that he was a complete incompetent, and that the auto pin did all the signatures. They're now going back, and they're going to figure every single thing that was signed by that auto pin, and they're going to null and void it. They may be rounding prisoners back up and putting them in prison. I don't know. It's going to have to go through the court system. But if he signed it with an auto pen, it doesn't count. And he signed everything from executive orders to pardons to commutations to orders to gift cards. He signed them all with that fucking auto pen. Did you see the thing Trump did? He put all the president's pictures, and instead of Biden, he put a picture of the auto pen. I thought that was so appropriate. So appropriate. Because it illustrates very clearly that this man was not capable of being president, and he was president. Meaning that the person running the office was not the person we thought. I don't know who was using the auto pen. Was it his executive staff? Was it the cabinet members? Was it his wife using the pen? Was it Hunter? Did he spill Coke all over the paper? Who do you think it was using the auto pen? Maybe they all used it. Maybe they took turns. That's probably what they did. There was a lot of signatures put out. He pardoned thousands of felons. No, you're not allowed to use an auto pen unless it's under very strict conditions, and they did not follow those strict conditions. Period. Trust me, this will all be litigated. You know, I think it's hilarious that the Democrats, they used the Department of Justice for warfare, and now they're all bitching. Look at Trump, he's out he arrested Comey. What the hell is he? He's using the Department of Justice like for warfare. And I'm thinking, my God, these people have short memories. Short memories. You can't remember all the trumped up bullshit that you put up against Trump? You can't remember none of that? Yes. When the auto pin is used, first of all, it's frowned upon. But if it's used because A, the president is infirmed and unable to sign. Okay, check. Big fucking check on that one. The second one was because the president has to be present. He wasn't present. He wasn't present when he was in the room. And the third one, it has to be logged and documented that it was auto-pinned. And those were not. They didn't keep any logs of what was auto-pinned and what wasn't. The whole thing's bad. Well, nobody ever goes to jail in D.C. I don't know if you guys have noticed. Even Bill Clinton, he got impeached. Trump got impeached. Everybody gets impeached. Everybody gets charged. Everybody goes before Congress. Everybody gets yelled at by Congress. Oh, Mr. Congressman. Everybody, it goes through it. Does anybody ever actually go to jail? The only people that have ever actually gone to jail are people that worked for Trump over the last administration, and they've all been let out now. Generally speaking, politicians and the like and the ilk in D.C. don't ever go to jail. The system is rigged. Well, they're above the law. They're sovereign citizens. It's true. Politicians, under most respects, especially Democrats, are sovereign citizens. They can do whatever they want and get away with it. Dominic, you're absolutely correct. The moment that man could not sign his own signature, the 25th Amendment should have been enacted and Congress should have been called immediately. There's no bullshit. That's the way it works. And they should put every one of those Democrats in prison that hid from the American people how bad this man was, how senile and how irresponsible and how compromised he absolutely was all that time. He was so out of it. All we saw was the slipping up the stairs and the tripping over sandbags, and when he got real confused and he started walking around looking like Mr. Roboto and shit. That's just what we saw. The books are wild and furious now coming out. Even Kamala Harris came out with a book talking about how even she was told she better keep her mouth shut and she had to toe the line. Trust me, it's all coming out. It's all coming out. These Democrats can't help but write a book
Hell, she still thinks she's going to be the next president. She's probably the worst candidate to ever have run for the office of president. You talk about a person that can't have a deep discussion about a well. She is out there, dude. No matter what you ask her, she'll give you the word salad answer. She was the worst candidate ever. And Trump, it was his time anyway, and so those two forces came together and gave him a landslide. Yes, Harris would have been POTUS, and she would have not been any better because they're both brain dead. One's brain dead because of dementia, the other's brain dead, just because she's brain dead. So, yes, I agree with you. Had we enacted the 25th, we would have ended up with Kamala Harris, and here's the problem with her. She was no smarter than he was, but that's what's supposed to happen. And I'm sorry, what's supposed to happen is what should have happened. It wouldn't have changed anything. She would have ran for president. She wouldn't have had 107 days. She'd have had 300 days or whatever, and it wouldn't have made a bit of difference because she's the worst candidate ever. She's the first candidate, well, I'm sorry, second, because Biden was the first candidate to run an entire campaign and never take open questions from the press. Trump walks out every day and answers questions from the press. That's the difference, because Trump has the high ground. When you have the high ground, you have the explanation to the problem, you have the cure for the disease, and you have the people doing their jobs. You have the high ground. You go out there and you be proud. You do it. And they have the low ground. They're always coming from the, well, he signed with the auto pit, and yeah, she's pretty useless, and he was senile, and everybody else on our bench is idiots like Buttigieg and Beto. Whatever. Used to 25th now. There's only one problem with that. He doesn't fit the criteria of the 25th. In fact, he's sharper than ever. And I love when people start trying to say otherwise because you look like the idiot. All Democrats don't kneel. What Democrats need to do is sit back and shut up and enjoy the ride. Someone's in charge that actually knows what they're doing for a change. So shut up and sit back and enjoy the ride. If you guys would quit obstructing, we could get a lot more done. You guys would probably like the outcome. God knows the AFL-CIO and all the unions around the country, you lost them. You've lost so many people. Why? Because you wanted to keep all the crazy fringe nutbags. That's why. Anyway. It is what it is. When you're backed into a corner, you throw rocks and call names. That's what you do. Who? Trump has no idea what he's doing. He's brought the inflation rate down to 0, you moron. Are you listening? Do you hear? God, that's aggravating. It's infuriating that you guys, it's like you just keep saying the same stupid bullshit over and over. That's how your party does it. It's just rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Just keep saying, what about the 9,000 he printed? Grrr. It's ignorant. Jesus, God. It's just ignorant. And you think it's funny because you're just a troll and you're just trying to piss me off anyway. All I know is the king troll is Donald J. Trump. Donald John Trump. He is the king troll. He trolls the left every day and trolls and trolls. He puts out videos. He does all kinds of stuff to troll the left, and they all react like a bunch of idiots. I think it's hilarious.
Okay. Inflation he caused. He eliminated inflation. See, you just keep saying the same stupid shit over and over again. No one is this brainless except Joe Biden, possibly, and maybe Kamala Harris. He is. I don't know what he's doing. He's our troll. I think he's Potato Head, if you guys want to know. I think he's Mr. Potato Head, my number one troll. Trump hasn't caused any inflation. In fact, Trump lowered inflation in his first term, and he's already lowered it by a record amount in his second term. Hello? Ignorant. It's just ignorant. No, I don't eat sausage. I'm a bacon guy, actually. I love bacon, but no sausage. I don't like the links or the patties. I find it to be bitter and sour. I don't like that. I don't like that sausage spice that they use in it. It's kind of a weird thing. They make that chamber sausage right up by my cabin up there, and boy, my family loves that stuff. But I just don't eat it. I don't like it. I don't like that spice. Yeah, just not my thing. Anyway, all hail King Trump. See, that's just ignorant right there. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? After all the executive orders that Biden signed when he got in, and you're calling Trump the king, the dictator. Is that it? Whatever, dude. Stock market's doing great. We're at an all-time high on the Dow. Stock market's doing great. Inflation, 0. Job market, great. Unemployment rate, low. Every single metric better than when Biden was in office. No, not Trump 2028. It's going to be Vance Rubio 28. Trump's done. He can't do it again, and he's not going to do it again. He believes in the rule of law. Well, they do. That's the problem. They listen to CNN and they listen to MSLSD. And if you look at it, and CNN being the Communist News Network, if you look at it, Fox is beating their ratings by 3 to 5 times. Fox News, if you missed it earlier, Fox News beat all the broadcast channels in prime time. Oh, okay, so now Trump's a bully. He's a bully. See, this, you guys on the left, this name calling, it just, I don't see where it serves a purpose. He's a bully. He's literally Hitler. He's a fascist. He's a socialist. He's a communist. He's a moron. He's a douchebag. I mean, what else? Just write them all. Get them all in there. Let's get them all in there. Come on. I have never really heard CNN browbeating their party. I will say they have slightly turned on him over the last 2 or 3 weeks. It's been kind of a short-term thing. I'm starting to see CNN ask a little more tougher questions. I don't think they'll ever get back to real journalism, but yeah, they certainly give an easy pass to the left, CNN and MSLSD. Yeah, the economy's great if you work for a living. The economy's great right now. It's doing a lot better than it was 10 months ago, I can tell you that. When you have no position and you have no argument and you have no facts to support your case, you either start yelling, throwing rocks, or cussing. Well, there's only so much you can do in here. And the name calling is where it always ends up. And I don't care, because when I'm talking about a situation intelligently from fact and you're calling me names, I'm winning. I'm winning in the algorithms. I'm winning with the people that are watching because they see how you're acting and they listen to what I'm saying and they can obviously tell who's on point and who isn't. Well, thank you, David. I appreciate it. I don't do politics all the time. I do a lot of science. I do a lot of space stuff. I even do a little sci-fi here and there. Big Star Trek fan. I do a lot of different things on this channel. What do you mean, where do you subscribe? There should be a little subscribe button right underneath the player there. Yeah, I saw the Trump coin. It's nice. I like that they used the picture. They don't have the blood on the shirt, but that's okay. They used the picture. That iconic picture. That picture is becoming so iconic because it sums it all up. Fight. Don't let some asshole with a gun stop you. Fight, fight, fight. And because of that picture and because of those 2 assassination attempts and now because of Charlie Kirk, the energy is amazing. And that's part of the reason every time they try to shoot somebody on the right and take away their voice, the millions of voices get amplified. And that's what's happened every time. Every time. So I don't know why they're still taking shots at people and killing people when that's not helping them. The boycotts don't help them. Killing people don't help them. David, we did that yesterday. I do know, yeah, we did that yesterday. Let me see if I've got the, I had a good graphic here. Let me see if I can find it. But yeah, that Atlas thing, it's out there. I don't think, you know, a lot of people are banking on it that it's some kind of crazy thing. I don't know that it's necessarily some kind of crazy thing from outer space or something. It's definitely something we could learn a lot from. That's for sure. Oh, is that it right there? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I found this nifty little it's like a graphic here. Spaceweather.com put it out. And here's what we got right now. This is where we're at with that comet. And there's your graphic. Basically where it's at right now is it's made its closest approach to Mars. And it's going by Mars like today, like yesterday. And we were going to observe it with all kinds of different spacecraft up there, both the Mars landers. We're going to observe it with the Mars, the ones that are rotating. We've got one up there that's got a really good camera on it, and they're thinking they're going to get some really good shots of this thing as it goes by, and then it's going to continue on. It's going to make its closest pass to Earth here in the next few days, but it's not going to be close to us at all. And then it's going to pass a couple more planets on the way out. But many believe that it's interesting how close this thing's coming to Mars. Mars is the second most likely candidate for life in our solar system. And then some would argue maybe one of Jupiter's moons or something. But really, Mars is about the second best opportunity. So if you were going to colonize and you were going to send a probe to see what there is here, you might want to check out that second planet since the first one's already full. Yeah. Yeah, I've got way too many screens, but that's how I can produce this anyway. So there we go. So it's going to continue on, and it will exit the other side of Mars orbit. It's going to exit the orbit on the 25th of November. So it's still going to be traveling through for a while. It's here. And we're going to get as many pictures of it as we can. And I'll be showing those on our nightly show at 9 p.m. Eastern, Sunday through Friday. We'll definitely be doing that because I have a funny feeling there's something to this. All right, and I got I'm going to turn this back off because I got cops all running in the background here, so I don't know what's... Boy, that's a fat fireman. He must be the engineer. Okay, I have not heard any Republicans cheering or celebrating middle-class workers being fired. Haven't heard that. With the exception of government workers. Now, government workers are different. Most of them are not middle class. Most of them make more money than that. And number two, most of them are worthless. They need to be fired. But I don't know what you're talking about as far as dividing the country, literally destroying and dividing the country. I don't... All I know is he's getting more support than most any other president had at this point in his presidency. So I don't know where you get that exactly. Was Republicans would stop cheering and celebrating middle-class workers being fired. Other than government workers, I have not heard anybody cheering anyone getting fired for anything. So are you referring to government workers? Are you talking about the federal government workers? Just answer the question. Yes, they're human. They're government workers that we don't need. They need to be cut. This whole thing of, well, they're human. They're human, so we got to let them stay here illegally. They're human. We can't lock them in jail for robbing the bank. But they're human. They're human. We can't put them in jail. No, they're human. They're workers for the federal government. We can't lay them off, even though we don't need them and we don't want them. We got to keep them because they're human. Do you see why the liberals fail at everything they do? Because they lead with the heart. You got to lead with the brain, for Christ's sake. If you don't need somebody no more, you cut them and you get rid of them. Give them 6 months of unemployment for all I give a shit. But we don't need them. If we don't need them, we don't need them. They got to go. That's the problem. We keep everybody. Once a government job is started, it's never stopped. Once a toll is put on a road, it's never removed. Government never downsizes. They never reduce their size or scope or anything. And that's the trend we're trying to stop here. Government must downsize. They've laid all these non-essential employees off. I think they should tell them all to just go. It's not a furlough. It's a pink slip. Here's 6 months of unemployment. We're going to pay you well for 6 months. Go find another job. Have a good time. And the reason they're going to have a hard time finding other jobs is because most of them are goddamn useless. That's why. That's why they got in government work. Government work, high price, high pay, low expectation. That's why people work for the government. I'm 20 years for the government. I got so sick of the low expectation horse shit that goes on in the government. Watching person after person get hired and fired. They're worthless. Government workers, high pay, low expectation, high benefits, low output. That's it, bottom line. Not every single one, but damn near most of them. I'm not celebrating them getting fired. I'm saying they need to be fired. I'm not throwing a party. I'm telling you to give them benefits for 6 months. I'm telling you it has to be done. There's no celebrating. I'm not throwing things up in the air, jumping up and down like a car ad. Nobody's celebrating. It's sad that they have to lose their jobs. But we don't need all this bloat within our government. It needs to go. It's got to go. And so to get rid of it, we got to do things that are unpleasant. We're going to have to let a few of your lefty friends go. Because, by the way, Washington is slap full of workers that are all on the left, which is another reason I'm for cutting them all. Cut them. Department of Transportation, mostly useless. All they do is they haggle our trucks. They put our truckers through such bullshit every day, just trying to move freight around. Over-regulated, overtaxed, overpaid, bunch of horse shit. The Department of Transportation just fucked up all of our highways down here. They took out all of our turn lanes. They've made it harder for thousands of people to get to work.
I don't give a shit about them, to be honest with you. That whole thing, the Department of Transportation Federal needs to be stripped and started over. Turn it all over to the states. Turn it all over to the states. I don't want the federal government doing anything with transportation. Turn it all over to the states. All you have is a guideline like we have now. There have to be so many wide lanes. It has to be a yellow stripe. You have the same rules we have now. Turn everything over to the state. We need to do this with everything. Just like we're doing with the Department of Education. We are leveling the Department of Education and we're turning it all over to the states. That way, if you people in New York and you people in California, you want to teach your kids to be a bunch of little trans bots or whatever, okay? Go ahead. We don't care because our schools down here, we have school choice. You could take that money that the school was going to give to the government was going to give to the public school. You could take that money and you can give it to a private school now. And you could take your child to a private school and keep the almost $9,000 that was assigned to your child. That's school choice. And while we're doing innovative things like that down here and eliminating the woke and the DEI bullshit from our schools, up in New York, they're doubling down. They're doubling down. So, no matter what you're talking about, no matter whatever it is, it either works or it doesn't work, and you can go right down the line and see what's working and what isn't. I don't care if it's only 2.5% of the budget. I don't care. I don't care if Doge has only cut 1% of the budget so far. I don't care. It's a cut. It's a step in the right direction. The problem with liberal think is it's just every day it's the same thing. We get up every morning and we do the same thing. We spend more money, we take more liberties away, we tax more. I'm sick of it. I don't live like that, and I don't want to live like that. Cutting 2% is a lot. 2% of this country's budget is billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. Are you kidding me? I want you to think about what you're saying now. Just because it doesn't add up to the whole sum doesn't mean it's not important. If we cut 2 here and 2 there and 2 there, suddenly the debt stops going up. Billy Carter was cool for a drunk. Yeah, but Jimmy was nuts. Jimmy Carter, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He was shit for a president. Horrible president. He's an example of what happens when some lily-livered, thinking with the heart kind of dude gets in there as president. He was wanting to build homes for poor people, but he became president somehow. And there he is in there, faltering around, screwing everything up. Meanwhile, I'm sitting with my dad in our 72 Cougar, sitting in a gas line for 45 minutes waiting to get gas. Thank you, Democrats. And then, of course, Ronald Reagan got in there, best president we've ever had, and did a great job. Got our economy going, got us back. We had 12 years of decent economy. And then Bill Clinton got in and did a great job. He was great with the economy as well. And because he was coming out of all that prosperity, he had 8 years of great economy as well. And he did a good job. Bill Clinton, you guys could say what you want. There was a lot of things I didn't like about that guy. But he was good with the economy. He was fine. Fiscally speaking, I'd vote for him. Now, the rest of him I don't want. But fiscally, he was a hawk on money. He was actually pretty good. Then you had George W. Bush. He spent more like a drunk monkey. So, I mean, it goes back and forth. Yeah, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, all getting rich from these Democrat wars that we're fighting. You know, Trump didn't get us into any wars. Then Biden gets in there. Now there's wars everywhere. We're dealing with Taiwan and China. We're dealing with Ukraine and Russia. We're dealing with Hamas and everything that's going on with Israel. All these different hotbeds going on. Issues in Africa. He left a whole hotbed of stuff for Trump to try to deal with. And he's trying to deal with it. Trump's making big, bold moves.
trying to get these leaders to come together and stop fighting. And that's what it takes, big, bold moves, and that's what he's doing. And he's doing a good job with it. No, yeah, well, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. I didn't do it. Anyway, you know, the escapade in the Oval Office, I call it the Oral Office, that bothered me least out of his presidency. There was some other things that bothered me a lot more than that. But he was good with the economy. He's good with the interns, I guess. I don't Oh my God. Biden had a good economy. You only get a number like that if you don't count the jobs he lost. Oh my God. Besides, it was the recovery coming out of COVID. Of course, it shows a lot of new jobs because you're coming out of COVID. Once again, the numbers are skewed. I did not inhale. I held it to my lips and I went, and that was it. I didn't like draw it in. Yes, Clinton cut military spending, and I was very much against that. Although our military levels were pretty high at that point, and so it wasn't that bad, but it still wasn't good. His knob slobbed. Yeah, I get it. Trust me, I live alone. I get it. But, you know, you get to the point where it's like, really? You couldn't, like, take that somewhere? You had to do it in the Oval? I mean, he could have done the Oval in the Oval, if you know what I mean, but he didn't. I don't think, anyway. There you go. All right, guys, I'm going to be on for a little while longer. I'm not leaving you yet, but it's 9:47 on the East Coast, 6:47 on the left coast, and right now we are in our we are in our 7th hour of broadcasting. We've been on for 6 hours and 2 minutes. This is live continuing coverage here in Southwest Florida, coverage of the protesting that's going on both in Chicago and the protesting that's going on out in Portland. I've got a bunch of screens that have gone to something else, and I'm going to start working on those here next. I'm going to take about 5 or 10 minutes from speaking. I have been speaking for almost 6 hours now, and my throat's starting to hurt a little bit. Yeah, so you guys please keep chatting. Let's keep things going. I'm not leaving. I'm not shutting it down, but I am going to take a break. Okay? First of all, we can get rid of this. There we go. Yep, I'll find some other ones here. Just give me a few minutes here. Oh, I was going to say that can't be here. Wow, my feeds, if I put in civil unrest, my feeds come up number 1 and number 2. That's pretty good. Let's see here.
$419, 10-4.
117, we have nothing further on that 117.
Which building?
117, we're going to be returning at 1012.
1713.
I swear they use the same codes we use down here. I can't believe that.
You can cancel it.
They're fairly standard around the state of Florida, but they get very different once you get outside the state.
Yeah, we're available. 6007 North Sheridan. For a sick person, 6007 North Sheridan.
Got EMS taking right over to 3316 on Paris. The Graney says.
All right, 6007 North Sheridan, 59.
They need a truck 32.
1310.
Sorry, guys, I get talking and all these like go bad, and I didn't realize it.
Truck 32. Truck 32 out.
61 David.
6861 David.
Good morning, squad. Can I have two numbers for the mayor's detail? One for 15, one for City Hall, and mayor's at full 10, please.
You got it. So for 15, let's do 25277 12510. And then for City Hall, we've got some technical difficulties.
All right, that looks like everything
we've got
should be current now.
12514.
The dark ones obviously are Chicago. The ones where the sun's still up a little bit, that's Portland.
Case code is 336.
Can you give us a street stop, McVicker and Berto?
McVicker and Berto, David 10-4. 1634.
Everyone like the police requested local police report.
Can we have a callback?
We could try, but I think that was, she said.
That Biden infrastructure bill was a nightmare. That Biden infrastructure bill caused a lot of the inflation that we had to turn around and counteract. That was a terrible bill. They spent $25 million of that useless bill down here in Fort Myers. They forced my town to put a bike path over a river on a bridge that was built in the 60s. It was the stupidest thing ever. We lost our bridge for 12 consecutive weeks. It was under construction for 2 years. And after it was all over with and said and done, nobody uses the damn thing. It just sits there. And all the lanes are now this wide and the trucks have to use a certain lane. It's all bullshit. And that was that infrastructure money. It's a waste. It was all a waste of money. And our politicians here have been hearing smack about it ever since. No one's happy with what happened to that bridge. We were forced to do it because they dangled that money in front of our face. And if we didn't grab the money, someone else was going to get it. But we couldn't choose what we wanted to do with it. It had to be some kind of project that the left wanted, like a bike path over a river, when there's another bridge a quarter mile away that has a bike path that goes over the same river. My God. You watch a lot of CNN, my friend. A lot of CNN. Wow. Holy shit. I thought I was taking a break. Jesus Christ. That's just laughable there. They're calling this an Antifa uprising. Give me a break. Antifa is a criminal organization. Okay, I've got that one. I think everything's filled. Let me go ahead and I'll go ahead and fill that last one with this. There we go. All right, I think everything's full.
I'm gonna put the scanner on, and I'll be back in a few minutes. I need to go walk around and take a 5-minute break, guys. I've been on for 6 hours and 10 minutes. We still have 100 people watching. Thank you, everybody, for being here. This is Starship Adventures, and we are live from the StarShip Studios here in Southwest Florida, and we are providing live, continuous coverage of the protests in both Portland and in Chicago, Illinois. They are civil unrest at this point, but we have not seen any big fires or anything that would lead me to believe it's an all-out riot yet. But we will continue to watch it. I'm going to take a break for a few minutes. Please keep watching. I'll be right back in just a few minutes for the continuing coverage.
It's got one block in the street over there.
That's a disturbance coming in 2301 West Lawrence. Also came in as Lawrence and Oakley. A male black blue jacket with fur on a scooter harassing people in passing.
Can we get a traffic stop at 3245 on Pulaski, please?
3245 North Pulaski on your traffic stop, David Temple.
93 David.
93.
What's his name?
Go ahead.
517 boy, can I get a mobile with 06 David?
1706 David for the mobile.
Strong, Sam, Tom, Robert, Ocean, Nora, George. First name is Jody, John, Ocean, David Young. 5 December 84, the male.
Middle initial.
1706 David for the mobile.
1706 David. Can you call me in the task office, please?
224 to me.
2224.
All right, office update. At this time, I got two-story, ordinary, 25 by 50. Fire in the main building, no exposure on the B side. I got an exposure on the B side.
All right, 21 and 25, be advised another call came in. The male black supposed to be swinging a chain. He knocked another male off his electric bike and then left the scene. Lawrence and Oakwood.
15.
15.
15, please have an RD for 99 boy.
Boy 15 will be John 439-883. 439-883, event 12104.
Report to me.
2224.
6408 boy.
6408 boy.
We're to make 352 St. Louis primary fire building. We're to make the exposure 350. Be our exposure building.
You can show us here at the robbery at Cicero in Chicago.
You unmute this?
Messenger C.
Negative, it was a call. We're here to check it out.
Okay, 10-4.
Here's 30, mate.
Here you go.
Agent 30 is on to return. The patient left the scene. You can hold up the CPD request.
Messenger C.
1634.
1634.
What was the address? My CDC South Worker.
3316 Paris.
All right, 21 and 25 is now coming in as person with a gun. Lawrence and Oakley. Larry is going to be in front of the dispensary. Man and woman pulled a gun on him, took his scooter. They went inside the dispensary. Male black had on a black hoodie. Black jeans. The female had on a black skirt.
Engine 23 to main. Do we have anything else on this run?
How much else was unavailable?
85 Charlie.
85 Charlie.
That's 5, the PTA bus driver over here on State and Roosevelt just flagged this down real quick. We're going to take care of it.
All right, 10-4.
Called in by a passerby. You're looking for a white Buick. They're slumped over the wheel. Nothing further on this.
1932.
32. Right.
Traffic stop, Wrightwood and Clark. I'm good.
Sorry, Wrightwood and Clark. What do you see stuff?
1920. You can put that person gun on the box.
20, 10-4.
Main 400 Eddie.
108 to Main. We're at 6117 Montrose. We cannot find.
We'll call him back.
1722 when you start rolling again. CTA versus car. 3000 on Irving. Fires unseen.
400 Eddie, what's going on at Warren and Paulina?
So the traffic is heading towards Warren and Paulina.
400 Eddie has traffic headed towards Warren and Paulina.
108, no answer on the callback. That's all we had, 108.
Two to the board, we have a check will be in Irving and the Kennedy. There's a man on a walker bent over, middle of the road. He's a regular there. Fires rolling, check him out.
Okay, the address we got here is a daycare. We don't find anybody. You can hold the ambulance. We're in service returning.
85 Charlie.
85.
1631 when you start rolling, can you head over on your beat? 3221 Olcott, see Brianna. She says first that her husband knocked her out. Then she called back a minute later, said he came into her room and spit on her. I'm assuming everybody's on scene.
Truck 29, sir.
Passenger seat.
723.
723.
1921.
2-1.
Can I run the name? You said it happened at 2301 on
723 10-4. Go with your name.
Battalion 23 Inglewood. I'm picking up my rig company's EMS. 126 is pulling their line down the stairs now. We'll be here for a few minutes rehydrating and
Yeah, the original ticket disturbance was 2301 West Lawrence, but then it came in as Lawrence and Oakley, where I guess the victim, Larry, is going to be in front of the dispensary for the person with the gun.
put the hose up. Just wait on OFI.
Last name is Watts, William, Adam, Tom, Sam. First name Quinton, Queen, Union, Ida, Nora, Tom, Ida, Nora. Date of birth 09 April 1966.
Yeah, it's not the same guy I ran of Evanston.
Is that in our box?
Engine 98 on the scene. 319 East Ontario Street, westbound seizure with ambulance funds.
98, you're on scene.
Yeah, I ran his DL. That cam's not valid out of like 6400 North something, and then his ID came back as from Evanston as a dupe, and it shows that he's a gangbanger, convicted gangbanger.
Yes, guys, we are live. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I'm taking a break. I've
Where
been on for 6 hours.
Did he have any warrants?
No, it was no.
Hold your ammo.
It's just about done.
613.
1613.
Yeah, he said they just walked out to the dispensary. So I'm going to go check it out.
1-5.
Could you also show me following ambulance 48 to owner on Masonic?
To Masonic with Ambo 48 Temple. 32.
Unit coming in.
X-ray 1132.
Hey, X-ray 1132. How can I help?
I have an ETA for the body removal.
They have 75 minutes to respond, but let me just see. We'll give them a call and see updated location for you. Stand by.
All right, guys, I'm here. I had to step away for a few minutes, do a couple of little things, and I'm back. And wow, I feel better now. I had to get up and move around. Liberals put ice in their Kool-Aid. I love that. Yeah, Junior, I agree. I don't have cable TV anymore either. I got rid of it. Right now, what I do, if I decide I want a channel, I just go and get it on and find it and watch it. I do have a Roku on my living room and my bedroom TV and in my spare bedroom. And I think I got Roku on one out here, but I don't use it much. I do use air channels. I like having the air channels. I've got my hex beam over on the side over here that I'm not using right now. So I hooked an antenna wire up to that hex beam, and I ran it inside, and I split it and ran it to two different TVs, and they each get about 70 channels. Everything from Me TV, Court TV, Grit TV, I mean everything you can imagine, plus all the networks, plus weather, radar maps. I use it a lot for that. Like when the storms are around, I will put the local radar map on one, and if there's local stuff going on, I put the local TV. I put the one I work for and one of the other ones on there, so I can see what's going on. So I do like having my two air TVs. That's all those two TVs up there. The upper ones over there, you can't really see them on the camera. There's actually a lot of screens in here that you really can't see on the full studio cam. But here, I'll try to show you. Over underneath where it says KO4 EFS, there's two more screens over there, and they're both air screens. They're behind and this up here, they're behind this. You can't really see them, but well, you can kind of see one of them there. Those are air TV channels, air TV TVs. That's all they do is air TV. And some days I don't even turn them on if there's nothing going on. I try to save a little bit of power, but I usually, if I'm going to work out here all day, I turn everything, not all the lights, but all the TVs on. Yep, I have 26 computer screens and 2 televisions. And 2-3 smaller screens, like old phones that I use for different things. Like my camera is actually an S10 phone that I bought, and it's the small one. I thought it was the oversized one. It ends up being the mini. I didn't like it. It's too small. So one night somebody told me, hey, you can use that cell phone as a camera. I did it, and now I can see myself in the camera. I love that. I love that. It's like work. You can see yourself or the script right in the camera. At work, they have 2 screens. One is the script, and that's looking right into the camera. And then right below it, you can see what you look like on TV, whatever's on program, whatever's going out over TV. And I like this because I can see myself all the time, and I speak to myself. I know I'm facing the camera, and I know everything looks good. Before, when I'm talking, to see myself, I'd have to look over here, and it was a little unnatural. I like this, so I kept the phone. I had it all boxed up to send back, and I ended up keeping the phone. So all that phone is right now. It's an S10 phone. It's a beautiful phone. It's just small. I don't want to use it. It is my backup phone right now, but the main thing it serves right now, it's my main studio camera. It's got a great camera on board. And then I've got a bunch of other cameras. I've got 5 other web cameras in here, and 2 of these phone cameras. And so I can sit in all different places and do videos different ways. I got gaffing, as they call it, which is just black sheets that I can cover anything I don't want seen, which isn't much. I don't keep much out here. I've got my cases and my cameras and stuff. And I got my remote lighting and all that stuff over there. I got all the, my tools and stuff in here, but that's about it. I don't have like any storage type stuff in here. Yeah, I have never paid for YouTube TV. I'm kind of surprised that I don't get that, being a content provider that provides quite a bit of content, actually. Not a lot in the grand scheme of things, I guess, but enough. Yeah, I don't do. You can get any of the news channels you want, and I've got a trick so I can get Fox News on the streaming, so I can stream any of the news stations I want. I don't watch a lot of them anymore, to be honest. I used to have what I used to call my Fox News TVs. I had a TV in every corner of my house. I had one in the kitchen. These were all tube televisions. This is years ago. I had one in the kitchen. I had one in the living room next to the big TV. I mean, you could watch TV and still see this TV. Bedroom, 2 TVs. To this day, I have 2 TVs in there. The other one's the security cameras. But everywhere you went in my house, I had a Fox News TV. And that's when I realized I had a problem. When I took the last tube-type 19-inch TV down from the bracket off the wall in the living room, and I took it out to the garbage, and I sat it there. And I realized when I backed out to work the next morning and the sun was shining down on the TV, you could see the Chiron and the Fox News logo burned into the bottom of the screen. That's kind of when I realized I had a problem. And the truth is, over the years, producing conservative talk radio for 14 years now, full-time, a show a day. I've been doing this for 14 years. And during that 14 years, I went from a news hawk to someone who does it for work. But I still enjoy it, and I still love talking about it, and I still love debating, Mr. Wrights, and you're still welcome here. I do enjoy it, because like so many other people have said, if you can just show one person the way, if you can just soften one person's stance enough, if you can just open one mind, then it was worth the time. And that's the way I look at it. It's the way I look at it on my radio station. We've gotten through to a lot of people on that station. I've got letters I've kept. I've got people have come on the air and told us, I was a lefty. I come out of college, I was a lefty. And I started dating this guy that used to leave when I'd get in his car to drive his car after they started dating or going, living together, whatever. She said, I would get in his car and I would drive to work. And this station was on every day, and I got to where I liked it. And I listened every day, and it made sense. Up until that point, nothing seemed to really make sense about politics. And it's like, when you look at it from a conservative point of view, it makes sense. And so many people have had that realization. Most people that switch parties midlife switch from Democrat to Republican. You guys realize that? Most people, more than half, way more than half, of the people that switch parties midlife switch from Democrat to Republican. Far more than half. It's because as you get older, there's another saying, I've actually seen this on a t-shirt. It says, if you're under 30 and a conservative, if you're under 30 and a Republican, you have no heart. And it says, if you're over 40 and a Democrat, you have no brain. And it's so true. It is. I understand why I was never on the left, but I actually embrace a lot of the things from the left when I was young. And I found myself in the middle on a lot of topics. But the Democrats have made that easy. They've literally moved everything far enough away that I don't think I agree with them on anything now. Yeah. Well, yeah, it does. It drifts because where does the left get most of its people? From the high schools, colleges, and universities. The indoctrination, the teachers, the instructors, the repetition, teaching them all the time that Trump's Hitler and George W. Bush is Hitler, and and when you teach these young minds this stuff, it then takes 15 years of earning a paycheck to get them to where they realize, wow, Oh my God. Most old people are conservative. Most really young people that are in college age and late 20s are left. They're liberal. And that, it makes sense if you think about it. Because when you're young, you don't know anything. So what you do is you lead with your heart. You lead with what feels good. You lead with what seems to make you feel better, because that's got to be right. But then as you get older and you run your own little business, or you work for a man for a while, or you do different things, you pay bills, you paint your house, you start to realize, Jesus, my God, you got to lead with your brain or you're effed. And you suddenly wake up one day and realize, man, I don't know if I left my party or my party left me. See, my mother was a Democrat for many years. Many years she was a Democrat. About 25 years ago, she started telling me, she goes, you know, I'm having a real problem with this because I don't agree with my party a lot. And then over the course of 15 or so years, she finally looked at me one day. She goes, I've changed my party. I'm a Republican now. I said, oh, wow. She goes, yeah. She goes, I don't identify at all with that Democrat Party anymore. She goes, they're pro-war now. They're anti-policing. They are pro-big taxing. And just, she's like, I just ideologically don't align with any of them. And she said, so I've changed my party affiliation. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. And so that's what happened to my mom. Now, my dad and I have always been Republicans. Yes, and I prefer the Charlie Kirk way here. I do. I really did like that guy. I'll be honest with you. I love that guy. And I miss him already. I still watch his videos from time to time. Although it's harder to watch him now. Even though there's a lot of them I haven't seen yet, I'm finding them hard to watch now. I get them, I will eventually. But the Charlie Kirk way was the same as the Trey Radel way at my work. And the same way the Ian way here. And I'll tell you what it is. It's let him speak. I want to hear what you have to say. Have you guys noticed nobody was banned tonight? Nobody was banned from the channel tonight? I didn't see a single one. My moderators can do it if they have to, but nobody had to be banned from the channel tonight. Why? I'm a free speecher. I love it. I want discourse. Now, if you come in and start throwing a bunch of racial slurs, and you come in and just start calling, just being a total ass, we will eventually get rid of you. But I mean, I had guys tonight just calling me name after name after name, everything but Mickey Mouse. And I didn't care. You didn't get banned. Because I'm strong about where I'm at and where my feelings are. I'm comfortable about arguing with it or discussing it or discording with you over it. Okay? And I believe in free speech. I am an absolute constitutionalist. And a constitutionalist can never use the word but. I talked about this at the beginning of the show. If you're a true constitutionalist, you can't use the word but. My voice is starting to go. You can't say, I believe in free speech, but I don't think they should burn a flag. I believe in free speech, but I don't think they should be able to do it on City Hall steps. I believe in free speech, but I really don't like it when those guys do it, so I put them way over in the corner and close the curtain. Whatever the case is. If you add a but into that sentence, you are not a constitutionalist. Because a true constitutionalist will stand up for speech that he doesn't agree with. That's what makes him a constitutionalist. And that's what I am. And so I try very hard not to ban anybody. I hate buts. I like butts, but you know what I mean. I hate butts. When it comes to when it comes to a nice little country butt and some jeans, I like that butt. But when it comes to the butt in the freedom lines, I like the First Amendment, but I like the Second Amendment, but I don't think you should walk around with a revolver slinged around your waist.
I like the Fourth Amendment, but I think a cop should be able to identify you if the sun's down. Anytime you add a but, it's null and void. And that's so important to remember when we start talking about things like the First Amendment. I agree with the First Amendment, but I don't think we should be burning flags. People that burn flags should go to jail. No, guys. That's an expression. It's just a piece of material. Now, if they stole the flag, we'll arrest them for that. If they burn it in an unsafe way, we'll arrest them for that. I'm okay with all that. But just burning of the flag should not be a crime, and I disagree with Donald Trump on that. Trump's approval rating, I believe, is 52%. Kopiniak, I think, somewhere right around there, 51%. And I saw a left-wing poll at 49. Right now, the Democrat Party is polling at a 39% approval, the lowest since they started keeping those records. Yeah. I'm sure that's the CNN poll, right? The CNN Washington Times poll. I stick to the middle, like Quapiniak or Rasmussen, however they want you to pronounce it now. Stick to those. Trump's approval rating is much higher than the Democrats' party approval rating, I can tell you that. As long as you stick your flag in your ass, it's fine. Oh, and you got to pay for the medical bills. Don't put that on the government. If you're going to stick a flag up your ass, you're paying for all of it. Well, see, that's Josh. This is the problem. I think you're being funny, but this is the problem. You can't burn a flag. Okay. Can I wipe my ass with it? No, you can't. We don't want that either. Okay. Can I piss on it? Can I put it in a jar of piss like that guy that does it with the Bible all the time? Can I put the flag in a jar of piss? Is that okay? Because where do you draw the line? Pretty soon we'll be arresting people that let it fall on the ground. I mean, the butt adds the slippery slope. The butt is the slippery slope. You can't have the slippery slope. It's absolute free speech, provided there's no other laws broken. I don't believe in blocking interstates. Now, if your crowd spills out a little bit in the road and they have to block a couple of lanes right there at City Hall, we can work with the crowd on that. I don't think we should be aggressive as cops either. If they start taking over roads, that's a problem. If they're going to do a march, a lot of times cities will allow these marches. They are city streets. They're public. I don't have a hard time with marches as long as they're done peacefully. It's a free country. Exactly. You can't say it's a free country, but I don't think you should be burning flags. See, anytime you add that but, all bets are off. It's done. Fart Simpson. I love the name. I love the last 2 or 3 times I've seen them lefties try to burn flags. They couldn't get them to light. Some of these newer ones are made out of some kind of weird nylon, and they won't sit there and burn freely on their own. You have to use accelerant. And again, if you pour gas all over the road in the middle of the road and light it, you probably have other problems there. See, that's where people get it. They just take down a flag off a flagpole and burn it. That's called theft and destruction of property. We've got a law for that. You arrest them. No big deal. Yes, Trump is wrong on that one. That's one I disagree with him on. You're right. I'm not a shill. I don't stand up for one person or one party or even one ideology. I'm a constitutionalist libertarian. And then after that, I'm a conservative.
But I'm a constitutionalist libertarian. I believe in an absolute strict interpretation of the Constitution of the United States, especially the Bill of Rights, especially the First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendments, and the second two. Yeah, it would be legal to make and sell Charlie Kirk toilet paper. Sure. I mean, if you do that, you're the asshole. But yeah, sure, you can do that. Absolutely. You can probably even sell it. Make it, find someone that would sell it for you. Not too many Democrats with successful businesses, but maybe somebody will help you. Yeah, I'm not in love with Trump. I like Trump. I think he's doing a good job. He's doing what I sent him there to do, and that's break shit and fix it. I want the swamp filled in. I want it over with. This Beltway bullshit. I'm done with it. So yeah, he's doing a good job. That doesn't make him my boy. There's been 3 or 4 things just recently that I vehemently opposed to. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with using the military for drug enforcement out in the waters. I disagree with him on it. It is what it is. But see, you're always going to disagree. I'm sure you didn't agree with everything Joe Biden did back when he was still doing things on his own. I'm sure that you didn't agree with everything Barack Obama did. Okay, I don't agree with everything Donald Trump does. I certainly didn't agree with everything that George H.W. Bush did or George W. Bush did. So, I mean, it is what it is, dude. Seriously. I just think he's the best thing for the country right now because of his America First. It's America First. That's what's important. What's important is America First. And make America great again. That's where it's heading. That's the light at the end of the tunnel. We're gonna do that. We're gonna make it great again. It's pretty run down, but he's already stopped inflation in its tracks. All the metrics are up. Everything looks good. He's got the pipelines opening back up. He's got the drilling going again. He's got as much oil as we can get going into reserves. He's got everything going again when it comes to all the weaknesses that we inherited under Biden. And we're going to be cooking with gas. By the time we get towards the end of his 4-year term, the country's going to be running so well, and things are going to be cooking so well that it's going to be a Vance Rubio presidency that will probably last 8 years if they can keep it going, because it's all about successes and then building on those successes. The problem in this country, we have successes and then the other party comes in and tears down those successes, and then they have their successes over here, whether it's socialized medicine or whatever their thing is over here, and then we come in and we tear that all back down again, and then we start building our shit back up. That's our biggest problem, truthfully. But I don't see a solution because I don't want their way of doing it. The conservative way, this way, is the way the founders set this place up. This is the way it's supposed to be. It's in the word liberal and conservative. It's there. Conservatives want to conserve. They want to keep things the way they are. They want to stay true to the Constitution. They want to stay true to the direction of the country. They want to put America first. The liberals, they want to change everything. Do you know a liberal, someone who's on the far left, or let me just put it this way, someone on the left is 3 times more likely to be clinically depressed than someone on the right? The people on the left don't like this country. They don't like the way we do things. And that's why they're depressed and angry and always yelling at somebody on a university campus. That's why we always hear all this constant bullshit about everything. It's because they're unhappy with the way things are. They want it to be more socialist. Why they would want a government that has failed at everything it's ever tried to do to run their life, I don't know. Why would you want to be a socialist. I don't understand it. I don't. I If you ask someone on the left, they're like, yay, socialism. I walk up and you know what my question is? I asked them, I said, so how do you think the government's doing on everything right now? Oh, they suck. The government sucks. They're just terrible. They don't do anything right. So you want socialism where the government does everything? Because socialism leads to communism. I don't understand how people that don't trust the government want to put all their eggs in said basket. I don't get it. Oh, come on. I would love to make Israel great again. I would. I'm not one of these crazy Israel people. I'm not Jewish. I don't have any Jewish family, but I've got a lot of Jewish friends. And I'll tell you something. I love those folks. I don't understand Jew hate. I'll never understand Jew hate. I don't get it. I don't. So, whatever. I don't hate Muslims. I don't hate Jews. I don't hate Buddhists. I don't even hate Russians most of the time. I don't understand why we have to pick a certain people and start hating them. And why do people who hate Jews, they're the first ones to turn around and tell you that you used to hate black people? What? You're calling me racist and you hate the frickin' Jews? What? What are you doing? How stupid is that argument? I'm not racist against anybody. But you're calling me racist against black people because of my great-great-grandfather or some shit? Yet you're racist against Jews right now. Wow. Look, Gaza needs to get its act together. They need to get in there right now. Hamas needs to get out. It's a bunch of bullshit, okay? They always attack Israel first. And then Israel responds, and then everybody goes, look at Israel, they're bombing all these poor people. I get so sick of that. It's happened 10 times in my lifetime, and I get sick of it. They kidnapped all these people. They killed people. They shot people. They murdered people. They raped women. And we're supposed to feel bad for them? I think Israel was just in whatever they wanted to do. Israel wouldn't be destroying it if they didn't let their whole government get taken over by Hamas. See, you guys got to know what comes first, the egg or the chicken, all right? When it comes to the Middle East, it's a 6,000-year-old chicken. The history there goes so far back, we don't even understand. They don't even understand it. Probably be a terrorist. Yes, of course I feel bad about children being bombed. Do you at all feel bad about the Jewish people that were bombed and killed and murdered and raped and kidnapped and kept from their families for over a year? Do you feel bad about them at all? Remember, you hate Jews, remember? Do you feel bad about them at all? See, everything with you guys is a one-way street, and that pisses me off. I'm white, so I'm automatically racist. You're a Democrat, so you can hate Jews, and it's perfectly okay. I'm sick of the double standard. Jesus. Their approach to the war is wrong. Do you think they chose this war? You act like they planned it out. They were attacked. The war is against them. They went into their sovereign territory and they killed and raped and murdered and kidnapped and still hold today. Do you feel bad about any of them? Why was that okay, The first subsequent harmful event was them going into Israel. That was the first subsequent harmful event. But somehow it always gets turned. But the Israelis, they're just not executing the war prop. Get the F out of here. They could bomb anybody they want. They've been attacked. They're a sovereign country and they've been attacked. I don't think you get that. Stop saying them. They, them. Is this a woke thing? Look, Gaza allowed Hamas. The people of Gaza went along with this whole thing for so long. All right? It doesn't work for me. I'm sorry. I don't see a difference between occupants of Gaza and Hamas terrorists. I don't, the line there is blurry for me. Okay? But for Israel, it's not blurry. Those people didn't start shit. Israel is ISIS. See, that's the kind of stupid shit you guys type in there. That's the, just literally, that's the kind of stupid shit that you guys type in there. What does that even mean? Wait. Why don't you call it, he's literally Nazis, and they're Nazis. They're Hitler. They're like Hitler. Aid's being provided. That whole boat thing with Greta Thunberg, that wench, that whole thing, that whole flotilla thing, we covered part of that the other night. I'm telling you something, that was all just a stunt. It was a stunt. If they're just trying to get in aid, the aid can get in. They don't want to follow the way it's being done because they don't want to talk to Jewish people on the phone or whatever. That's how stupid this is. You go to the people who are in control of the area and you work out how you're going to deliver the aid. That's all. Okay? You don't float it in the dark at night and try to sneak in. They did all that for show. It's all showboating. Every one of those boats had a live cam the other night, and they had big composite screens, looked like something I would have done. Big composite screens of all the different boats, because they knew every one of them would get raided. And I've already seen the video of all of it. It was all a shit show for television, okay? We have a true leader as president. We have someone that's run some of the most successful businesses in the world, has already had a demonstrably, an amazing first term. A person that's already brought our inflation rate down to zero. A person who, with tariffs and this stuff, has actually done the first thing ever to actually start to look at reducing our national debt. And unlike the last president, he's not brain dead. What a great deal there, right? Yeah, I'm sure they're taking pot shots at people trying to get bread. Oh, Jesus Christ. No one supports Netanyahu in Israel. Really? Is that true? There is protests against him. But if you look at the numbers, that's the vocal minority. He still wins elections. He still does what he has to do. Oh, come on with the bombing of Christian churches. You believe all the shit you're fed, don't you? You sit there and watch CNN and read your Facebook page and you're just happy as hell. I'm going to tell you something, guys. No, not so much. Well, It's one of those things where they made it a shit show for television. It didn't have to be. That food could have been delivered. The food will probably ultimately still be delivered to people who need it. Oh, come on. That is just so not true. It's just not. It is not. Israel has never and is not indiscriminately bombing anything. The IDF is one of the most technologically advanced militaries on this planet. Their precision strikes rival ours. Are you kidding? Besides, they're using mostly our equipment. I mean, these guys can lay it down within a square block of anything. They know what they're doing. They can bomb anything up. They're not indiscriminately bombing people. That's just dumb. And if you've resorted to saying things like that in an open chat room, you truly have lost the war and you're fighting an uphill battle at this point, really. Because coming out and saying, well, Israel's just lobbing bombs up in the air. I mean, it's just dumb. It's just not the case. They're carpet bombing everything. That is so bullshit. Don't you think if that was going on, there'd be video of it? It is the Middle East. Everybody there owns a cell phone, too. The hospital was being used by Hamas. My God, do you read anything? Or you just cherry pick? Like, there's like 8 sentences and you only like 2 of the sentences, so you forget about the other 6 sentences? Is that how you do it? Trump's ear hoax? Jesus Christ. What about the dead fireman, asshole? Huh? What about him? Remember him, the dead fireman? The guy that was standing behind Trump? Jesus Christ, you people are something else. The ear hoax. I was explaining earlier, if you guys ever want to win elections again, you've got to stop this crazy horse shit. You have to stop the crazy horse shit. Stop taking the craziest people in the world and amplifying their voices. You guys need to start being the party of reason. Stop being the party of crazy. You've lost the black vote. You've lost the Hispanic vote. You've lost the blue-collar vote, the union vote. You're losing it all. Why? Because of this crazy bullshit where everything you say is calling somebody a name. You're a douchebag. You're a scumbag. Trump is Hitler. It gets stupid. It's dumb. We've reached the point where that's all you got. That's all you got. It's just calling names. It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely. If that's all you got, is it worth the fight? Do you think you're going to change somebody's mind by coming in my chat room here and just saying the same thing over and over and over? We're not technically even covering the politics tonight, although you've drugged me into it 100 times. I'm trying to just cover the damn protesting or whatever the hell it is. What's going on here?
Job, politics and operations collide every single day. And so I'm going to understand and be in the political spectrum, but I'm going to focus on operational support.
That's from earlier. That's from earlier. I was hoping they were doing some kind of press release or a press conference, but presser as we call it. Oh, and I'm sure you can tell that, right, Josh, from the video, Mr. Ballistic Specialist? Oh my God. Thanks, Bonnie. I appreciate that. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. I try very hard. I don't do politics on here all the time. We do a lot of science and other things that are really fun on here. But I am on every night except Saturday nights, except this Saturday night. But I'm on Sunday through Friday. I'm on every evening starting at 9 p.m. Eastern. And I'm here for an hour or two each night. The useless police chief of Portland. Yeah, I don't know what he does there, but we'll figure it out maybe. Yeah,
Douche Newsom. Do you guys really think that that idiot with that haircut has any chance at all of being president? I mean, seriously? He's trying to moderate right now, and he's trying to play games. He's trying to get it. He's every day he's playing a game, because see, his days are numbered. He's terming out as governor of the failed state of California. He's terming out, and what that basically means is that he is going to he's going to have to fight and struggle to stay relevant, and I don't know what he's going to do to fight and struggle to stay relevant. Of course I think Epstein was a bad guy. He was a scumbag. He ran some hooker island with underage girls. What do you mean? Do you think? Jesus. Okay, in most states, the state, city, and county agencies all have jurisdiction within their boundaries. So in other words, your city is also in a county, and your county is in a state. So all three agencies would have equal jurisdiction there. Now, some states have it written out that the state can take jurisdiction ultimately over the city and the county. Others do not. It's usually done through cooperative effort. But basically, a cop would have arrest powers. A highway patrolman would have arrest powers at your front door for a domestic. They would have arrest powers if they see you in the mall and you got a warrant. It doesn't have to be on the highway in a car they pulled over. Now, that's mostly what they do, but it doesn't have to be. Some states don't, like Georgia State Police, they have a highway patrol division, but they also do other things. Here we have the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and we have the Highway Patrol as two separate divisions. So basically, it doesn't matter if it's Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Florida Highway Patrol, Lee County Sheriff's Department. If I'm in the city, it would be Fort Myers Police. They would all have equal jurisdiction at my house if I lived there. They can't arrest Trump. Presidents have sovereignty. They have immunity. Well, Stephen, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Just because you disagree with me politically, now you immediately jump to the fact that I must be stupid too, right? Because anybody that's smart would be a Democrat, right? I mean, anybody that's smart would join the loser-ass party, the Democrats, right? Is that what you're saying? Seriously? I mean, if I was smart, I'd be a Democrat, right? With the 39.3% approval rating, right? If I was smart, I'd be a Democrat, because they're not going to win another presidential race for frickin' 13 years, right? Maybe I should just be a Democrat, right? Because if I was smart, I'd be a Democrat, right? And then I would realize that my state's completely run by Republicans, and it's the most successful state in the country. And maybe I wouldn't want to be a Democrat. So I don't know how you can equate being in a certain party with being intelligent. Because I think if you're going to do that, you have to identify the fact that one of us has the numbers on his side and one of us doesn't. Look, if Trump was on those lists, if he flew to that island, if he did any of the things that the Democrats are saying he did, don't you think Joseph Robinette Biden would have brought that shit completely out in the open? Don't you? He would have blown that lid off of that thing. He'd have popped that cork. That'd have been the biggest thing since peanut butter. And then if he didn't do it, you know Kamala Harris would have done it. You know she would have done it in her 107 days. You know she would have done it, right? Why do you think neither one of them mentioned it? Because he's not there. He kicked that man out of Mar-a-Lago years before and never flew to his place. So get it straight.
That's just another one of those stupid facts that keep getting all messed up. Trump has nothing to do with Epstein. I'm disappointed that Trump didn't get the rest of the files released, just like you are. Okay? Again, I don't agree with everything. There's something big in those files, but it's not Trump, because Biden had access to them, Kamala had access to them, they all saw them, and there was nothing there they could use against Trump. So there's nothing that exists. I think people knew what they were doing on that island, and a lot of people like Donald Trump don't do that sort of thing. Maybe that's it, maybe? Yeah, I mean, come on. Yeah, I mean, it's being blocked by judges on the left. The left has done more to protect this information than the right. Oh, I haven't heard about the drive-through with the alligator. I haven't heard about that yet. We get lots of Florida man stories. You want to hear something funny? Florida man. It's Florida man. Florida man. Florida man. Everybody's like, you want to hear a stupid story? Just type in Florida man. Yep. A Florida man walked into a Wendy's and robbed it with an alligator. Let me tell you something. We do have some dumb rednecks around here. Okay, I'm not going to deny that. Every town has dumb rednecks. Every country area has some cerebrally challenged individuals, okay? But what I found was, if you read to the last paragraph, you'll find the truth. And here's the truth. It'll say, a man did this today and did this and took all his clothes off and robbed a convenience store, and yeah, and then he did this and then he did that and then he, ate a hot dog. It's a crazy story, right? Oh my God, it's a Florida man story. You read down to the very bottom. The guy lived in Baltimore up till 2 years ago when he moved to Florida. The point I'm trying to make is, most Florida man stories are transplants. They're not even Florida men. They're what do you want to call them? They're naturalized Floridians. I don't know, but they weren't born here like me. Well, Kings, I almost hope you're right, but I will tell you, if Jesus showed up today in Manhattan, they'd put him in Bellevue. I'm not buying any of that, Josh. Coco, I do agree that there's people on both sides that took advantage of those services. Absolutely, 100%. And I don't know where the percentage is. They're all scumbags. I was just saying, as the judges go, most of the judges that have concealed this have been judges that were appointed by either Biden or Obama. I don't even know if I've paid any attention to what Candace Owens has said about the Charlie Kirk thing. I don't know. I think people are going to continuously try to kill him, but they hopefully will not be successful. What do you think? He's got the files in his jacket, or maybe they're in his desk, maybe they're in a Resolute desk, maybe? What about the Anthony Weiner laptop? What about the Joe Biden's son's laptop? I mean, come on. What a mess that was. Russian disinformation that turned out to be real. I don't put a lot of value in the whole Epstein thing. I really don't. I don't care about it, really. There's some big names on it because, Trump was going to release it, and then he got into office and he saw it. And Pam Bondi was acting all weird, I got piles of it on my desk. Oh, now it's all gone. I mean, I don't like any of it anymore than you guys do on either side. Um, I don't really care. Again, I don't. First of all, I don't get into crime drama at all. I don't care, like the whole P. Diddy trial. I didn't follow it at all. I would read the headline each night on my show here, and that was about it. I really didn't get involved too much with it. Um, I know he was all whiny at the end. Oh, please don't put me in jail. It's like you got most of the big charges got dropped. Jesus. And please don't put me in jail. Do the 4 years and shut up. Oh, the PP tapes. That's been debunked so long ago. Over and over. See, when that's all you have, that's all you have. You got a man that's actually doing it. He's fixing it. He's making it better. He's putting us first for a change. He's shutting down waste. You know, one of the biggest wastes he shut down was that damn USAID. Oh my God, you should see the list of things that money was going to. Oh, it was just absolutely ridiculous. Let me see if I can get that list. I got it here somewhere. I don't know if this one will do it. ChatGPT has gotten so biased that I'll type in something that, like a zinger, that I need to get some really good information on. It just won't do it. It won't do it because it's like if it comes up with this information, it's all this great information that I'm going to end up using on my show, talking about what the Democrats are doing or whatever. And it literally will not let me use it. Yeah, the server in Hillary's bathroom. That's another one that, if you were a Republican, she'd still be in prison today if she was a Republican. But because she was a Democrat, nothing ever happened. Well, there you go, Kings. That's what he's going to need, and it's going to be a bloodbath because it's going to be good versus evil. It's going to be him versus liberals. It's going to be really fun, and I hope it comes out okay. Yeah, this thing's not working. Okay, so the USAID, we spent $10 million worth of money, $10 million on contraceptives for Africa that never made it to Africa. We spent, funding was frozen or delayed, the supplies have not been shipped, and they just have sat there, and they will eventually go bad. And that, by the way, has been like that for 2 or 3 years. It never will make it because of the issues they're having with the different tribes and everything else. And all we're trying to do is give them birth control, for Christ's sake. We relocated 1,000 farmers in Madagascar. It's just amazing. I'm not going to sit here and go through all these. A grant was given, over $1 million grant was given to Guatemala to support transgender-led groups and gender-affirming health care. That's the addictomy and the laparotomy. Sex change surgeries, if you will. So they literally were giving them money that they could turn around and use to change people's sexes. In Guatemala. Programs in other countries like Serbia, Western Balkans, and Uganda. They had programs there to advance LGBT rights or inclusion and anti-discrimination and DEI. Some of it is controversial, but most of it has been proven to have existed. Millions of dollars in food given to organizations that they knew were giving it to terrorist groups. Oh my God, there's the whole Eco Health thing. They were spending millions of dollars on Eco Health stuff. They gave grants for environmental health and zoonotic disease research. I mean, why do we give our money to everybody? Why does everybody need our money? I don't get it. If you're going to do the research, do it here. Do it here with our people. Millions of dollars to Vietnam in grants for electric vehicle infrastructure in Vietnam, green transportation and urban energy security projects. Why are we buying that shit? Why? Why do I need that? Funding for journalist training in Sri Lanka. And what are they being trained for? Gender sensitivity training. Oh, isn't that awesome? They spent millions given to media outlets to promote programming that includes DEI. Medical supplies, tens of millions of dollars in medical supplies that were paid for and sent but never arrived where they were going in both Africa and the Middle East. There's a bunch more too. I'm not going to read this whole list. There's a whole bunch that are just gay this and trans that. They literally were training transgender seismologists in Sri Lanka, and they were spending all this money finding 10 or 15 people that wanted to change their gender and study earthquakes. That's a pretty unique group of folks, don't you think? But hey, if you study the earthquakes, the penis surgery's free. It is wrong to watch porn. And we all watch it, don't we? Dumbass. Oh my God. No, we should keep that money here. How about that? How about we keep it here? America first. Our allies second. Well, and that's the other thing. All these programs we would send money, we would then next year send more money to keep up with it. Maintenance money, money for the employees, money for, and then in the next year we would send more money, and these allocations would go on for 20 years. Hey, no problem, Rick. This is how we do it here, man. We like to do the multiple feeds. I always try to keep it to where there's plenty to watch, so even if you're a little sick of listening to me. We have gotten over 120 subs tonight. I want to thank you guys for that. And I'm now going back through the Chicago stuff now, trying to see if I've got everything. Most everything's looped back to daytime footage now in Chicago. See, do I have this one yet? No, let me put this one up. Some of these smaller screens may duplicate. You guys know how this works. Yeah, this is about the most comprehensive coverage we've done as far as the number of views that we're providing and so on and so forth. This is actually really good. I'm proud of tonight's coverage. I think it's gone really well. We're going to keep it up for a little while longer.
That address is supposed to be outside, nothing further.
We've still got the scanner going here in the background.
think everything up there is still active.
I think it's Cleveland, Upper or Howard, red line.
What do I got?
And 13380.
Florida made and safe for all hard surfaces. Stye's long-lasting disinfectant is the cleaning, deodorizing, and disinfecting solution. Stye's matters. Go to Stye'sUSA.com. That's STIZEUSA.com.
Sure, 42 main, no patient found for return.
All right, had to get that going again. I think it's having an issue up there, but I do believe it's still working.
With ranges, supplies, and solutions for every challenge.
Playing some kind of ad or something, but I think it's just because I just restarted it. I do believe that we need to get back to the days when we can all talk to each other again. We've reached a point now where if the person you're talking to doesn't agree with you, they're more likely to yell at you or cuss you out or walk away than they are to actually stand and talk to you about what's wrong. Well, I will tell you, Antifa is overused. It is a real thing, but it's not as organized as they want you to think. You're a lot right. It's not near what they think it is. It was not made up by the right, though. It was actually a group that was started. But I just don't think there's a lot going on there, because the whole premise is wrong. Antifa stands for anti-fascist. And they would go out and use fascist tactics while they're being anti-fascist, and it just didn't resonate, because you can't go out and act like a bunch of fascists because you don't like fascists. It just doesn't make sense. Well, look, after what you guys did to Donald Trump over the last 4 years, you have no room to talk. He can use it as much as he wants. He can arrest every damn Democrat inside the Beltway for all I care, because you guys abused the absolute shit out of it. Arresting him here and arresting him there and arresting him there and arresting him there, and charges and charges. It's all bullshit. None of it stuck. And what did stuck will be gone, because it was all state bullshit. It was all trumped up. Pun intended. I'm telling you guys something. The whole thing is stupid. The Democrats started this warfare. They started this banana republic bullshit, and now they're going to have to sow what they reap. I'm telling you, they're going to have to, because it's coming. It started with Comey, but it's coming. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I understand it.
Yeah, fight racism with racism. That's what the left does now. If something's racist, then they make something else more racist to counteract it. No, he didn't actually break the law. Why do you think nothing stuck? Jesus. The Dems really screwed up. They screwed up by going after him. I mean, you guys have to realize that by attacking him with the Department of Justice like Biden did, and what happened also in the state case, by that happening, it's strengthened his base. It put him out in the cameras more. You guys did him favors by doing that. And now he can do whatever he wants with the Department of Justice because you guys opened the door. You opened the door. You did it. You've made it normal and mainstream now to just sue anybody you don't like, arrest anybody you don't like, imprison anybody you don't like. This is the new way of life. You guys started it, and now you're pissed because we're doing it. He did not try to steal the 2020 election. That's stupid. Have you ever actually watched the speech he gave that day? I mean, that is stupid if you think that. I'm sorry, it's stupid. There's just no way around it. He attempted to steal the 2020 election. How, pray tell, did he do that? Yeah, and guess what? They couldn't produce anything. All that stuff they took from Mar-a-Lago, none of it produced anything for them. Why not? Biden did. Biden went after Trump over and over and over and over and over again. I'm not saying I like it or it's right, but I'm saying you opened the door for it. You can't do something and then turn around and say the other guy can't do it. No one ever did this before until Joe Biden did it. He used the Department of Justice as a weapon, and he wielded it like a weapon. And guess what? Now they're saying, you can't do this, you can't. Yes, he's not doing anything different than what Joe Biden did. Wow. Wow. Interesting. Yep. Yep, that's true. No, I know there has always been smaller examples of the Justice Department being used politically, but Biden was the first one to do it on any grand scale. He was the first one to not only go after a past president, but go after a past president with 100 and something charges in 3 different courts. It was a mess, and it was typical Joe Biden overkill. Because I think even by that point, I don't think Joe was really much within his mental faculties. And I think that there's a lot of really negative people that were in his cabinet and in his circle that had control of the auto pin, for instance. I think these people, I think they did this because this is what they wanted to do. I think this is what they wanted to do, and they did it. Whether Biden was actually in on it or not, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about the Epstein files. I don't give a shit about the Epstein files. All I know is if any important Democrat was in there, the Republicans would have come out with it. If any important Republican was on there, the Democrats would have come out with it. There's already been lists released. I think that's all you're going to get, and I've quit stressing over it. It's the Democrat judges that keep locking it down so we can't see what's in it. He can't. It's a judicial order. It's beyond his control. again, I'm going to say it again because apparently you're not hearing well. Why would Joe Biden and Kamala Harris not come out with that when they were in office for 4 years looking for anything they could find to destroy Donald Trump? Why would they not have come out with it? It's stupid. Stop saying it. You look dumb. Jesus Christ. That's just stupid, Lou. That's just stupid. Whatever. Is this how it is? Is this how you keyboard warriors do it now? You come in and harass people that are trying to do legitimate news coverage shows? Is this how we do it now? I think some of you are just trolls because you keep saying the same ignorant shit over and over and over again. So I would say you probably got to be a troll, right? Two other channels have already put their subscriber numbers up on their screen like I did tonight. I love it. We all copy off each other. I'm not saying I don't do it too. I see something really cool, I figure out how they do it. All right, I got that one. I agree with that, Joseph. I absolutely agree with that. Anybody that can look at what's going on right now and not see it lacks common sense or basic intelligence. So, you know, they're the first ones that'll tell you, if you don't believe like me, you're stupid. But I have to, when you look at the facts and you look at all the figures and you look at everything else, you have to start to wonder if maybe it is that way, but the other way around. Yeah. And I'm sure he did. Joe Biden looked really bad in that. They never should have put him out there. He's just a stubborn old man. He wouldn't step down. But they obviously should have never put him up on there like that. Right off the bat. They never should have put him up there. Okay, listen, I've decided here I'm not feeling well. I don't want to end the stream. So here's what I'm going to do. All right? I'm going to get me a bite to eat. I'm going to turn off the camera and I'm going to be sitting here working on streams and eating, okay? But I'm still going to be here and I'll check in with you guys in a little while. But I do need some time off. I've been 7.5 hours on here continuously. I don't take commercial breaks. So my throat's starting to go and I have to eat. My sugar is getting low. I'm starting to feel really bad. I'm starting to break a sweat here. They are kind of fizzling out, but I do want to keep this up for another 30 or 45 minutes. We've got 106 people in here. We've had over 12,000 views tonight. We've got a great chat rate, thanks to our friends on the left that like to argue the irrelevancy. Yeah, that's it, Josh. I'm going to go whack off. That's what I'm going to do, you know? What? You guys are so fucking childish, dude. Yeah, I'm going to go be human for a minute. Of course, January 6th was a setup. They let him in the building. I mean, they let him in the building. It's proven. They've admitted to it in testimony. They just said, they just let him in. There was only one weapon that was fired, and that was by a police officer at an unarmed woman. It does not meet any of the criteria for an insurrection, and I'm so sick of people calling it that, it pisses me off. My insulin? Yeah, okay. You ignorant people, man. I swear to God. It's funny because it's so like drivel and more. Some of you could be bots. I don't know. It's some of the stuff you guys are saying is pretty stupid. Yeah, I really think that maybe some of you guys are bots, which is fine. I love it. I got to figure out how to hook a few up myself because hey, it really helps the chat rate, right? FBI's already admitted to having a number of people there, like over 100 people there that were doing all kinds of different things, including crowd manipulation and things like that. Sure. Yep. All right, guys, I'm going to shut my camera off. I will go ahead and I will be here for the next hour. I'm going to leave this on for another hour. Please feel free to hang around if you would like to. Please give me a thumbs up and a subscribe on the way out when you leave. I'd appreciate that. It really helps. We were at 16. God, I don't know. I think I was at 16.9 something. I don't know. Anyway, it's been good. We've got between 100 and 200 new subscribers, so that's good. Thanks for the advice, Josh. I appreciate it. Although you would probably get off on it. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate that. We normally don't have this high amount of trolling going on, but tonight, obviously, this was a long form coverage. It's been going on for 7 hours and 37 minutes. And we've picked up a bunch of trolls and some lefty commies along the way. And we're sitting here kind of chatting with them. All right, guys. Like I said, I'm going to leave this on. I'm going to mute the mic so that because I certainly don't want Josh to hear me beating off. So I'm going to mute the mic. But yeah, I'm going to give me a bite to eat. I'll still be here. I'll probably check in with you guys in just a little while.
Alright, 6380.
1963 Eddie.
1520, 99. You can make this a 19 Eddie.
Armagh Drive, 24.
1661 David, can you hold us with 06 boy?
1661 David, 10-4.
95 to 815. Sharita, you need some help over there?
TMA 815, do you need some help?
South 14 minutes. Can you put us back on previous department?
Hey there.
We're 961 boy.
1961 boy.
119.
Battalion 18 to Maine. We find nothing here. Where'd you get this call from?
Can you clear us from that assist and show me which 1961 on this walk-in arrest? And give me the last 5 for that on that number.
6316.
6316.
Cell phone caller, I believe it was the resident. We'll try him back. Maybe they can wave you down. We'll get right back to you.
Can I get an ID for 18250? For the walk-in arrest, it is 13065. 13065.
Template, thanks.
Truck 48 to Maine.
You're welcome.
From 6743 Western.
Truck 48, go ahead.
We had 2 refusals, 57 and the trucker going home. We're going to need a police tow at 4137 West 31st Street.
10-4.
Alright, that's gonna get you John 439984. That's 439984. That event number is 13273. 13273.
4137, we'll get you a tow. Battalion 18, straight to voicemail, that's all we have.
372.
Message received. Yeah, we're talking to a resident now. Looks like there was a little bit of rubbish on the outside here. Out on arrival. We're going to be here just another minute.
Your message received.
7672.
372.
7372.
Squad, just notifying you we're heading back to 6 if you can send the ET over there to take pictures of my partner.
10-4. 5826. We got a domestic, 2755 North Lakewood. Yeah, that was for you. That was the 6 person. They Jackson Park after that. Female was locked out of the apartment by the boyfriend.
Go to 6 first in Jackson Park.
Apartment sale.
For units in 7 in the citywide, getting an assault in progress, 7-2 in Aberdeen. Anonymous callers reporting a large group of 30 male blacks and female blacks wanting to fight at the corner. Nothing further. Zone 6 radio, please.
7381 Adam.
731 Adam.
Squad, can you give me an upper and lower red photo to the red line, please?
13750, 13750, and 13752.
Battalion 18 to Maine. There's no fire here. We're on service return.
Message received.
Available Sergeant in 16. Good morning. We got to put in a first watch backlog. We got a domestic that just hit the time.
May 843 Adam.
Do you have any late cars at that line?
Units in 8. I do not have any late cars. That's up.
TMA 814 Adam, go ahead.
All clear over here.
I'm sorry, 814 Adam once again. What you need?
Clear.
Okay, he's advising that he's clear.
Okay, so, is anybody on any kind of accidents or papers that they can go out and then come back and finish stuff later?
Airway 27, 10-4. You need to stay on post till we're ready to go. We'll let you know.
We're getting assault in progress, Grayson, Southport. 6 unknown males are throwing rocks and drinks at people while they are walking by at the basketball court at the school.
Region 95 for service from Hamlin.
No one's on paper. Everyone is currently out. Stand by. 1614, are you guys still on that domestic?
Okay. 1932.
1932.
1614, we still here.
Okay, 10-4, thank you.
I meant close the wall, but you all know what I mean.
You can drop it in the box. I'm on Anderson and Southport.
Alright, Conspar, please advise.
7385 Frank.
7385 Frank.
999.
At 1610, I do not have any available late cars.
1934. You can clear assist and show us 2132.
For your clear so far.
Okay, question, get a car.
Squad, can you give me 2 numbers for the 69 Street Red Line, upper and lower levels?
So 13786, 13786, and 13787.
1920, we'll put it in the backlog.
7381 George.
7381 George.
Can you get 2 event numbers for upper and lower, 95th and the red line?
I will. Alright, pending is the domestic 2755 on Lakewood, the auto accident with injuries. 836 West Wellington. Disturbance large gathering 4349 on Paulina. Disturbance Clark and Diversey.
2015 polls of Lieutenant General.
Okay, they didn't change it on the board. I'll change to the Lutheran General.
Houston 7 in the citywide, coming over to battery in progress, 731 West 66th Place. Callers reporting a female black wearing a ripped shirt and light joggers, hitting a male black wearing a light gray shirt and joggers as well. Woman has mace and a sock full of something. Nothing further, zone 6 radio clear.
1732. Actually, disregard. Available Sergeant at 17.
Houston 15 in the citywide, Sun Plaza, 633 North Menard, that's 1033 North Menard for 874. Arguing outside on that motorcycle, threatening to break down. That's further, zone 12
Engine 112 is on the scene at 2059 West Grace. We are
1720, good morning. It came over the commercial alarm at 4101 West Lawrence at the jewelry store. Looks like they just called back and the owner gave a proper code for a false alarm. Can I code it or you still want me to send somebody? New to the board in 16, we're getting an auto accident with injuries at Menard and Bryn Mawr. Vehicle hit a male that's on a bike. The male is bleeding from the head. Fires are out no further.
44, engine 44.
Hello.
44, rubbish fire in the park, Washington and Holman, Washington and Holman.
812, just an FYI, traffic is, the tail end of the southbound Columbus is passing me.
Holman, 44.
95, 812, go ahead and open up y'all closures.
1732.
332.
381 Frank.
731 Frank.
96 Main. Help off the floor. We're in service return.
2 for the red line, upper and lower, please.
Which red line?
96, okay.
7-9. Sorry.
3-2 assist citizen in Avondale and Hamlin. You have Eric that's waiting. He's asking for police assistance to gather his belongings from his father-in-law's house. It's the order of protection in place. The caller's going to be waiting in a black Mercedes with the hazard lights on.
All right, so forward to you.
Thank you.
112, May.
Take event 13843, 13843, and 13844.
112.
Making sure you listen.
We got a call back. We're not finding 2059 West Price.
7385 Eddie.
85. 385 Eddie.
Right, can we get two event numbers, one for the upper and lower at 95th and Red Line, please?
10-4, take 13849, 13849, and 13850.
Forward, thank you.
$16.22. 16.14. Other assist, please.
99.
Thank you. Domestic disturbance, 4128 North McVicker. We got a few calls on it. Person states the neighbors are having an argument inside the location in front of their kids. No weapons. The male has possibly been drinking or doing drugs.
Yeah, 331. What's back of it?
Better.
Units in 10 and citywide. We got shots fired at 2400 South Rockwell. That's 240 South Rockwell Street. Caller says 9 or 10 males started shooting at their car, so they shot back. Forensic CTL. Caller pulled into fair play. No injuries. Don't care.
News to the board in 17, we're in a DUI driver at Lowell and Wilson. Caller says there's a intoxicated male white in a black Hyundai. Eddie 292399, who can barely drive, and he's trying to park now. No further.
112, tried calling back to our company. It's going to voicemail, nothing further. That's to receive. We're at Grayson, Hawaii. No smoke, no fire. Port service returning. Your message received. Engine 44 to Maine. 44.
1-4.
1-4.
That's some rubbish. We're with CPD. We'll be here for a minute.
So taking off of this domestic to Brown Line, Irving Park. 257 on the bottom.
Irvin Brown at 2204.
1832.
32.
Here on Grayson South 4, we don't see anybody. It's going to be a 1940. And give me the domestic on my beat. And 34 is going to back me up.
All right, thank you.
1720.
1720.
Yeah, that's why can you let me off?
10-4.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Units in 19 citywide came in as a burglary in progress, 4637 North Damon. An unknown person is slamming themselves trying to get into the back door. Nothing further in 19 zone 2.
Units in 11 and citywide. We got a person with a gun at 765 South Mondale Avenue, floor 1755 South Mondale Avenue. Caller says female to an apartment. One male has a gun on him. No further details. Zone 8 clear.
Squad, can we move with 27?
TMA 27 for mobile.
1922. 27.
Yeah, 18th Street is clear. I think we can open up the ramp.
1922.
Alright, y'all, go ahead. Tell you copy. You can open up the ramp. TMA 48. Give us 2-3 minutes. Give us 2-3 minutes, you guys. 821 and 814. Give us like 3 minutes, and you can open up.
Airport heard. No more cars. 2-3 minutes.
Thank you. Back 1040. 1040.
Unison 10 in Citywide, we got a criminal trespass in progress at 3011 West Fairbank Road, 3011 West Fairbank College Station. 3 males inside the building that are not supposed to be there. The building is supposed to be vacant. Callers with persistent children on the fourth floor. They locked themselves in. No weapons made for further information on the
Unison 19 Citywide, battery in progress. Damon and George. You got a male and female. No description. Fighting in the alley. Unknown weapons. 1972.
1932.
32.
So it's going up to 4 north.
4 Nora at 2210.
411.
That's 411.
63, Eddie.
Yeah, is there an updated estimation on the route for the body removal?
No, they have a backlog. So it's going to be longer than the 75. They've been backed up all day. Sorry. Might want to get a release.
What?
Can you look at the burglary, 4637 on Damon? No descriptions. They're trying to get into the back door, slamming themselves against the door.
21, TMA 821.
2-4 squad, I heard copy. Ramp is about to be open in 2 minutes. Sorry, 30 seconds squad.
And 814, TMA, if you copy, go ahead and reopen.
TMA 814, copy.
Good morning. Good morning for one on your box. Thank you.
1914.
Alright guys, we need to head to the wall so we can go home.
Ernie, since you're on 12 speed, can you look at this disturbance large gathering? Only one call, 4349 North Carolina. Over the time, it seems like there's a party going on with hundreds of people. Just let us know.
Unison 7 in the Citywide, getting a person with a knife, 7236 South Wolcott. Michelle's calling in saying 2 female blacks and 1 male black are trying to fight another male. The females have weapons in the middle of the block. One female is wearing all white, one is armed with a knife, and 1 female is armed with a bat. No other details, nothing further. Don't get radio, please.
Follow.
1632 afternoon.
It's 1632.
Hey squad, can we get a relief over here at Kimmy First Hospital for this offender?
10 for once first watch card come out, I'll get you a release.
Yeah, boy, thank you.
You're welcome.
Unison 16 on the Citywide. We're going to battery in progress, 5214 North Reserve. Per the anonymous caller, there's approximately 10 males outside fighting. They've been drinking, and there are bottles on the table. No weapons seen. No further. This is 16s on 1 clear.
7385 David.
7385 David.
Please, upper and lower Howard in the red line.
One 127 Englewood.
Thank you, 127.
Do you have the police en route?
411.
New to the board at 16, we're getting criminal damage to property, 6247 North Harlem. elderly caller states there are two teenagers damaging her gate. She's watching them on the camera. They're on bicycles. Unknown solar description, no further.
Requested, no one's assigned yet.
Message received.
Oh, and body removal will arrive over there.
Engine 8 to me. It could. We're at the intersection on 18th Canal. We don't see any person. Do you have any more info?
Alright, you're looking for somebody with a black and blue shirt and black jeans?
Okay, there's nobody within a block of the area that matched that description.
Alright, this is a 911 cell phone call, unable to call them back. It's all we're going to have.
50 at 11. 50 at 11. Clear for results.
Alright, at this point you can hold our info. We'll be returning a service.
8 message received. Do you have anything further? Alright, inside the parking lot of the laundromat is what we have.
1-4.
1-4.
Where are you?
Disregard.
For the unit attendants on the citywide 964 Eddie's getting loud reports south and east of 53 in Campbell, 8 to 10 hertz. We have nothing further. Zone 13 is clear.
There's nothing there, office. That's when the Amber never returned. Short 35 message received.
$385, boy.
7385, boy.
Yes, could I have two numbers at the Shermack Red Line, upper and lower?
Take 14070, 14070, and 14072.
$1034.
1034.
The first location is going to be 13 South Albert. It's going to be some gun control and also the vehicle is going to be a sign up.
South Albany.
Putting on the board at 16 in the back logs, we have the criminal damage to property. 6247 North Harlem, auto accident with injuries at Menard and Bryn Mawr. Got a noise disturbance at 17 West Farragut, another noise disturbance at 6235 North Leggett. Reckless driver that's hitting the board at Northwest Highway and Marmore, another noise disturbance 5430 West Berthold. Those are jobs putting in 16 in the back log, 2217 on the clock.
Engine 129, truck 50 on scene, 8101 South Carolina. Nothing shown, automatic alarm, we're investigating.
1338 South Albany.
And blood on the ground or blood on the floor inside?
Street, I know it's on the grass on the sidewalk.
Who's starting your scene there?
129, message received.
1071 is going to be guarding the scene.
And over at South Carolina, what is that?
Sign that we're going to have the vehicle of the transporting the victim.
Was the victim shot in that vehicle?
19 England, we don't find any accident. We're going to return in service with truck 11.
Engine 19 and the truck returning.
1732.
Car number is 10538. Your volume is very low, I can't.
Was your victim shot in the vehicle at Mount Sinai?
No, squad. Victim was not shot in the vehicle, but he was shot outside of the vehicle. He was transported in the car.
All right, they don't process transport vehicles. That's like processing transport. What's the detective's name in the car?
32.
32 simulcast is unavailable. We're getting a battery in progress at Hardy and Wilson. Per the anonymous caller, it's supposed to be 7 females and males fighting outside on the corner. Unknown weapons, no further.
4 take care. 1986. 1772.
772. 86.
There's going to be George Roberts, Ida. Springs, Ida, Tom Henry. Number is going to be 20494.
Your victim is an adult, correct?
10-4.
Go ahead with your victim information, beginning with the last name.
1 all at shows going with 32.
10-4.
You could show me going to that disturbance at Roscoe's, at Roscoe.
86 storage. 86 storage, we'll go with him.
All right, Huntsburg, just say the intoxicated male customer refusing to leave. We have no description.
This is going to be Thomas Stallings Williams. First name is going to be the Aquarian. He's going to be David Edwards, Queen, Union, Adam, Robert, Ida, Ocean, Nora. Middle name is M, as in Mary.
Date of birth?
14th November, 1998.
DSW to what part of the body?
So we're going to have one to the right ankle, one to the right thigh, one to the left thigh. Certainly serious.
Body injury?
Negative.
Your RD is safe date 429 Adams, correct?
10-4. Thank you.
Our job's pending is the EMS Brightwood and Burling, EMS 2600 North Lincoln. Auto accident with injuries at Masonic. Criminal damage to property just occurred, Orchard and Schubert. Suspicious auto was occupying 4700 Northwestern. A disturbance, Clark and Diversey. A Music 1236 West Grace, Auto PD Damon and Warner, and Parker on 34th Street, 2221 on the time.
5814.
1690.
1690.
And squad, the festival is shut down. The lot was cleared out, but can you have the car do a special attention around here for the next hour or so?
1690, 10-4.
1712.
1712.
PH1, PH2.
Yeah, can we get relief over here at Swedish? Room Edward 419.
10-4. Give me about 20 more minutes. When the car's come out, I'll get you someone.
1713, first watch.
713, first watch. You guys going to Swedish?
Police helicopter. Helicopter, go ahead. Hey, Zone 6 is looking for a helicopter. 722 Longview, shots fired from a red Challenger, last seen in Marquette and Racine, possibly southbound on Orion from that location.
10-4. Good morning.
Good morning. I just dropped it on your box. All right. I'll put you en route to Swedish. It's going to be Edward room 419.
10-4.
6316.
6316.
You can clear me, and can I get another license premise inspection at 12305 South Halstead?
Take 14148, 14148.
Truck 35, you're being held return.
32.
Thank you.
Message received.
732.
Squad, can you do me a favor and slow it down? Actually, disregard 782. We're going to let you know in a little bit.
Okay, 10-4. 1772, you're getting a disregard for the battery in progress at Harding and Wilson.
27.
Yes, ma'am.
44 main. 44. We're picked up. The tree is out. 44, your message received. Is the police still signed yet?
Squad, for the TMAs that are working in museum campus, they can come and check for truck off, engine, and electro drive.
All right, you all. It's official. Great job. Museum campus, 18th and Lakeshore Drive for your checkoff.
Engine 127, let me check.
Nothing further, zone 12, 15 station clear.
Engine 127, still no one assigned. I'll make another request.
Message received.
95 information.
Go with that info.
What time was all closures open?
Stand by. 2240. 2240 for all closures to be reopened.
Thank you, squad.
Oh, you're so welcome.
813.
713.
Are you able to log on, whoever's logged into our PDT Swift login, please?
Yeah, I think because I put you on the job already. You can go ahead and try now.
7-4, thanks.
You're welcome.
Truck 22 to main. Can I get CPD for diabetic crisis, please? Truck 22 message received.
Adam. 735 app. Two numbers, please. Chicago and State. Red line, upper and lower. Take 14227, 14227, and 14229.
All right, truck 22, I'm showing B2061 David on the scene there. 061 David.
Yeah, message received. We're with them. We need an ambo.
All right, you got 31 on the way.
$16.20.
1620.
Show me 16, please.
10-4. $19.14.
1-4.
Are you still over there? Because we're getting a battery in progress at Paulina and Montrose for 100 plus kids in the alley fighting.
We'll swing back around.
10-4.
$19.86.
86.
You can make this a 3 franc for now. Thank you. Thanks so much.
3 francs, 10-4. Thanks for the assist.
You're going to truck 31, you're being held by the ambulance. Return.
1935.
Units and 22 units on the city wagon. The ticket of shots fired. Shots fired 89 and low, 89th and low. Our caller said he heard several gunshots. That's all I have this time. No further. 22nd District on 9 radio. We're done. 2223.
Truck 31, you're being held by ambulance 78.
And we got the detector going off. No smoke, no fire. Residents aren't answering the call. Engine and truck are going to return. Truck 31 is returning.
1935, good morning.
35, good morning to the both of you. When you get settled, have a EMS/disturbance mental over at Wrightwood and Burling. They were stating that there was a homeless man in the street. Looks like he was having a mental episode, yelling, cursing, pacing, hitting himself. We did have England 6 respond. They did return the quarters.
Go ahead, ma'am.
31, I have you returning. Engine 129 in the truck, I have you returning.
9-9, my partner has 2 hours in the front.
Engine 44 is going home.
Okay, so
1986 George.
86 George.
30 in Sawyer, possible domestic-related caller Stacy passed by a vehicle where there was a male pulling a female hair and hitting her. Wasn't able to get a plate number, but they are on the corner. It's a white 4-door sedan. No further information. Zone 10 clear.
Can you put us on a disturbance at 3343 on Halsted?
3343 on Halsted, 10-4.
122 is at about 9200 south end, right?
54. 4754.
1931.
Special attention 11.
Engine 122 on scene.
14327, 14327.
35, all advice.
All right, 10-4. 1931. 1925.
25.
25. Good morning to you, sir. When you get settled, I have an auto accident with injuries. The person's at Masonic. 1915 third watch did a report. I guess they didn't get their paper for it. I put the RD number in the ticket. He was transported by ambulance 48.
Good morning. 99.
122 Inglewood, we're moving off the expressway.
Engine 122, message received.
1931.
1931, good morning. Hold it down with at the station with 99.
Good morning. Okay, times 4. 1923.
1923.
23. Good morning to you. When you get settled, I have an assault in progress, domestic related. 2803 on Levy, Unit 201 for Tony. Her sister Victoria Dixon is in her home, refusing to leave. She needs to be removed. She's making threats. Unsure she has any weapons. Female 1, blue hoodie, gray pants.
7-4.
86 George. You can slow down over here. Person left, 5 o'clock.
Unit 2 intensify. We have an assault in progress 6407 South Indiana. Neighbor hit the caller, and the caller, the neighbor hit the caller. They appear as threatening the caller. Says that he has a boy card and a CCL, no weapons being there. Nothing further, contact there.
Alright, if any other units was responding to the assist at 3343 North Hossett has been coded.
963 Eddie.
63 Eddie.
Can we get us on 19 Ocean and show us heading to the station on paper?
Here for
84 Inglewood, bouncing a truck around the corner of 5700 South Calumet. 3-story brick apartment building occupied. We have nothing shown for the automatic alarm.
Engine 84, message received.
New to the board at 17, we in the panic alarm. Kilpatrick and Berteau. ADT is calling in for their DoorDash driver that pressed the panic alarm. Showing in the shopping center between PetSmart and a pharmacy. No contact has been made with him no further.
Our units in 19 simulcast is busy. Originally came in as a music disturbance, now a battery in progress, 1236 West Grace. 410 teams having a physical fight outside. Nothing further.
Engine 8, switch over to Inglewood for an assignment.
Engine 8.
1915.
Engine 8, the accident, Stevenson.
7561 on Citywide 3.
7561 on Citywide 3.
Stevenson outbound at Troop.
Stevenson outbound at Troop accident.
Good morning, squad. Trying to down a car for our service.
That's right, Engine 8. They're going to be at the accident investigation site.
The outside number.
8870.
1915.
1915, good morning to you, ma'am. When you get settled, need some help in the 30 sector for criminal damage to properties. Over the time, Orchard and Schubert, they are developing a building that was fenced. Trespassers knocked the fence down and is now laying in the alley. Call is concerned.
They're going to be at the accident investigation site.
Someone might be injured from it.
Battery dies. I gave it a jump up multiple times, and then the next day it'll die. It's not holding charge.
Okay, and where are you located?
District.
Available, Sergeant, for a call.
Make sure the keys are at the desk, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. All right. Have a good day.
Thank you. You do the same. Bye-bye.
1920.
20, good morning, sir. EMS 2600 on Lincoln for intoxicated female. They took her to Masonic.
Sorry, thank you. 1961 boy.
61 boy.
Could we get a transport for one male going from east to west?
Yes, tons for. And 15 near the wagon.
Yeah, 1915 more to wagon.
All right, you can disregard that one, and can you help 61 boy with his transport, please?
1723.
Transport.
1913.
13.
13 morning, came in as a battery just occurred, Marine Drive in Montrose. Caller say she walked, and a passenger, Mel White, threw something hard at them.
1723.
723, good morning. We got a panic alarm at Kilpatrick and Berthold. ADT calling in for their DoorDash driver. He's supposed to press the panic button. I don't have what kind of vehicle he's in, but they just say he's showing near the PetSmart and the pharmacy. And if that doesn't turn into anything, I'm going to stack you a DUI driver at Lowell and Wilson with some time on it. 12 City Wagon at that Progress, 2467 West Chicago Avenue, CBS. 3 males inside, stealing, 1 male black, 2 male white, 1 wearing all black, 6 reinserts, 3rd,
10-4.
To refuse EMS, he was driving a gray Jeep, David Queen 77466, occupied with 4 males. They were last seen going westbound. And then I'm a stack the suspicious auto with occupants, 4700 on Western for a black Jeep that's been parked for about an hour.
10-4. 84 Inglewood, Upson, a trucker in service returning faulty detector.
Engine 84, message received. You and the trucker returning.
1611.
1611.
Good morning. Once you get up and rolling, I got a criminal damage to property in progress with about a half hour on it. 6247 North Harlem. The elderly caller stated there were 2 teenagers that were damaging her gate. She was watching them on camera.
Okay, hello everybody. My name's Ian. This is Starship Adventures. We've been live for 8 hours and 28 minutes. I did just take a break so I could grab a bite to eat, but I am still here with you. Way too many stolen streams is what he says. Well, there you go. It's not called stolen, it's called fair use. Read about that, it's fun. Anyway, let's see here. What else do we have? What we have here is very comprehensive coverage. I'm sorry if you pull this up on a phone or a small screen or even a tablet. It may be hard to see. I'm sorry. You'll just have to go pull up the individual streams. But what I do here is I pull up all the streams. This is every stream that's available right now. Every single one. And so it gives you an opportunity in one swoop to see everything that's going on all at one time. It seems to make sense to me. But if you are on a small screen or a phone, you know, maybe you're at work and you're killing time and you're watching on a phone, it's going to be hard to see anything on here on a phone. I believe it. This is made for 50-inch televisions, okay? So just understand that that's basically, it's set up for big televisions and stuff like that, okay? I do this because it's a great way to provide the coverage. I understand that it doesn't work for everybody. I get it. Yeah, Heath, the numbers are great tonight. We did good. Lots of folks watching. We had over 13,000 people come through tonight, and that's great. We still got 70 on right now, and we're doing really good. That's why I've just decided to hang out here for a little bit longer. I hate to shut it down if people are watching. You guys let me know if you were listening to the scanner. I'll be glad to just put the scanner back on as well. But what you are looking at is both the protests in Oregon, in Portland, and also the protests in Chicago, Illinois. And I'm sorry if I seem a little slow, but other than my 20-minute break I just took, I've been on live for 8 hours. So I'm a little spent right now. This is normally my night off. Saturday night is normally my night off. Well, there you go, Sergeant Kickass. I agree. Um, I always find it funny when people take the time to criticize, but they don't do it themselves. I've always kind of hated that. It's like if you're gonna come in and criticize, people come in, your stream is garbage, and I go to their channel and they've never made a video. It's like, this is a community of people. Do you have to just go around and wreck everybody all night long? Is that what you do? Anyway, we've had a good night tonight. Lots of folks in, lots of my regulars in tonight. I had about 15 of my mods in tonight, so that was really good earlier on a night when I normally don't go on. So I'm very happy about that. All right, well, Heath, well, I appreciate that. I was gonna go today and work with my tablet and see if I can hook it up to my FT100 in the car and see if I can decode FT8 live while I'm on the road. And I didn't get to it today. I pulled the cables, I got everything ready, and then this all broke, and so I put it all down and started doing this. See, now we're at the point where the protesters are waiting for the anarchists, but the anarchists are waiting for more protesters, and so we've kind of reached a stalemate. There is still a number of people there, and the streams are showing basically the same thing, so I'm pretty sure that most of these streams are live. All right, and if you're not used to our channel, you haven't been here before, this is Starship Adventures, and this is one of the many things that we do here on this channel. And what this is exactly is multi-screen coverage. I got this idea at work where I'm in the TV control room and I see all the screens all over the world. I can see what's going on. I can see sports. I can see weather. I can see all kinds of stuff, all of our Dopplers and our different stuff. I can see all the guys out in the field and them setting up their cameras. I can see everything all at one scene. And I'm like, man, wouldn't it be cool if you could watch coverage like that? Like if you could literally go and watch coverage based on multi-screens. So instead of a producer switching from camera to camera to camera, what I'm doing is I'm providing you all of the cameras. Again, it's designed for larger screens, and I do get that. Well, it's two different modes. JS8 call, although much less used, very rarely used. JS8 call allows you to text back and forth over the radio. You'll type, you hit send, it goes, sends it through, and then it'll send something back. And FT8 is basically the same thing, except FT8 is very widely used, the #1 used mode in ham radio. It surpassed phone as the #1 mode in ham radio. And what FT8 is
it's the same thing, except it sends a very strict protocol. It will send, call sign, call sign, call sign, call sign, and then call sign yes, and then yes answer, and that's it. And it's basically it. It only does very limited messages. That's why some of the field days and some of the different competitions won't use FT8 because it's kind of useless in a disaster. Where JS8 call actually would be worth something in a disaster because you could type back and forth what your damage report is or whatever else. So I could see one being somewhat useful, possibly. I could see the FT8 not. The FT8 is, FT4 and FT8 are mostly for contesting and just making contacts. That's what it's for. Heath, when I see you, I will be set up to do FT8. So we will be doing some FT8. I'm bringing all the stuff I need to do FT8. So I'm watching Saturday Night Live's up there on one of the screens, and all they've done since I started watching it was bash Trump. That's all they do on that show anymore. I used to love Saturday Night Live, and then they went deep political, and for 20 years now I haven't watched it just because it's deeply political. I just can't stand that. On this channel, I do live coverage like we're doing right now of breaking news events. I also have a nightly show, 9 p.m., Sunday through Friday, and we do it 6 nights a week, called The Sights and Sounds of Earth. And on that show, it's light on politics, heavy on science, and I take you guys all around the world. We check on volcanoes, seismic activity, the tropics, weather. We go and we follow the hurricane chasers, the storm chasers, the tornado chasers. We also follow any manhunts, protests, civil unrest, pursuits, anything that we can find going on during that show we cover. I also do live drives where I drive all over the state of Florida and Georgia. And I bring you guys along and I talk about the history of each town and the different things there. And then I also eventually and occasionally chase storms when there's one within my range. I can just run out and jump in the car and take off. I've got everything all set to go. So lots of different things we provide here, different kinds of coverage. And I generally always do everything in this multi-screen format. Even my show at 9 o'clock, you'll find that you'll be able to watch the sights and sounds of Earth. While I'm on the show, you can actually see all the different sights and sounds of Earth. It's pretty cool. It's now dark in Portland. It's also dark in Chicago. So it's hard to tell again which is which. I don't know who this guy is. He wore a suit to a protest. You got to respect that, especially in Florida where we don't even own suits down here. FT8's a lot of fun, but you're not talking to people. It's all numbers on a screen. But I like it. There's a lot of tactics and strategies that go along with it.
$6311.
6311.
So I'm going to give an event number for a licensed premise inspection at 1249 East 87th Street.
Engine 78 to Main.
14596, 14596.
78, go ahead.
New to the board in 17, a burglar alarm at 4350 West Sunnyside at St. Edward Catholic Church for the East Elevator 1 and 2. No further.
This person got up and left. You can hold that ambulance for returning.
78 messages.
Houston 7 in the Citywide. I have a person shot, 63rd and Racing. Female callers reporting there's a female at a bus stop. Somebody shot her with a BB gun. Her chest is now burning. Fire is rolling. Nothing further. Zone 6 video, please.
We can check out that burn right now.
So far, thank you.
Truck 26 main.
Truck 26.
You got a call back, nobody's answering here.
1706 Charlie.
Right, stand right.
Hey, Flood, do you have a time for a positive ID?
381 Charlie.
731 Charlie.
Stand by, and I will let you know.
The 2 numbers for Roosevelt, red line.
Right, truck 26, the resident supposedly is in a wheelchair on the second floor, is unable to get down to the first floor or the basement where it's at.
14623, 14623, and 14624.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to force entry, so we're going to need the police.
This is from the robbery just occurred on Pulaski and Addison at 7-Eleven. No, third watch did not notice.
Okay, that's one.
7386 Adam.
7386.
Get numbers upper and lower late, that line.
14643, 14643, and 14644.
1723.
723.
You couldn't 19 boy on a panic alarm, and we're right here by police were just on Sunnyside. Let's take that one.
10-4.
2381 Eddie.
7381 Eddie.
2 numbers for 69 and red line, upper and lower.
Excellent units on the zone. We're getting another burglary just occurred at 3521 North Levitt, 3521 North Levitt. Julio says a male black and a male white came through the back door. Caller's not sure if they're still inside the basement apartment or not. They did not see them leave. The caller's wearing a white hat with a bat in his hand. This is 3521 North on Levitt.
14654, 14654, and 14656.
Can you repeat it?
14656 is the last one.
93.
656.
Oh, yeah, 14656, 14656.
Good morning.
Call back to secure building.
People's numbers, please.
10-4. All units stand by. Unless you have an emergency, please.
All right, that's 14654, 14654, 14656, 14656.
83 to me.
83, go ahead.
4754.
Take it to Homeland 1015 South Central Park.
4671.
Yeah, I mean, we're scared into Wilson. We don't find anybody on the ground. No one's waving us down. You have anything further on this?
It's supposed to be outside of the church there. Over, man, it's right across the street from the town.
Yeah.
Support to the city wildlife South Flight Western and Lemoyne, Lemoyne Western. For the caller stating they heard about 25 emergency
$1633. Good morning, 33. We're getting a burglar alarm at 5700 West Berthold at the Naval Academy. Looks like it's the first floor boys locker room.
125 to main.
Caller no longer wants police. 23, caller no longer wants police.
We're at 2050 Natchez. And can you resend that run to our MDT, please? Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
7385, boy.
7385, boy.
Yes, can we get a number getting gas at 39th and Iron?
10-4, 14686, 14686.
1711.
1711.
Good morning. I just got a Parker for you right now. 4823 North Hamlin. Supposed to be a Toyota Camry blocking the college driveway. Gave us the plate of Eddie Paul 25054.
Sorry. The first call came in. He said that an unknown male black and an unknown male white just broke into the house. They walked in and left when they seen the caller. The caller was in the family room at the time, and he was unsure if the offenders were still there. He called back for an ETA and said that
381 Frank.
7381 Frank.
We've been for red line and 79th, please.
1731.
14706, 14706, and 14709.
1931.
Got a disturbance at 3419 North Kilpatrick for Denise. She said the neighbor is sitting in the yard yelling at her children from across the street.
385 Charlie.
7385 Charlie.
You got a male wearing a red shirt, pajama pants, unknown drinking or drugs, no weapon seen, no further.
And upper and lower Wilsonville, red line.
14717, 14717, and 14718.
Good morning, 31. We're in a backlog. The oldest one I have is a domestic disturbance at 4144 North Sheridan. The apartment number is 505, and Erin is the caller. Says the female black girlfriend threatened the caller, saying that if she doesn't get the apartment keys back, she's going to kill the caller. 4144 North Sheridan, apartment 505.
1730, can you show me on scene 1733?
10-4.
35.
And I have an old criminal damage just occurred. No complaint at Orchard and Schubert. Said a fence was knocked down. They're not sure if anybody's heard possibly land in the alley from this fallen fence.
99.
15.
381 David.
7381 David.
274 on the miles.
2301 on the time.
Can I have event numbers for the red line at Cermak, upper and lower, please?
Take 14735, 14735, and 14739.
And 4, thank you.
Unison 5, units on a citywide. Unison 5, units on a citywide getting a ticket of a burglary. The burglary in progress, 11410 Indiana, 11410 South on Indiana. Our caller says she sees someone in all black breaking into her friend's house. That's all I have time, no further. M5's on 9. We're done. 531.
381 George.
7381.
Two numbers for 96 red line, upper and lower.
So 14745, 14745, and 14748.
1621.
1521. 30, go to truck 30. You're being held by ambulance 55. Return.
Truck 30 returning.
Alright, I got a we on the beat. Disturbance 6416 North Lehigh at the Hookah Time Lounge. Caller says there's a few people drinking alcohol in the parking lot. They're there every night. Then I have a noise disturbance at 6235 North Leggett for the neighbors having a loud party. And if you can slide by Northwest Highway and Marmore, supposed to be a blue Hyundai sedan that was driving recklessly. That has some time on it.
10-4.
7372. Well, I'm trying to get some information. Can you give me the B number for the transfer prisoner to the hospital in Jackson Park?
And there's a driver you on from the red line? That was 7385 George.
Can you give me the approximate time?
Showing 1909. Copy, 1909 hours.
10-4.
Go forward, return on Buffalo 2.
For Houston 7, the citywide, getting a ticket of shots fired, 6 burn troop. Callers reporting 8 to 10 shots, nothing seen, nothing further, zone 6 radio clear.
1711, I'm going to stack you with another Parker.
Lakeview and Roslyn for the ambulance assist.
7381 Adam.
7381 Adam.
Can you give us the upper, lower, and north of red line, please?
14786, 14786, and 14788.
55 to me.
55, good.
Yeah, hold up the ambulance. This guy's just taking a nap.
Your message received.
733.
733.
Yeah, I'm going to give this job a 19 Adam. There seemed to be a misunderstanding. There were some kids playing around by the vehicle, and the neighbors got concerned about it.
10-4.
393 David.
7393 David.
1915, you can show us clear, going back to east for another transport.
15, transport.
Get 2 events at State and Lake, green and red.
Check out 14810, 14810, and 14813.
125 returning. 125 message received.
White glasses, bunch of black chairs in the person front on the front, southbound, place down,
723, you got some noise disturbances and Parkers on your beat. That'll be in your box.
7386 Charlie.
7386 Charlie.
Can I get a VIN number for upper and lower 96 red line?
Check out 14840, 14840, and 14844.
Truck 1 main.
Alright, truck 1, repeat your last message. All I got was feedback.
We're at the intersection. You got anything more on this? We don't see anybody.
Alright, stand by. We'll start calling back. All we have is person having a seizure at that intersection.
Emergency police for westbound 75.
Anyone want to message if you're being notified April 75, return.
We're going to return on office. Thank you.
Tower 23, you're being held by the ambulance reserve.
We're getting a threatening suicide. 712 West Diversity. Caller states she has thoughts of hurting herself. She smokes marijuana. We do have fire responders.
Tower 23, staying home.
Auto accident with injuries, Fawcett and Cornelia. Car door was open and hit a person on the scooter.
Houston 7 in the citywide, getting a battery in progress, 5527 Southwood. Callers reporting a fight happening, and there's 2 females, 1 male. No weapons were seen. Nothing further. Zone 6 radio clear. And for the Innocent 12 in Citywide, getting a couple tickets to South Fire to 800 block of Oakley. The caller stated they heard about 8 shots, and then we're getting Harrison and Claremont as well for shots fired. Nothing further. Zone 3 is clear. 7511 Eddie.
Squad, could you please run voice count for me?
Run a plate?
FOID card, voice card.
What's the number?
1710603010.
You got a name? Or just a number?
Last name Reese, Robert, Eddie, Sam, Eddie. First name Adam, David, Adam, John, Isa, Adam, Nora, little A as Adam.
I happen to have a date of birth.
12th June 1986.
You said 12 or 4?
12 January 1986. 12th of January.
86, Eddie.
86 Eddie.
You could put me on.
Yeah, it's coming back to that person's name. Active Void card. It expires 2027.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome. You want to come in? Alright, who's giving the slowdown? What unit is giving the slowdown?
Seven, 618.
761 David.
Video transport section. 86, Eddie.
86 Eddie.
I'll make a ticket for you.
408, Henry.
6408 Henry.
Can you throw an Illinois ID plate, Illinois plate on the box? 890 ID.
All right, go with it.
Traffic stop 58 in St. Louis in the South Alley.
761 David, they're going to 16 or to the hospital?
8905 ID.
We got one more to go to 16.
Okay, 10-4.
This is a plate?
10-4, it's an Illinois Police Association plate.
A fleet plate. All right, sounds right.
Available Sergeant in 17.
1730.
1730, good morning. We have an EMS ticket at 6165 North Pulaski. The caller said she needed EMS, however, the nurse got on the phone and stated that the caller was confused. The fire is not rolling. Did you still want me to send someone, or did you want me to code it out?
You'll put in my box.
10-4. $16.33. Just got another alarm. It's going to be at 8122 West Addison, General Motion.
631.
631.
In that G4 is. Put 33's travel in my box.
Okay, 10-4.
$1986.
1986.
I'll take a look at that person down at 3443 North of Sheffield.
10-4. Not 86. Eddie, I'm not getting anything for that fleet plate.
Eddie.
Eddie.
It's an Illinois police license plate. It's 8905 Ida Fall.
711, one more noise disturbance, please. It'll be in your box. Thank you.
David.
7293 David.
We got one in custody at Lincoln Wall there. Is there any way we could get transport?
transport. Lake and Wabash from 7393 David. Take it to the phone.
Is the model a Toyota sedan?
10-4, it's the Toyota.
Blue in color?
Eddie.
85 Eddie.
Dark blue in color?
10-4.
Alright, I got it. Out of this lane, Hamid Mohammed, clear.
Thank you.
1634 third watch.
1634, 30 watts.
And thank you. Can I get 99 boy, please?
Did a CSU report to 19 Ida. Gal. Good night.
That's work, good night.
Squad, so we get 2 event numbers for 95th and the red line, upper and lower, please.
15002, 15002, and 15004.
Okay, thank you, squad.
Welcome.
Unit coming in.
Alright, John, 440015, 440015, on event 13920, 13920.
X-ray 1013. X-ray 1013.
You're welcome.
Your radio is real bad. Can you change the location if you're in the hospital? Come out. We'll call. 1915 from east to west, 277.
X-ray 1013, you need to order body removers. 2323 for you. 1935.
U.S. soldier. Body's in the board, correct?
35.
35, I'm going to drop this threatening suicide. 712 West Diversity. Callers had thought of hurting herself. She smoked the marijuana. They did transport her to St. Joseph.
My name.
And what's your name, sir?
It's going to be Ford Union, Nora Eddie, Sam Charlie Union, star 3113.
1941.
1941, good morning.
And the detective name, the side that was notified.
Good morning, Squad. I just concluded work in third watch. I'm going to be doing a fixed post at Wilson and Racine. Can I get the full 10?
1941, Concord.
Adam Lincoln, Mary Adam, Nora Zebra Adam, star 20950.
1910.
10. What's the ID number?
John 439875.
1611.
Good morning. Can you put 13 on a gang suppression mission? And then when 14 and 24 come out, put them on a robbery burglary mission, please. And as you know, probably 21 is on a traffic mission. Look out.
1611. And AME's name, 2-digit ID, and the case number.
Good morning, and 10-4. 1941, you can take 1469.
Noise disturbance 7017 West Farragut. Loud music coming from the alley.
10-4.
10-4, Squad. Thank you.
You're welcome. 1631.
31.
Roy Robert, Ocean, Union, David, Eddie Robert, star 9546, 171.
1986.
86. 31 missing person, 6212 West Urban Park on the 2. Captain's calling, stating the 43-year-old mother, Marcia, has been missing for the last 2 hours, and he wanted to make a report.
9 calls, got up and walked off.
5 calls, 10-4. She doesn't have her phone on her, but it's a female, Hispanic, black hair, last seen wearing red, white, and a light blue nightgown and sandals. No further.
All right, 35, back at you for a disturbance. It has some time on it. Clark and Diversity, there was a man dancing in the middle of the street.
9.
9, 13.
100 and 202 available for another run.
So criminal damage to property in progress. Amicus is busy at Wells Park, 2350 West 90 side. There was about 16 breaking glass at the gazebo and tagging the park.
4.
Did you 102 if you wanted to?
Due to the border in 17, we're getting a suspicious person in Lawrence and Pulaski.
7393 David.
Further anonymous caller is 4 male Hispanics with black hoodies and masks behind the Walgreens in a white car.
7393 David.
The caller said they may have guns. No further.
731 Charlie Bird, watch, we're right here.
761 Charlie 10-4.
102 to Maine were available.
X-ray 102, fix gas leak with the truck. 50.
X-ray 1013, the ID number is 2025-0521.
Okay, what's the ME's name and the 2-digit ID you spoke with?
102 to Maine. What was the address again for the gas leak?
M.E. Browder, Boy Robert, O.T. David S. Robert, and Ms. Garden is 9546.
What is it, Nigel?
1524 West Birchwood. 1524 West Birchwood.
86 Eddie.
86 Eddie.
1524 Birchwood.
9546.
5820.
5820.
Just to confirm, I am on the auto accident. It's on Halston and Cornelia, not Addison and Halston.
She just gave you the ET's name and star number.
Right, that's all. Just tell her the MB's name and ID at the medical examiner's office. Who do they speak with? X-ray 607.
That involved a scooter.
10-4.
All right, 10-4. Let me okay, 10-4.
1986.
86. Go ahead, sir.
731, one more.
18 to Maine. The victim has left the scene. We are returning in service. You can hold up that ammo.
So before that one at Halton and Addison, if the car is drivable, they can go to the station and everything.
18 message received.
All right, I'll give them a call.
Almost everyone.
X-ray 1013, Allen 101.
One more noise complaint on the beat. It's going to be at 3933 North Strip.
7393 David. 7383 David. 7393 David. You could have canceled the transport address, so.
Man, 133 Henry was en route for you, but I'll let them know to cancel, okay?
193.
1923.
Adam Nora, Adam Hattie.
Continue RD for 0650.
Say Adam Eddie at the last letter or?
Central last 2 letters of the
got a date of birth?
Truck for me.
650 for 23 on Levitt. You can take John 440022, 440022 on event 13924, 13924.
Truck 1, go ahead.
Can you repeat the last two one more time, please?
That is truck 4. Do you have a call back on this? There's nobody answering this unit.
Truck 4, stand
21 July 2003.
Got approximate height and weight?
Between 5'8" and 5'10", and between 170 and 180.
Yes, John 440022.
Somebody just answered the door right now.
You got a hair color?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Truck 4 has
Black.
Male, female, white, black, or Hispanic?
So it was 502, correct?
Female black.
Unit returning.
Any visible marks, scars, or tattoos?
Nobody from the unit called. Do you want to try to call back anyways?
Right, 86 Eddie.
Tattoo on the right forearm?
I apologize. John 440023, 440023, and that event is 14426, 14426.
385 board. 7385 board.
Truck 25 on scene, 1524 with first with gas leak, we're eastbound. Truck 25 message.
Could we get two numbers for Cermak Relay? Upper lower? Yeah, downstairs is 0009, 0009, and then you got 00013, 00013.
Alright, truck 4, call back goes to CTA, not sure who from CTA called. So they have engine 13's at 233 Swacker, 30-story residential high-rise.
Okay, everybody, that's going to be that. I am heading out now. I'm going to go ahead and shut down the stream. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. We did great. The numbers were great. And so another amazing night. Tomorrow I will be on. If there's stuff to cover during the day, I'll be on during the day. But if not, I'll also be on through the evening as well for tomorrow night. That's it. 9 hours and 19 minutes of comprehensive coverage. Over 13,500 people joining us at some point over that time. And so there we go. Thank you, everybody, for being here and being part of the coverage. Live from Southwest Florida, from StarShip Studios. My name is Ian. This is Starship Adventures. And we'll see you guys tomorrow night at 9 p.m. or perhaps sooner. If this continues, we'll see you tomorrow earlier. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you later.